Hello and welcome to what is looking to be a 5-hour n8n Masterclass video. Now, this thing is kind of a behemoth, and what exactly is it all about? Well, the whole point of this video is to take you from step one, which is where you're at right now, someone who doesn't know anything about AI agents, doesn't know anything about n8n, and we take you all the way to step 10, which is someone who understands what AI agents are, understands how to create AI agents that they need to build, right? What are your particular use cases? What frameworks do you need to build those? And we even show you how to actually sell these things. So that's actually a ton of ground that we need to cover over the next 5 hours, which is why this video is jam-packed with information from start to finish. Now, I know that sounds super intimidating, but I made this video assuming that you are not technical. You're not a developer, you don't know how to code, you don't even know what the terminal is. And so if that's you, you're in luck. Now, if you are technical, does that help? Sure, but it's not a prerequisite, right? We're doing things in a low code or no code environment, so you don't need a technical background to excel here. So now I'm just gonna talk real quickly about what we're actually gonna learn over the next 5 hours and discuss a little bit about what the end state is after all this. All right, so what we have here is what this covers, which is very extensive, and then the end state. Now, what this covers, we do everything from like, what is n8n and how do I sign up, all the way to like, how do I price these for clients and how do I implement them, right? And there is a long journey between learning how to sign up for n8n to learning how to sell it. But having done this for quite a while, we hit all of the fundamental things that you need to know to ultimately create AI agents for yourself. And that's really the goal here, right? I don't want to just give you tools and then a bunch of things to copy. I want to give you frameworks. I want to give you things that you can take yourself and go out into the world and execute for whatever it is your problems are, right? AI agents for you. That's the whole point. Now, the end state. The end state is 3 things. 1, fundamental understanding of AI agents, right? How they work and what's going on under the hood. 2, frameworks to create any AI solution you want, kind of what I just talked about. And then 3, a clear path forward for monetization, right? If you want to make a business out of this, if you want to start your own AI agency, right? There's certain things you need to know, and it's ultimately a completely different skill set than the AI agent piece. But I talked that a bit towards the middle of this. Now, one thing that you'll also notice here in the second half of this video is I go through all the AI agents that actually sell. At a certain point in this video, I talk about what sort of AI agents you need to sell, and I break it down into 4, right? And then I do a video for each 4 of those, right? And that's RAG agents, lead generation agents, that's voice agents, and content creation agents, right? So you're gonna get deep dives into those 4. And as always, you can get all those templates for free, right? I give them to you for free. They're in my Skool. There's a link to that below. But I just want to go over all this real quick so you can understand, hey, this is what we're covering. It's dense, it's a lot, but what you really care about is this end state, right? I want you to be able to, at the end of this video, be able to like confidently say, I can make any AI agent I want. And if I don't know exactly how to make it, I know where to go find that answer. So with that being said, let's start. n8n has become the hottest low-code AI platform on the market today, and for good reason. It allows people with no coding experience to create very sophisticated AI agents and AI automations that they can then turn around to either sell to people or use in their own businesses to drive a ton of value. And so to get you out of n8n YouTube tutorial hell, I created this Masterclass n8n video series to actually teach you the fundamentals to build these things on your own. In this series, I'm going to assume you have no technical background and no coding experience. I'm going to take you to step 0 all the way to creating sophisticated AI agents. We're going to learn about APIs, system messages, HTTP requests, different ways to host, everything you need to really internalize the fundamentals of this platform so you can build some really impressive workflows. And in part 1 of this Masterclass series, I'm going to show you how to sign up with n8n, how the pricing structure works, what your hosting options are, and then we're actually going to go in there and we're going to build an AI workflow that essentially becomes our own miniature ChatGPT. So let's get to it. Okay, so here we are inside of n8n, and before we actually create our account, the first thing we're going to talk about is the pricing. So for annual pricing, it's going to be about $20 a month. Monthly, it runs up to 24. And again, we're going to be on a free trial for the first 14 days. But one thing I wanted to touch on real quick is hosting, because once you're in the space, you're going to hear 3 different types of hosting talked about all the time. You're going to hear about cloud hosting, self-hosting, and local hosting. Now, what's cloud hosting? Well, that's exactly what this is. You'll see right here, it says hosted by n8n. That's just saying, where is the n8n instance you're working on live? Whose server is it running on? In this case, The cloud is the cloud that's run by n8n. And so you pay a little bit of a premium for that, in this case, $24 a month. And what does it buy you? Well, it buys you simplicity and ease of use. We're just going to start our free trial and it's going to automatically work. It's going to get updated regularly, and we're using the official version of n8n. Now, your two other options are self-hosting and local hosting, and both of those are doable. They just require a little more technical know-how. And so what self-hosting is self-hosting just means you're taking n8n and you're not using the official n8n servers. You're just going to a different third party. And that might be something like DigitalOcean. So I use DigitalOcean servers to host n8n. Now, why would I do that? Well, it's a little more flexible and oftentimes it's cheaper. For roughly the same amount of power, it's going to cost me like $7, $15 hosting on DigitalOcean. But again, it just requires a little more technical know-how. I'm responsible for the updates. And also, I'm going to be using the community version of n8n, not their official version. Now, what do I mean by the community version, the official version? Well, for all intents and purposes, they're pretty much the same. You can create the same agents and automations. The community version is just what is used by local hosting and self-hosting users, and it gives you the ability to also use community nodes that aren't officially approved by n8n itself. The last type of hosting is local hosting. So if in self-hosting, I had a third party, run n8n for me. In self-hosting, I'm the third party, right? It's first party hosting. It's either on my computer or my own server that I own. And again, this tends to be cheaper. It tends to be more flexible. I control where the data comes in and out of, but just requires a little more technical know-how. And so for this masterclass, we're not going to dive too deep into that, but I do have videos that go through how to self-host and how to local host. I'll link those below. So if you are interested in doing that, you can go ahead and execute. So I hope you are only mildly confused about the hosting situation with n8n, but for us, we're going to be on the cloud, super easy, and we're going to do the free trial. So you're just going to hit get started for free, and then you're going to fill out all your information, and then you're going to click start automating. And that's going to bring you to this page, which is essentially your control center for all your automations. Right up here, we have workflows, credentials, executions. So all the workflows you create are going to be listed here. If you click credentials, right, every time we hook up an external account to n8n, it's going to have a corresponding credential. You'll be able to see all of them here. And then executions are just that. It's a log of all the executions. Every time you run a workflow, that's an execution. So we can always come here if we need to troubleshoot something or see what actually happened in the past. Now, what you need to care about here on the left-hand side is the admin panel. So if I click there on the bottom left, this is where I can change things in my account. I can upgrade my plan. I can manage my billing. And what you can also manage, if you click up there on the top, is your version. So n8n pushes out updates fairly regularly. So if you ever need to update your n8n version, this is where you're going to come. And then also make sure you have verified community nodes clicked here. Now, the only other thing you might care about here on the left-hand side is templates. And this brings you to the workflow marketplace for n8n. So as you see, over 3,200 n8n workflows. Most of them are free, some are paid, but you can kind of search for any workflow that you're trying to build or want to see how someone else built it and find it here. You just click on it, right? It'll be used for free. It allows you to download it and then upload it in your own n8n instance. And oftentimes they do a really good job of explaining, hey, here's the features, here's how it works, why should you care? So great place if you're trying to get inspiration for building your own workflows or just want to see if something exists that you are trying to automate yourself. And so that brings us back to here, and let's actually build our first workflow. So you're going to hit start from scratch, or you can hit create workflow. So here we are inside of the canvas, and this is where we actually build our n8n workflows. Now to change the name of the workflow, you just come up to here on the left, you click on that, and you can name it whatever you want. I'm going to name mine demo. You're able to save the workflow up here, share it, turn it to active to inactive. We can look at our executions, and we'll go deeper into those as we build our actual automation. On the left-hand side, you have the ability to zoom to fit. So if I have my workflow gets like moved and I can't see it, you can just click this on the bottom left and it'll snap you to the center. You can zoom in, zoom out. You can also do that by hitting Control and doing your little mouse wheel, right? Forward and back will zoom you in and out. You can also reset the zoom, and then you also have the ability to tidy your workflow. And we'll go into that again once we've actually built some stuff. And so your first ever workflow, what we are going to do is we're essentially going to recreate ChatGPT. So we're going to create an ability to have chat messages. We're going to hook it up to the AI large language model of our choice. We're going to give it memory so you can kind of understand how ChatGPT is working underneath the hood and how easy it is to recreate it in something like n8n. So for the first step, you can either click here or you can press Tab. Tab also will bring up the screen on the right. And I'm going to move myself over here. And so What do we need first? We need a trigger. Every workflow, every agent has a trigger. This is what starts the automation and gets the ball rolling. And you can see here on the right, there's a ton of different things that can be triggers, right? We could have a form submission. We could have another workflow call this workflow. We could just have a manual one, right? I click a button, it starts. For this, we are going to use on chat message. So you can just click that. And whenever you click a module, you'll see a screen like this pop up, and this is where you can edit the model. Now, this one is very simple. So on the left-hand side, all we have the ability to edit is make chat publicly available. We're not going to click that. And we can also allow file uploads as well. So we're just going to leave it as is. We're going to go back to the canvas. So now this is my trigger, and I can also open chat. If I click that, I can actually type below. I can say hello. And nothing happens because it's not connected to anything. But that's how you set up a trigger. Next thing we want to do is when we send a message, what do we want it to go to? We want it to go to a large language model. So if I want to add a new node, I just hit the button right here. And then I have all these options on the right, right? It tells me, hey, do you want to build an AI agent? Do you want to do some sort of action transformation? All sorts of stuff. But we are going to search for AI agent. Click that. And just like you saw before, we have all this stuff pop up. Now, in later lessons, we're going to dive really deep in how we can manipulate all these things. But to start, we're just going to keep it as is. And as an aside, if you ever want to dive deeper into what these modules do, there's a little docs button here on the top right. If you click that, it will bring you to the official n8n documentation. And their documentation is actually really good and explains how everything works pretty simply. So now we're going to go back to our canvas. And while we are going to keep this all the same, let's talk about what's actually happening here. So I'm going to zoom in a little bit. Source for prompt. What does that mean? Well, think of the prompt as the input. When you talk to ChatGPT, your message to ChatGPT is the prompt. And similar here, what's going to be the prompt? It's going to be the connected chat trigger node. So any message we put inside that chat is going to go here. And that prompt, that message has an associated variable. Now, a variable just means this right here, this JSON.chat input, that stands for something, and that stands for the actual chat message. So what's the prompt? It's the chat message. What's the variable for the chat message? Well, it's this prompt right here. And so now we're going to back out. And you can see we now kind of have this AI agent set up, but it's red because it isn't ready to go, and we need to connect a few things to it. And what do we need to connect to it? Well, we need to connect a chat model, the actual brains of an AI agent, right? For ChatGPT, what's the chat model? Well, it depends. You know how you can change it from 4.0 to 0.1 to 0.3. That's the chat model behind the scenes. So if I click chat model, we'll see here on the right, we actually have a ton of different models to choose from. And these are all the big models that you know and love. Anthropic, that's Claude. We have Gemini, DeepSeek, Mistral, Ollama. And then we have at the bottom, OpenAI's chat model, which is what we're going to be using today. So I'm going to go ahead and click it. And there's two things we're going to have to put in here. One, we have to put a credential. And hey, they're going to give us free open API credits. Sure, we'll take that. And hey, it gave us some free open AI API credits, which is nice. But I'm actually going to show you how to connect your account for real. And what we have to do is we need a credential. And so to get a credential for any account, you're just going to click down here. And you're going to do create new credential. And so it's asking us for our API key. We can put in an organization ID if we want, and we have a base URL. Now, what the heck are we actually supposed to put here? Well, we're going to follow the documentation. So we're going to hit Open Docs. And this is n8n giving us the exact instructions of how to set it all up. So first thing we need to do is we need to create an OpenAI account. So we're going to create an OpenAI account. Follow the link, create an account if you've never done it before. And then you're going to see something like this. What I want you to do is go to the top right where it says settings, come to the left where it says billing, and you are going to need to add to your credit balance. So the way, we'll dive into APIs a little bit deeper soon, but what's happening is when you use this large language model is you are sending a request to OpenAI, to the company that runs ChatGPT, saying, hey, I want to use your large language model in this workflow. Well, that costs a certain amount of money. Usually it's fractions of a penny, but it's something. And so to do that, you need to have some sort of balance. So we're essentially putting a credit on our account. Feel free to put anything like $5 is more than enough. And so once you have the balance, next we need our API key. So to do that, you're going to come to the bottom left, you're going to go to API keys. And API keys are essentially your password that you're going to be giving to OpenAI saying, hey, I'm a user and I have money, use my account, right? And you also have your request alongside it. So you're going to go to create new secret key and you're going to give it a name. right? Create secret key. This gives you an API key. You're going to copy that. Now, also remember, never give anyone your API key. Don't even show it to anybody. So I'm going to delete mine later. And then we're just going to paste that in there. We're going to leave the base URL the same, and we're going to save this. And we're now connected. And so now it's time to choose a model. Now we go down the list. There's a million different models. How are you supposed to know which one to choose? Well, each model costs a different amount because it uses a different amount of power. And the way that price is calculated is based on tokens. Think of every word that you send ChatGPT as an individual token, and the price for every model is charged by millions of tokens. So if we look at OpenAI's pricing right here, right? If we look at 4.1 mini, this is breaking it down into input, cached input, and output. So input, what is it saying? It's saying for every 1 million tokens, think of if I give this model 1 million words to look at, I have a 1 million word query, it's going to cost me 40 cents. And it's also going to cost money for the output. So if I give it a $1 million query for 40 cents and it came back and gave me a 1 million word response, that would be $1.60. So that's how the pricing is done for these different models. And you can see it's different for each of these, right? 4.1, $2 and $8, 4.1 nano, even cheaper, 10 cents and 40 cents. So there's always kind of this balance that you have to strike between how powerful of a model do I need and how much am I willing to pay. But also realize 40 cents for a million tokens, that's a lot of tokens. That's a lot of words. So fairly cheap in the grand scheme of things. And if you're ever confused about, well, which model should I choose for what, I suggest just asking ChatGPT. So for this, we're just going to use 4.1 mini, which is one I really like. And so now we can actually talk to this model. We can actually talk to essentially ChatGPT. So go ahead and open your chat. And again, I'll move myself over here. And you can see your chat down here on the bottom left. And if I just say, hey, how's it going? We can see the model at work, right? Goes from the chat message, hits the AI agent, hits the model, and then it outputs it. Hey, I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. How are you? How can I help you today? So we just set up our own little mini chat GPT here, right? Pretty cool. And also let's take a look at what's going on down here, right? We have our logs, right? You can see it went from AI agent to the chat model to the actual message received. And then you can also see when I click in here, you can also see the amount of tokens it used. Remember how it cost 40 cents per million tokens? How many tokens did we use? 33. So if you do the math, it was 0.0001 cent is what that cost us. And you can also see it broken down by prompt and completion, which is inputs and outputs. Now, why should you care about all that? Like, that's great, Chase. There's logs and stuff. Well, when we start doing more complex things and when you start doing unique things, guess where you're going to look when things go wrong? The logs. And so what else do we have here? Well, we have memory, because right now there's no memory with this agent. So if I say my name is Chase, right? It's going to say, hey, that's great. Your name is Chase. And if I ask it again, what's my name? It's not going to remember. Right? We see down here as my name is Chase. That's great. What's my name? I don't have that info. How can I help you today? So we have to add some sort of memory to this thing. Now, if I hit plus on here, we have simple memory. Again, I'll kind of move my around. This is going to be the name of the game for today. They have simple memory here, as well as a bunch of other memory. Now, memory comes in a bunch of different forms. In this case, simple memory, it's not hard to set up. I just click it and we're good. We have context window memory length. So this is going to remember the last 5 interactions I've had with it. I could change that to 10 or whatever if I wanted to. And now it's going to remember my name when I tell it. The other memory options you saw there were more robust memory systems like actual databases. And so the last thing we're going to hit in today's lesson is going to be system messages, because every AI system has what's called a system message. Now, what is that? Well, if you click inside your AI agent and go to system message, you'll see it says your helpful assistant. Now, a system message is just the internal set of instructions that every sort of AI agent checks with before it answers you, right? This is the logic. This is sort of the training that you're giving it. Now, ChatGPT has one under the hood. You don't see it. But this is where, when we do more complex things, we tell it, hey, here's how I want you to go through your tasks. Here's how I want you to respond. Here's how I want you to logically assess the problems. And you can get kind of ridiculous with this to like make a point. So I could say like, hey, I only want you, great typing, I only want you to respond in Old English, right? And if I then execute the step up here, I can then see what sort of response it's going to give me. And so this is similar to you creating a custom GPT and doing custom instructions. So like the output after I said, hey, he said, after I asked it my name, it said, pray, good sir, lady, thou hast not yet revealed thy name unto me, right? And so we're going to get really deep into system messages in later lessons. And this is where we're actually going to end today because I think this is a good place to start. And so what did we do today? We signed up for n8n. We learned about triggers. We learned about some of the basics of AI agents that we'll dive into in more detail later. We learned how to hook up a OpenAI chat model and deal with sort of APIs. And then lastly, we worked on system messages. So if you understood all of that, you're actually in a great place moving forward because in our next lesson, we are actually going to flesh out a true AI agent and add more and more tools. We're going to go into stuff like HTTP requests. I'm going to explain what APIs are in a little more depth, and we're going to get into some of the nuances and the really powerful tools that n8n provides for us. So make sure you're on the lookout for that video because it will be dropping tomorrow. Hello and welcome to my n8n Masterclass series where I take you, somebody who has no idea what AI agents even are, and turn you into someone who can reliably create them and even knows how to sell them by the end of the series. So if you haven't watched part 1, I highly suggest you do. In that video, we go through how to sign up, how hosting works, and we eventually get to the point where we create the base of our AI agent right here. And in today's lesson, we are going to build on this AI agent foundation that we created in part 1. We're going to go through tools, we're going to talk more about APIs and HTTP requests, and then we're going to dive into system messages even further. And that cadence of building on previous videos is going to continue for the rest of the series. And without any further ado, let's get started. So first of all, what is an AI agent and what makes it differ from just a basic AI automation? Well, what we're looking at here is essentially like a very soft clone of ChatGPT, right? It has a model, we can talk to it and can remember our conversations. And you saw that in the last lesson. But what you'll notice right here is tools, and how an AI uses those tools are what makes an AI agent an AI agent. For example, if I click on this tool button here, you will now see on the right a list of a ton of different tools that are native to n8n, right? We see a bunch of stuff, including Google, right? Google Calendar, Google Chat, Google Firestone, Google Docs, right? Google Drive, for example, a million different things. And these tools can be attached to our AI agent, and they can actually use these tools on our behalf. So let's do a simple one. Let's say I wanted to add Wikipedia. Once it's been added, it's automatically connected to the AI agent, and that AI agent now has the ability to essentially call on Wikipedia and answer questions about it. So we can go and chat and say, hey, use the Wikipedia node and tell me about AI agents. And so we should see here that it should call on this Wikipedia tool, and that's what happened right away. So instead of just relying on its training data to answer us like it normally would, it actually went to Wikipedia, figured out what the article said about AI agents, and then spit that out as a response. But one tool isn't really enough. We would want to add more tools. So like I could add a Google Drive tool, right? And then I could add something like Airtable, and I could just continue adding tool after tool after tool and eventually have just a very large toolbox that my AI agent has access to. And with those tools, I can then tell the AI agent to do a number of different things, and it's going to intelligently decide on the best tool to use for the job. And those tools could themselves include AI agents, right? You could have AI agents talking to AI agents talking to AI agents all the way down the stack. But the thing that makes it agentic is that it doesn't always do the same thing every time, right? The way it chooses its tools and how it executes the job is dynamic, and it all depends on what you tell it to do. Now compare that to an AI automation where it always does the same thing every single time, right? It's kind of just linear, it's straight line, and it could be, hey, every single time you get a mention in Slack, I want you to, I don't know, send an email to me. A happens and B happens and C happens. It's not dynamic. You're never wondering like which tools are going to use, right? Linear is for automations. Dynamic is for agents. Now, if that's kind of confusing, that's totally okay. It'll make more sense as you see some practical applications. Just remember AI agents usually means lots of tools, dynamic. And what you will also notice is when it comes to tools and actually using them inside n8n, we usually need to hook them up. Like we did in part 1, you remember when we hooked up our OpenAI chat model where we actually went to OpenAI, got an API key? That is usually the way it goes for all tools as well, right? They're hooked up to some sort of third-party account. It needs some way to verify what the account is. Now, Wikipedia was actually a exception, right? That's why I kind of did that right away. There's no API key, there's no account to do. They just let you use it as much as you want. But for the rest of these, you need to attach an account. And for today, we're actually going to go through how to hook up your Google stuff, and we'll actually like send emails and do that sort of thing. And so how do I do that? Well, like you saw before with OpenAI, we're just going to go to documentation, and that's going to tell us how to do it step by step. But first things first, I want you to go to select credential here on Google Drive. You're going to go to create new credential, and you're just going to have this up and ready to go. So again, what do we do when we're confused and we don't know how to do something? We're always going to look at the documentation. So we're going to click this link, Open Docs, and this brings us to the instructions of how to actually do this, right? The Google one is kind of tricky, and that's why I'm doing it as an example here, but n8n does a decent job of actually walking you through it. And what we're going to do is we are going to follow their instructions and do it ourselves. And so the first thing we need to do is create a Google Cloud account. So we're just going to click this link, and that's going to take you to this page. For the rest of this walkthrough, I'm going to have the docs up on another monitor, so I'm not constantly switching between them on this screen. I suggest you do the same as you follow along. So once you create your Google Cloud account, you're going to go to Console on the top right. And then over here on the top left, you are going to either create a new project or select one that you already have. For me, I'm going to be using n8n YouTube demo. If you decide to create a new project, you might have to wait a second or two for it to actually create it. And then you need to switch to it. So when we go through this, make sure you're on the correct project, because you can have multiple projects in your console. And to do that, just verify that it has the name you want up on the top left. Next, we're going to click these three bars in the top left. We're going to go to APIs and services. So now we're going to come up here to the search bar, and we're going to search and enable all the Google APIs we want. So think Google Drive, Calendar, email, contacts, all that good stuff. So I'm going to search for Gmail. Gmail API is going to pop up. I'm going to do enable. We can see that it's now enabled. And now I'm going to quickly run through the rest of them. So do Gmail, Drive, Calendar, contacts, Sheets, Docs, really any of the ones you think you're going to have this agent use. Okay, once you've gone through and enabled all the APIs you want, we're going to come back to the left. You're going to go to OAuth consent screen. Click that. We're going to do get started. And then you're just going to fill out your app name and your user support email. The app name doesn't really matter. Email can kind of be whatever, just one you have access to. You're going to hit next. You're going to do external. Next. The same email address you did before. Agree, continue, create. All right, next you're going to go back up to the top left, click those three bars. We're going to go to APIs and services and go to credentials. Go to create credentials, and you're going to do OAuth client ID. Application type will be web app. Again, name this whatever you want. Web client 1 n8n is fine. Then down here for authorized redirect URIs, you're going to hit plus. And what's going to go here is going to be what we had inside of n8n. So I want you to go back to n8n. And then you see here inside the Google Drive thing, you're going to copy this. So just click the copy. And again, how did I do that? How did I get this page? I had the Google Drive up, and with the select credential, create new credential, and it's right here. So copy that, go back into Google Cloud, paste that in, and you're set. So you can then hit create. Okay, now when we're here, we need to copy over the client ID and the client secret. So copy the client ID over, and don't worry guys, I'm going to delete all this stuff later. And then client secret, paste that over as well. Okay, before we sign in Google, we got to go back in the cloud and just clean up a couple more things. Okay, so once you're back inside here, I want you to go to APIs and services, and then go down to OAuth consent screen. You're then going to go to audience. You're then going to publish app, right? So you're going to go to confirm. Okay, now you can go back in, go to sign in with Google, select the email it's been associated with, go to advanced, go to run the cloud, and then give it access. Then go to continue. Now you're finally set and signed up. As you saw, it's a little confusing, but now that you've done it, you don't have to do it again. So congratulations, you got the most annoying third-party API verification deal set up. And now let's kind of talk about the different parameters that are available inside of this Google Drive and kind of go through how tools work in general. So this kind of goes for any tool that you use inside of n8n. You're going to see some sort of similar setup. Always up top, There's going to be different credentials. You can always create new ones or edit the ones that you have in there by clicking on this little pencil. Next, there's different tool descriptions. You're not usually going to mess with that. Now, resource. Resource is just like, what do you want it to do? So for resource, do we want it to play around with files and folders, shared drive, or a custom API call? I'm going to stick with files for now. Operation, do you want it to upload a file, download, move, right? These are kind of self-explanatory. This is where you're able to pick what you want it to actually do. You have your input data field name. So this is the name of the file that's going into the drive, right? So if I was pushing something from over here on the left-hand side, we're saying, hey, it's called data. It may or may not be called that in reality. You have file name, that's where you name the file. And here, like, where do you want it to go inside the drive? Now, real quickly, you're going to notice these little stars on the right. Now, this is a really cool thing with AI. So if I click these, what you see now is what's called defined automatically by the model. And if I hit this X, you can kind of see the code that's going on underneath it, a little JavaScript. So what defined automatically by the model means is that the AI is going to be able to figure out just on us talking to it like naturally, just like I would a person, what to put for the input data field name, what to put for the parent drive, and what to put for the parent folder. I don't have to explicitly say every single time or hard code it in here that the parent drive must be X, parent folder must be Y. It's going to be able to tease that out based on the conversation. And while that doesn't seem super useful here, as you look at more and more tools and we go through more and more examples, you'll see how much we tend to lean on this thing defined automatically by the model. This is where AI really shines. Also up top, you'll see settings, and we'll go more into detail with things on here, but these often have to do with like if there's errors, right? What do you want it to do? Do you want to give it notes? You can actually write notes inside of here. How many times you want it to execute, and if there's no data, do you want it to still put something out? Again, we'll dive deeper into these in more advanced workflows. Now let's add another tool. Let's add a Gmail tool. Now this should be pretty easy to connect now that we actually hooked up all of our Google stuff. So we're going to create new credential. And this one, we can just sign in with Google. Super easy. Yep. Allow, continue. Boom. Not hard at all. So now what I wanted to do, I wanted to send a message. I could also have it do a draft. Let's just do a draft, right? First, we don't have to send off any messages. But again, let's see some of this AI work in action, right? So subject, I can do that with AI. Message, I can also do it with AI. And other properties, attachments, BCC, all these things. We probably want to know who we want to send it to, right? And again, we could hard code this, or we could have AI figure this out. Now, here's the thing. For it to figure out who we want to send the email to, if we don't explicitly tell it the email, how would it know what the email should be? The answer is it wouldn't, right? If I tell you to email Fred, and I've never given you Fred's email, you're kind of out of luck. So how would this actually be useful to us? Well, imagine we had something like Google Contacts, and we had, some little database right here that had everyone's email in it, including Fred's. So in here, now that it's defined automatically by the model, if I say, hey, send an email to Fred, this AI agent's then gonna be like, oh yeah, Fred, I'm sending an email. I don't know what the email is. I'm gonna go check the contacts first, right? And this is obviously a very simple example, but that's there to demonstrate how an AI agent is able to like, okay, I know I need A to do B, so let me check A first to do that. And so we could actually go in here and we could do all this stuff with the contacts, but to keep this lesson short, I'm gonna demo it a little differently. So I'm actually gonna delete this, and what we're gonna do to kind of demonstrate two things at once is we're gonna talk about the system message. Because like I said before, it's like, okay, I know to hit the contacts to send the email if I don't have the email. But does it actually know that inherently? Will it actually be that smart that without any sort of prompting, it knows that logic to check for emails to send an email? Sometimes, sometimes not. And what about more complex logic? What if we get into really, really complicated agents with tons of tools? How does it know logically to do A before B, B before C, but sometimes do E before B, right? How does it know that? Well, that's going to be the system message. And remember, we talked about this a little bit before where we said, hey, I only want you to respond in Old English to me, right? We gave it some logic. Well, we can do that much more in depth when it comes to tools, because we can say, hey, you're a personal assistant. You have these tools, right? You have the email tool, Wikipedia tool, Google Drive tool. And then we can go through and then explain, this is what the email tool does. This is what the Wikipedia tool does. This is what the Google Drive tool does. And then we can even go further and say, here's examples of how it could be used. Here's how I want you to use it in example A, B, and C, right? And here's what I want the output to look like. Like, we can get super, super detailed with this. But what if I don't know what to write? Well, guess what we're gonna do? Because this is exactly what I do in all my production level stuff. I just have AI figure it out. So we can go to ChatGPT. My personal favorite is Gemini, but you can just say, hey, give me a system message for an AI agent with the following tools. Wikipedia, Gmail, send message, and Google Drive. And what it's going to do is it's going to give us a system message we can plug in there. And usually the ones they create are fairly sophisticated. And this is a huge help when you start getting more and more complicated systems, right? Because I don't always want to be the one who goes in and does this by hand every single time. Anytime we can lean on AI to do some of the grunt work with system messages, and it tends to write pretty good ones, we do that. And so you can see here, obviously this is a very simple agent, but you can see what it gave us, right? Hey, AI assistant, it lists out the tools, Wikipedia, Gmail, Google Drive, says what it does, and then it gives examples, right? I love that. So it gives us some options. Let's go ahead and just take this second one. This works fine. And I'm just going to copy paste it into here. And so the way it's going to work is every time we give that AI a message, it's essentially going to check it against the system message and say, hey, what am I supposed to do here? And we can actually set this to expression. And if you hit this button up, it'll bring it up larger. But I'm going to write Chase's email is this. And this is just my personal email. I want you to do that the same for your own inbox, because this is going to show you how it can intelligently be like, oh, send the email to Chase. Well, I'm going to check my system message and I'm going to know what his email is. So without ever actually telling the AI in a prompt, it's going to be able to fill it out. And this is taking the place of us going through Google Contacts and connecting all that just for the sake of time. Now, let's have our AI agent do something. Let's have it send an email, or rather create a draft. So I just want you to open the chat and I just want you to tell it, hey, send an email or send a draft about whatever. So, hey, can you send a draft email to Chase asking him what's up? Now I gave it something of a message to do. I didn't give it a title, remember, so it should also intelligently figure out the title as well as the actual address. So let's see if it works, right? We see it hitting the model and we see it hitting the draft. So it says, I have created a draft email to Chase with the subject, what's up, asking how he's doing. Would you like me to send it now or make any changes? Well, let's see if it actually created the draft email. And there's a couple ways we can do that. Obviously, we can go into our email. And when I come in here and I look at the drafts, it actually did populate. Chase Hannigan, what's up? Hey, Chase, just wanted to check in and see how you're doing. Hope you're doing well. But we'll see kind of it isn't really formatted great, right? It says best your name, but you know how we could fix these things? Well, we would just go inside the system message and say, hey, here's how I want you to sign up every email. Here's how I want you to start it, et cetera, et cetera. These system messages are really where you make your money when it comes to AI agents and customization. But it works. So we check the email, but there's other places we can check it too, right? We have the logs. And so if I click here on create a draft in Gmail, I can see it actually did what it said it was going to do. And I can see the logs there. You're also able to see the logs if you click on the AI agent and look at logs here, right? Can make it a little more detailed. But because you can see the input and you can see the output and response. So you can get detailed. You can see the ID, the thread ID, all this stuff. And we're actually going to play with that in later lessons. But again, looking down here, again, on the input, what's up, message, and to email. Again, I never explicitly gave it the to email and I never explicitly gave it the subject. Yet it filled those out. Why? Because we have these set to be defined automatically by the model, defined by the model, defined by the model. And again, very simple demonstration of that in action. But hopefully you can start to see like, wow, you can really leverage AI to like do a lot of work and do a lot of things without you sitting there and painstakingly being like, say this, say that, do this, do that. So this is where I'm going to leave us at the end of part 2 of this n8n masterclass. And while it might not seem like we did a whole lot, I mean, we just added a couple tools and connected our Google account. I hope you understand how foundational this idea of tools and system messages really is, because that is what everything is going to be based off going forward, right? Understanding how to make the AI agent do things and do them well and do it consistently is all about this tool and system message relationship. And you just saw one of the most basic examples of it. But in future lessons, we're going to add more and more tools, more and more complexity, and we're going to start doing agents talking to agents, right? Main agent, sub agent, some sort of orchestration system. That is something you can build upon really, really well and create something extremely sophisticated and robust. So, as always, I hope that was educational. Let me know what you thought in the comments. Go ahead, check out my Skool community. There's a link to that down in the description as well. And I will see you soon in part 3. Hey everyone, welcome to part 3 of my n8n Masterclass series, where I take you from someone who has no clue what's going on in this low-code AI space and turn you into somebody who can actually make AI agents, speak intelligently about them, and even sell them. So if this is your first time jumping into the series, I suggest checking out parts 1 and 2 because each video builds upon the other, and we start at a very foundational level. So if you have no real technical background, you're not really sure what's going on inside of n8n, just start at the beginning. But if you're a little more advanced and you want to hop in right away, go ahead, because today what we are going to be learning about is HTTP requests. And HTTP requests are probably the most important module that you need to wrap your head around, because HTTP requests and really API calls in general are one of the most foundational tools that you really need to internalize how they work and how to apply them if you want to create robust AI agents. So let's start with diving into APIs. Now, what are APIs? Well, it stands for Application Programming Interface, and it's just a fancy way for saying this is how two programs talk to one another. So let's imagine we have two programs. Let's say we have n8n on the left and OpenAI on the right. So I'm inside n8n and I want to use OpenAI's GPT-4 to do something for me. Well, how do we do that? Well, we do it with an API call. So I send a message to OpenAI, and included in that message is my API key, which is essentially like a password saying, hey, this is who I am. This is verification of what I want, that I have billing. Please do the task for me. That is an API call. OpenAI gets your request, it verifies your key, and then it sends you that information back. That is an API in action. And anytime you are having a third-party program do something via an API, that's called an API call. Right? So that's an API call. We're calling on them. That's all that means. You're trying to contact some sort of third-party program to do something on your behalf. And the way you send that data is via an API call. And as I said before, we did that here in OpenAI. And these things we did last time in part 2, where we uploaded files to a Google Drive and where we sent a draft, that was also an API call. And the nice thing is these are actually set up very intuitively for us, right? I go inside here. I don't have to write any code. I have these boxes that I just do dropdowns for, right? My resources, my operation, the email type, the subject, right? It's very, very intuitive of what information I put where. But if you were coding this, it would actually be an entire code block instead. And when I hit plus on the toolbox, you can see over here on the right, and I'll move my thing over, we have so many different third-party tools we can connect to. And when we use them, those are all using API calls as well. Now, some of them, like Wikipedia, don't even require an API key. They'll just let you freely use their resources. But most of these have a corresponding API key, like we saw with OpenAI. And luckily, most of them don't require such a laborious setup process with their credentials, like Google did in part 2. And while there is a ton of tools here, the question you should be asking yourself now as well, what if those tool doesn't exist inside of n8n? Because you just saw, I don't know, 100 tools, 200 tools, but there's millions of programs on the web that you probably want access to and probably want their data. How do you send an API request to them if their tool doesn't exist? Great question. And the answer is an HTTP request tool. Now, backing out for a second. Like we saw here, these are all like customized, right? The Google draft, right? You got the operation, the email type, the options, the actual message, right? Very, very easy to use. Each of these modules inside of n8n has their own special tool, like Gmail, like OpenAI. Think of that as like a custom letterhead or a custom form that Google has given us. It has given n8n that says, hey, every time you want to talk to me, fill out this exact form in this way. This is the Google form, right? Super easy. And to contrast that, the HTTP request is essentially like a boilerplate generic form that we are going to send to any third party that we want to make an API call to that already doesn't have a special node inside of n8n. And because of that, understanding how HTTP requests work is extremely important because in the grand scheme of things, most APIs will not be found inside of n8n, right? A lot of the really popular ones are like Google and all that stuff, but there's going to be a ton that aren't, and you need to understand how to navigate HTTP requests. And that's what we're going to do today. And so to demo HTTP requests today, we are going to be going to tavily.com. Now, full disclosure, Tavily just recently got a node inside of n8n, but I think they're a really good place to practice HTTP requests for a couple reasons. One, they have really, really good documentation, so we can kind of demo what you should be looking for. They also have an API playground that I'll show you and explain what the heck that means. And lastly, Tavily is an amazing tool that we are going to use further on, so we might as well show you how to use it today. Oh, and their API is essentially free, which is also perfect. So I want you to go to tavily.com. You're going to sign up, again, totally free, and then log in. Okay, so here we are inside of Tavily. Now, again, Tavily is essentially like Google on AI steroids. It's my favorite tool for doing any sort of research, any sort of like basic web scraping. So we're really going to get familiar with this tool. Now, right up front, what you see here is kind of like just an API usage, right? You can see how much you're using every single month. They give you 1,000 credits for free. We'll go into a little more detail what credits actually mean later. And you also have your API key right here, which they make super easy to get to. You just click it and it's copied. Now, what do we care about? Well, anytime you go to some sort of third-party website that you need to use and you need an API key and it doesn't exist inside of n8n, the first place you're going to go is the documentation, which you can find over on the left. And then you're usually going to see stuff like this, quick start, API references. So oftentimes what we want to do is we want to find the quick start or the API reference. So if we go to quick start, so first things first, understand who documentation is for. It's primarily for a technical / software developer crowd, right? So right away, you're going to see stuff like pip install tavily-python. You're like, I have no idea what that is. It's okay. Let me tell you what you often need to be looking for. What you're often looking for is something like this, a curl, right? And the curl is usually going to have a few things associated with it. It's usually going to have a post and then some sort of URL. And then you'll often see things like -h, -h, -d. These are headers. So -h is a header, content type, application JSON, very common. You also see this authorization, right? Bearer space, Tavily, your API key, and then the query. So right here, what you see is sort of the general outline of almost every single API request that you're going to make to, again, some sort of third-party program. One, the URL. If I jump back into n8n and I go to HTTP request, what do we see here? The URL. Also, what do we see here? We see post. What do we see here? Get. We want to change that to post. What does post mean? Post means I'm sending something to them, right? In this case, I'm going to send a request for them to do something on my behalf in this case, research something. So oftentimes when you're making an API call, the first one you're going to make is a post request, right? I need to send information to them. And then oftentimes, if you need to make another one, it'll be a get, as in a get request. I need to get my data. I need to download something. I need to get it. But if you're sending a request, it's almost always going to be post. And let me actually zoom in here so it's a little easier to see. So we have post, we have the URL. Great, we know we need that. We have headers, right? Oftentimes you will see this content type application JSON, and we see an authorization. You should always be looking for something that shows some sort of authorization, because remember, you always have to include your API key in this request so they know who you are. Do you have funds? Are you allowed to even do this? And then lastly, the query. And we'll go into this in more detail, but the query, this like -d, that's going to be what we're actually sending, right? That's the actual request with the data. Like, what do I want them to search for, right? What sort of task do I want them to do? These first three parts are essentially just like, hey, this is the address that you're sending your letter to. And all this stuff is like, hey, you know who I am. We can actually have this conversation. And then this is the actual body of the message. Again, you want to look for curl. You'll see here Python. We're not doing Python. We're not doing JavaScript. We're doing curl. And why do we want to do curl? Because let me show you something really cool. We're going to copy this. So you can just copy that. We're going to go back into our HTTP request and we're going to do import curl. We're going to paste that in there. Import. And look at that. It just filled out a bunch of stuff for us. It essentially just set up the HTTP request in the way Tavily wants the data to be given to it, right? It changed the method to post. It changed the URL to search. So that's where we're sending our request. It inputted this stuff for the headers, right? The authorization with the bearer, and then the JSON actual query. So let's actually go ahead and do this. So what we need to change is the API key, right? You'll see it put that there. Where do we get that? Go back inside Tavily, copy your API key. Don't worry, I'll delete mine after this. We're going to replace this part where it says Tavily and then paste it in there. So yours should look something like this: bear, space, and then the Tavily stuff. Next thing we want to change is the query, right? So this query, they just have one put in there, which is, who's messy, right? We don't want to do that. So we could put something in here every single time that says, tell me about AI agents, or better yet, we could put AI news. So if I put AI news, that means every time we ran this module, this HTTP request module, it would always do the same thing. It would send a request to Tavily to do a query, to do a search on AI news. That could be useful, but chances are I wanted to do some sort of different research every single time. So what are we going to do? Well, we're going to use our favorite let the model define this parameter, which means that value is going to change based on what we tell our AI agent, right? So if I tell it, hey, search AI news, or B, tell me what's going on with the weather right now, right? It's going to send that value and it's going to fill it out automatically here. So we don't have to code anything. And last thing we're going to do is we're going to change the name. We're going to change this to Tavily search. You can do that and back out. And just like that, you did your first HTTP request module. Now, what is one more thing we need to do? Well, remember system messages, right? Remember the system message? We come in here. What do we want to do now? Well, we probably want to add the fact that we just added a new tool. So we're just going to do for Tavily tool. We'll keep it really simple. Use this tool to conduct any sort of internet research, right? And I also might think, hey, do I really need the Wikipedia one anymore? No, I'm probably going to delete that. We'll come back here. I'm going to delete my Wikipedia tool. Sorry. I'm going to save this. And so let's test this out. Let's go into our chat and let's say, can you research the latest AI news for today for me and bring back some headlines? So we should see it hit the Tavily search tool. And again, we saw it hit the OpenAI chat model. What's it doing here? It's sending an API. It's doing an API call. Same thing here for Tavily. And sweet, if we bring this up, we can see, hey, it gave us some headlines for the latest AI news in June 2024, blah, 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 blah. Now it did it in June. I probably want it for today, and I'll show you how we change things like that here in a second. But the HTTP request worked. Love it. And again, we can click inside of here and see what actually went on. We can see the query it did, latest AI news, June 2024, right? So that's the query it ended up putting here. It ended up doing latest AI news, June 2024. We could have actually changed that. And actually, real quick, what we're going to do, I want you to go inside of AI agent, go to system message. We're going to say today's date time is, and then we're going to do curly bracket, and you're going to do now. So curly bracket, and then it's going to be $, and then now. All that did is we just gave our AI agent the actual date and time. So when I ask for recent AI news, next time it's probably not going to do June. But that was just to show you, latest AI news, how it filled out the value, which is cool. But the Tavily tool can do a lot more than just do a query, right? If we go into the documentation and we go back and we go to API reference, what you'll see here over on the right is you start to see all sorts of things, especially as we scroll down, like all these little things that they put in the body, right? And the body is this here, these body parameters, the query, that's what the body is. And if we go inside the documentation, you can see while we filled out the query, right? You see query here, there's actually a ton of parameters we could have put in there, right? We could have included the topic, search depth, chunks per source, max results, time range, days, include answer, raw content, domains, country. You can see how detailed we could have made this, right? We can put way more than query. We can put all sorts of things. And again, how do I know what that's supposed to look like? How do I know if those are even available to me? You're going to find that in the documentation, right? And if this ever gets confusing, what you should do is you should just copy this whole page, dump it into something like ChatGPT and say, hey, I'm trying to do this specific request with Tavily. This is what I want it to look like. How would I actually execute that? One last thing on that note, if we go into Tavily, and we see over here on the left, the API playground, what you have here is you have the ability to essentially test all those different fields. Remember, we just did query, and I just showed you inside the documentation, there's actually a ton of different stuff you can put in there, like search topic, search depth, max results, include answer, raw content, blah, 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 blah. But you'll often see this term API playground used in tons of different programs. All it means is it's a place where you can test out different settings for your API requests. So if I were to do news, and I did my search depth to advanced, and I changed the max results, and I changed the time range, I could ask something again like latest AI news, send the request, and then I could compare it to what I just got. And in terms of changing those parameters, again, these tend to change from, third party to third party app. But again, just take the documentation, go into ChatGPT and ask, what should that look like? In Tabli's case, it's pretty simple, right? I would just go to add parameter. And we know one of the parameters is, say, let's do time range, right? So I could do, let's do another one. Let's do include answer. So I'd come inside here and then I would just write what it did, include answer, right? And then the value, I go back to the docs, what sort of values can I put? Well, it looks like I can either do true or false. So I'll go inside here, I'll say true. And now let's do that same request again and see if we get a different sort of result. So can you research the latest AI news for today? So it did June 14th instead of July 14th. So we still have some work to do with getting the date exactly how we want it, but the answer is a little bit different. And again, you can just continue to play with these sorts of settings until you get what you want. And so that's where we are going to end part 3. Again, we didn't do a ton of stuff with our AI agent today, but I just really, really want to stress how important it is to understand how HTTP requests work, because this is by far the most powerful module inside of n8n, bar none. The whole point of AI agents is to be able to do things on your behalf and interact with third-party programs and third-party apps. And I guarantee you, for your particular use case, you're going to run into scenarios where whatever's in here, in the default n8n list is not going to cut it. And you need to figure out what you need to do. And what you're going to do is you're going to find the website you're at, like say Tavily. You're going to look for documentation and you're going to begin your search for that curl request. And then once you get that kind of up and running, you're then going to dive deeper into the documentation and with the help of AI, figure out what sort of settings you can tune and fix so you get the outputs you want. So after all that, I hope it's a little more clear what APIs are, what HTTP requests are, and how you're able to integrate them into your AI agents. Now in part 4, we are going to dive into connecting AI agents to AI agents and essentially use this guy we've been working on as an orchestration agent that's able to control other AI agents underneath it. As always, let me know what you thought of this video down below. If you ran into any issues, if you have any suggestions for what you want to see in the next few videos. And as always, I'll see you around. Hey everyone, and welcome to part 4 of my Masterclass series where I take you from someone who has no idea what n8n or any sort of low-code tools are and turn you into somebody who can actually speak somewhat intelligently about AI agents and maybe even learn how to sell a few of them. So in the first 3 parts, what did we do? Well, we did everything from getting started on n8n, signing up, talking about self-hosting, to deep diving into things like system messages, APIs, HTTP requests, and actually hooking up a bunch of credentials and creating what you see here, a very basic AI agent. Now in part 4, we're going to continue building upon this, and we're finally going to dive into sub-agents and actually do a little content creation. Now, what is sub-agents? Well, that means we're going to create a second AI agent that actually acts as a tool for our main AI agent, right? And this is going to help you see how you can use agents on top of agents on top of agents and get some really sophisticated AI agent ecosystems created. And that sub-agent we're going to create today is going to be a content creation AI agent, AI workflow. And I think it's really useful because content creation is something people are always asking for. When it comes to the AI workflows that I actually sell my own AI agency, the big 3 are like RAG AI agents, lead generation, and content creation. So if this is a space that you ever want to like start selling and making money in, you need to understand how to create AI systems that can create content that sounds good. And so we're going to dive into that today. As always, I suggest you do the first 3 parts before you start here, since all these lessons kind of build upon one another. But if you're a little more advanced, I'm sure you can keep up and kind of figure out what's going on along the way. So let's talk about sub agents. Now, there's a couple ways we can go about this, right? So imagine that we have this second agent, and we call this guy content creation. Content creation. Now, there's 2 ways you can approach sub agents. You can either have them in the same canvas like I do here. That is the worst way to do it, but it is possible. The second way to do it would be if I come over here to the left, I click on personal, I can create another workflow. So create a new workflow. I copy that guy in there, and we can set it up. So this workflow, which I will name content sub-agent, we can set it up so this workflow and this workflow actually talk to one another, right? We can have it so we chat with this agent up here, and it just sends stuff to this guy. We never even look at it, and it does everything we need to do, and they talk back and forth to one another. Now, why do I say this is the worst way to do it? Because we could have the sub-agent sit here inside the same canvas, and they could talk to one another that way as well. But one of the best things about n8n is how modular it is, right? So imagine that this was our content sub-agent, right? It's doing content for us, all sorts of things. Well, what if I wanted it to hook it up to like another orchestration agent? I didn't want that content agent just to talk with this guy. I want him to talk with a bunch of different other agents. Well, if I have it in its own workflow, I can kind of attach it to as many different agents as I want, right? It becomes very plug and play. I can use it for my own stuff. I can use it as a blueprint for, client work, right? So my suggestion is whenever you have the chance to break up these workflows into separate structures and different workflows and have them talk to them that way, do it, right? It's not going to look as cool, right? All the ones you see on social media have like, and I do this too sometimes, have like 30 of these and it looks crazy. You're like, wow, this must be a super cool AI agent. The sad truth is it actually is worse and it doesn't actually perform as well. What you want is you want it to be modular because it becomes much more flexible and it's also easier to troubleshoot. So I'm going to show you the right way to do it. So we're going to get rid of all these guys. And what we'll probably do is we'll probably create it just like this. So we have it all on one page, and then we'll just copy and paste it over just so it's easier for me to teach you what's going on and how they interact. But just wanted to get that out of the way so you understand what the best practices are when it comes to creating sub-agents and keeping things modular and flexible. So let's do that. Let's create a little sub-agent here. So I'm going to delete this guy. Now I'm going to search for AI agent, right? Which is just agents all the way down. Now, first question should be, what is the trigger going to be for this guy? How are these 2 guys going to talk? Because we have the chat message here, but we can't have a chat message here. We never actually want to talk to this guy explicitly. We want to talk to our orchestration agent. We're going to call this guy the orchestrator, right? We want our orchestrator to talk with our content sub-agent. How does that happen? Well, it's going to happen by a different trigger, and it's going to be when executed by another workflow, when called on by another workflow. So right down here on the right, when executed by another workflow, we're going to click on that, and we connect these guys. So this means this trigger will start this AI agent working when it's executed by another workflow. And so how that works is now we have to add another tool here, and you're going to use the call n8n workflow tool, right? And then this is where you would describe the tool, and then I'll show you later how you actually connect it. But that's how the connection works. The main orchestrator agent will have a call n8n workflow tool, and when that tool is used, it hits this guy when executed by another workflow, and that's how they talk to one another. Okay? Easy. So we have one executed by another workflow. It's the same thing as before. We're going to need some sort of chat model, right? So we're just going to keep it basic. We're going to stick with OpenAI 4.1 mini. Can never go wrong with that. Memory. Do we need memory for our sub agents, right? If we have some sort of AI agents that are acting as these tools for other agents, do we need memory? Not really. You usually don't, because like I said, you're never really talking to this guy one-on-one. I don't need it to remember any sort of conversation. I just need it to do things. So oftentimes you can just skip memory entirely and just worry about a chat model and then the actual tools it's going to use. And on that note, let's talk about the tools. What kind of content? What do we want this content agent to do? Well, let's imagine we wanted to create some sort of like blog post, something either on your website, or maybe you have some sort of email newsletter, or maybe you're trying to post things on LinkedIn. So there's a couple things we're going to want, right? We want some way to write the actual article. We probably want some way to research information about the article, right? So we need research, we need something to actually write it. And then we also probably want some sort of like image creation. That might be something we want to think about. We'll start it simple. We'll just have it actually write stuff and research stuff for us. And then we'll show it actually talking to one another. So we are going to want some sort of way to research things for our content. And luckily, guess what we did last time? We already created a node for doing research. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to take this tool away. I don't need my orchestrator to do this research. We're going to bring it down here, and we're going to use this as part of our sub agent. So Tavly is what is going to be doing the research for us. We're going to give it some sort of niche, and it's going to do all the research. So we can research a topic. How do we want it to actually write? Well, let's say we want it to do those goofy LinkedIn style posts. Everyone knows what those look like, right? So to do that, we're going to go to Gemini, go to whatever AI of your choice they need, and you're just going to say, hey, you're going to say that you need a system message for a content creation AI agent. It has access to a Tavly tool to research, topics that you want to write about, and you want all the writing done in LinkedIn style. Okay, so I hopped inside of Gemini and said, I need help writing a system message for my n8n AI agent. I need a system message for a content creation AI agent. Its purpose is to research topics I give it. It has access to the Tavly tool to conduct research and then write a LinkedIn style post based on that research. And so here's what it spit out for me. I always rely on AI, honestly, to write my system messages for the most part. Even if I go in and end up editing them, it gives me a good place to start. So it wrote me all this stuff. You're a world-class senior content strategist and LinkedIn expert. Structure and tone, content, engagement, right? Workflow summary, receive topic, utilize Tavly, synthesize, draft, present. Perfect. So I'm just going to copy this. And again, you give it whatever prompt you want. We're going to copy this guy. Go back in here. We're going to go to system message, expression. We'll open this up so you can see it better. And we put it in there. So now it knows I want really goofy LinkedIn style posts, and I want you to research all the topics via Tavly. So it has the tool, it has the instructions, but if I told it to do it, nothing's going to happen, right? Because if I come in here, notice what we have here, source for prompt user message. So it says connected chat trigger node. Obviously, this doesn't have a connected chat trigger node. So we have to do define below, but what do I put here? There's nothing here at all. I don't know what to do. Well, what we're going to do is we're actually going to back out. And this is a good time to talk about pinning data, because it's a very important thing that you really need to get the habit and really get into the habit of when you're creating these workflows. So what do I mean by that? So we're going to click into here when executed by another workflow. And what I want to do is I want to test this out to make sure it's working, but I just want to test, right, this little sub agent. I don't want to test the whole thing. I don't want to talk with the orchestrator. I just want to make sure this little sub agent is working. How do I do that? So first of all, when executed by another workflow, the input data, we're just going to have it accept all data. That just means everything coming from the main agent up top is going to flow into this bottom agent. And then I want you to click this little pencil on the right, edit the output. So this is where you're able to put in essentially fake data for testing. So I'm going to delete this first part. I'm going to delete this as well. And so it should just say name, first item. So we're going to change this to query. And here we're just going to put a pretend topic we want it to write about. So we're going to put AI agents in the workplace. Then we're going to put save. Now, if I back out, you'll see this little pin button. It's outlined in purple. That means whenever I run this AI agent down here for testing purposes, it's always going to use that data. It's going to pretend like I told the main agent, hey, I want you to write a topic about AI agents in the workplace. This is very, very useful when you get very long, complicated workflows and you don't want to constantly run it every single time you test, right? Because imagine if, well, it actually would. Imagine if it cost a lot of money for me to send this request down here, right? I wouldn't want to do that all the time. So I just pin the data where I need to test it. Now, back into here, prompt, define below. Remember, the prompt is what we're actually going to have it act on. The system message is the internal instructions, but what's the actual specific instructions for this instance that it needs to act on? Well, it's going to be this query, right? AI agents in the workplace. So we need to map this data here. So we're going to pull this in here. It's going to automatically switch it to expression. And now the prompt is AI agents in the workplace. So this AI agent will now say, hey, my internal instructions are to be a LinkedIn content, engineer, whatever you want to call it. And my job for today is to create something on AI agents in the workplace. And if I were to give it a different request, this is where it would fill in, right? So this idea of always mapping the correct thing to the prompt, to the user message, is very, very important. And it's something you're going to see us doing over and over and over again. So really try to internalize what we just did. So now that we have that, now let's actually test it. So we're just going to hit execute step up here. And we'll be able to see what sort of output it gave us. Right, so here's the output. AI agents are transforming the workplace. Are you ready? And you see it go into that standard LinkedIn cadence type post, complete with hashtag. So we now just created a little content subagent that writes LinkedIn posts for us. Yeah, here's the output again, does all the emojis. Very cool. When we look at the logs, we can also see, hey, it did the Tavily search. So it searched for AI agents in the workplace, blah, 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 blah. And we can see all the different articles it hit and what was actually inside those articles. So now let's test it out from the top with the orchestrator because we know that it works with our fake data, right? So we're going to go inside here. We're going to unpin this. So I'm just going to unpin that data on the right. And then we want to connect it. So I'm going to go into call n8n workflow. Drag this over here. What do we do? What do we want to call this? Content creation tool. Call this tool to create LinkedIn posts. We are going to just call this our content tool. Now, where's the source going to be? Or where's the workflow? So there's a couple ways to do it. From the list, right? Remember we made that other workflow over here. We called it content subagent. That's where we would put it. But this one right now is inside the same canvas. So how do we do that? Well, we're just going to do by ID. And then I'm going to come up top here and you see this part of the URL. So it goes /workflow/ then all these numbers and letters. That's the workflow ID. So if you ever do something by ID, that's where you find it. So we're going to copy that, paste that in there. And now it should be good to go. One last thing, go inside the orchestrator, right? And we need to edit the system prompt. Anytime you add a new tool, go to the system prompt and edit it. So we got rid of our Tavily tool. So we're going to call this content tool. And we'll say, use this tool to conduct any sort of content creation, including LinkedIn posts. So that should be good, right? So let's save this guy. And now what we're going to do is we're going to open the chat message and we're going to test it out. So see what happens. Tell it to write some sort of article for you. So I need you to write a LinkedIn article on AI agents and aviation. So let's see if it does it correctly. Hits the chat model. Oop, add some sort of error with the content tool. So what happened here? So it's saying the workflow doesn't exist. So we must have done something wrong when it came to the workflow ID. So I'm going to stop this. Left some good troubleshooting. Workflow by ID. Did I do it wrong? Okay, so here's how we solve that problem. We're just going to go to the content tool. And instead of doing it by ID, we're just going to do it from the list. And you're just going to pick the one that it's currently in. So we're currently inside the demo workflow. And so just do from list, demo. You're then going to save it. And now let's open chat and run it. So write me a LinkedIn article about AI agents and aviation. All right, hits simple memory, hits the content tool, perfect. And now it's going to work. Now you will notice that while we see all these things running, you're not going to see anything from the sub workflows. It's not going to show any like visualization. To see it, to see what's actually happening, you either have to go into the logs, like right here, see how I can click on content tool. and see the query in the output, or we go into executions up here and we can dive in there as well. And I'll show that here in a second. So gave us our little LinkedIn article, blah, 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 blah. Awesome. Now, I want to see a little bit more about what happened with the content sub agent. So if I click on this guy and I go into logs, right, we can see the content tool. Like I said, here's the query. This is the query that was sent from our orchestrator agent down to our content agent. It said, write a LinkedIn article about the role and impact of AI agents in the aviation industry, highlighting their applications, benefits, and future potential. Remember, I didn't write that. I just wrote like a article with planes and agents, and it gave it a much, more sophisticated prompt, which eventually gave us this output. But what if I want to see exactly what went on in that sub agent? Well, you're going to do this. You're going to see something that says view sub execution 17. So we're going to click that. I'll say some other number for you. Click that. And then this will automatically take us to the executions page that shows us the sub agent. Remember how before we couldn't see any like visualization of like what was working? Now inside the executions tab, we can, which is always important to check when things go wrong. In this case, it went right. So let's kind of go through it module by module so you can understand what happened. So we click here. As you saw before, this was the query that was actually sent down. Remember how before we had put a fake query, when we pinned the data? Well, this was the real one. If I go inside here, we can go to the logs of this agent itself, and we can see the Tavily search it did. So the Tavily search was role and impact of AI agents in the aviation industry. We can see where it grabbed the information from. We can even see this kind of scores. And then we see the final output. Now, that's great and all, but I want it to do a little bit more than that. I don't want just the article itself. I want the article to go somewhere. I don't want to have to sit here and chat and deal with that. So let's take it a step further and tell it, hey, we want a LinkedIn article. And then I want it to email the article to me. So let's do that. So I'm going to say, write me a LinkedIn article about AI agents and social media and send it to me in a draft and send it to me in a drafted email. So remember, I just have the created drafts. You may have to give it the specific email. You remember in part 1, part 2, we did the whole database with context thing. We'll flesh that out eventually, but right now, this is what I want you to send. So what we're looking for is we want it to hit the content tool, execute everything for creating content, and then actually send it to us in a draft, right? So we're doing kind of multi-agent, multi-steps now. So execute that workflow. Oh, whoops. Send the chat. So boom, hits the model, memory. We should hit it. We should see, yep, content tool. What I don't like is it created a draft right away. So we'll see what this looks like when we finish. That would be kind of a system prompt thing we need to play with. So maybe it will do a second one. We'll see. All right, so it says it created the article and that it drafted an email addressed to me with the article ready for review. Well, I don't believe you. So let's take a look. So it lied to us. It said, please find the attached draft of the LinkedIn article and their impact, review at your convenience, but it didn't attach anything. So what went wrong there? Well, we kind of saw it in action, right? It's hit the draft tool before it's actually done with the content. So how could we fix that? Well, that would be another situation where we go into the system prompt and we just make sure that we spell out how we want these steps to go, right? Because this is what you're going to notice a lot with your AI agents. You give it a lot of tools. It's going to use the tools, but it doesn't always use them in exactly the right order. Now, there's a few ways to do that. One is to be more explicit in the system prompt like we're about to do here. The second one is you use a more powerful model, right? We're using 4.1 mini. It's not as smart as 4.1 or as smart as like Claude or even Gemini. So those are kind of your two paths you can go down when it's time to like get things working and you think they should and they're not. But usually the answer is just fix the system prompt. All right, so what did I write? So I said, whenever I have you create content using the content tool, I want that content included in a drafted email to me. That email draft should contain all the contents of the article created. That draft should not be created until the content tool has completed writing the article. Easy. So it's a little ham-fisted way of doing it. And some of you might also be asking yourself, why do we even have an AI agent doing this as a sub agent? Couldn't we have this just be an automation where it gets the query, writes the article, and automatically sends it? You would be correct, but then I couldn't demo how to do content sub agents now, could I? So we have attempted to fix our prompt. So what we're going to do now is we're going to open the chat window again. I'm going to save it, open the chat window, and I'm actually going to go back to the last one I said. If you come here inside the chat window, you'll see something that says repost message. It's a little like circle arrow. If you click that, it's just going to run the same thing again. So let's do that and see if it actually works this time. Okay, so there we go. It says it created a draft email with the post. So let's take a look and see if it actually worked this time. All right, so here's the recent draft, and this time it actually has the whole thing ready to go. Love it, right? So it actually worked this time with a little bit more of a refined system prompt. And again, the system prompt should always be the first place you look when tools just aren't going the way you want. So, love that. Now, what did I talk about before at the beginning? I said how this is the worst way to set up your subagents. So let's actually go ahead and fix that. So what we're going to do, we're just going to copy this. We're then going to go to that content subagent workflow we made before, delete this guy, paste this guy in here, and now this guy lives in his own little workflow, which we love. Now, the only thing we have to change is we have to go back to this guy. We're going to delete him. We're going to go to the content tool, and remember, now it's going to be not in demo, but it's going to be in content subagent, same as before. I'm going to save this, save both of these, and just so we feel good about everything, we're going to run this one more time so you can see how it can actually talk across workflows. So open chat, write me an article about AI agents. Just write me an article about AI agents. We're not getting fancy anymore. So boom, chat model, content tool. I didn't tell it to write a draft for me, but the draft was explicitly said in the email. So I didn't tell it to write a draft for me, but if you remember in the system message, I say, hey, every single time, send that draft. So let's see if it actually does that too. And as this is working, we can actually go over to the content subagent, hit executions, and we can see over here on the left, hey, it actually worked, right? Boom, it got the data, and we can actually click in here and see everything it did. So, hey, these two things are talking to one another. It's that easy. All right, says it was drafted, moment of truth, and boom, here's the draft. Awesome. So what have we done so far? We've now created sub-agents. We have agents talking to each other from workflow to workflow, and we actually have it doing multiple tools at every level of the process, which is pretty neat. And what else did we talk about today? We talked about how you need to edit system messages when things just aren't going your way. And we also talked about how we pin data, how we do fake data, and what we need to do when we have to map things into the user request. And so this is where I'm going to leave you at the end of part 4. Now, I hope you are starting to see all the potential there is to have AI agents talking to one another across workflows, right? I have videos about personal assistant AI agents, and it should be very easy for you to imagine how instead of just having, create a draft email with this guy, we instead had an entire like Gmail suite tool that would call another sub agent that had like draft the email, send an email, delete an email, right? Same thing for calendars, right? Schedule an event, look for an event, blah, 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 blah. You could have a ton of different sub-agent tools that all have access to a ton of different tools themselves, right? That's where there's a ton of power in these AI agents. But we're starting off very small and very simple so you can understand the foundational basics and we don't just drown in like the very like minutia and the details of the tools themselves. But don't worry, we are going to start diving into a little bit more complex stuff soon in parts 5, 6, 7, and 8, right? We're going to look at stuff like RAG. We're going to look at stuff like voice agents. And we're even going to start looking at like, how can we build really cool user interfaces and dashboards using stuff like Lovable to like connect this all together and actually make it look like a cohesive SaaS product. So really excited for that. We still just got to keep punching through some of the foundational stuff and like really get that base, right? Because it's very tempting to just like get ahead of ourselves and start doing the complex stuff first. But these foundational things, system messages, APIs, like how data talks to one another and how it moves through the workflows, that's really the hardest part of all this. So if you're at this place and you feel like you have a good grasp of that, you're in a really, really good spot. So let me know what you think of these. Stay tuned for part 5 and I'll see you guys around. Hey everybody, and welcome to part 5 of my n8n Masterclass, where we take you from someone who has no idea what's going on inside of n8n and turn you into somebody who can actually make sophisticated AI agents and even sell them. Now, if you remember in part 4, we dove into sub agents, right? We built our own content agent in an entirely different workflow and had these two AI agents talk to one another. Well, in part 5, we're going to be stepping up our game a little bit and going into RAG, Retrieval Augmented Generation. And I'm really excited about this one because I think RAG is one of the most important tools that you need to wrap your head around if you really want to build robust AI agents. As someone who actually builds and sells AI agents for a living, RAG agents are the most popular AI workflow that I sell, and I would argue it actually brings people the most value. So here's the most recent RAG agent that I sold to a client. I actually gave it to him last week, ended up selling it for $5,000. And you can check out one of my previous videos for a full deep dive of how this works and how to set it up yourself. And obviously, I even give away the template for free. But I wanted to show this so we can kind of talk about what RAG actually is and what we need to do to create it. Because we're just going to create a very simple version for today, right? Like we're all about the basics, all about the fundamentals in this video series. And we need to understand how it works at a very base level before we can upgrade and start doing some varsity stuff like this. So first things first, what is RAG? Retrieval Augmented Generation. Now, when you talk to ChatGPT, what information is it using to answer your questions? Well, it's relying on its training data, right? It's been trained on millions and millions and millions and millions, trillions of parameters to answer your questions. But what if I wanted to answer questions that are specific about me or my team or the project I'm working on? What would you do? Well, you would go ahead and you would dump some files into it, right? Like you would put in an Excel file, you would put in a PDF, you would give it documents for it to answer questions about. That is essentially a very simplistic version of RAG. So RAG means it's going to retrieve a document from some sort of database. It's going to augment its answer based on the documentation, and then it's going to generate an answer for you. RAG. Now, in this one you're looking at, the database it goes to is living inside a Supabase. And the type of database that's being used is a vector database. Now, I'm not going to go super in deep into vector databases and all the math behind it and high dimensional stuff. Just think of it as a special database that AIs and large language models love because it's easy for them to grab information from there. That's all you really need to understand. Now, the other part you need to understand is how do we get documents from wherever they are, whether it's a Google Drive or on your computer, into a vector database that the large language model that our AI agent can actually use? Well, you need some sort of ingestion system. And that's what you see going on here in the red. Now, the long story short of this is we start inside of a Google Drive. These documents then get tagged. They get a bunch of metadata sent to them. We extract the text, and then it's put into our vector database. Now, one thing of note when going inside a vector database, the way it works is imagine I had a 100-page PDF. When it goes into the database, it doesn't sit there as a 100-page document, right? That'd be a lot of text for it to constantly go through to find the answer. Instead, what happens is it gets chunked, and you kind of can see that here at the bottom with the character text splitter. Basically, every 500, 750, 1,000 characters, that document gets chunked up into little bite-sized pieces that then all go into the vector database. And because it's in small pieces, it's easier and it's quicker for the AI to be able to find the text we need to answer our question. So it's a speed thing. So that is something you need to know because it does have its pros and cons, right? On one hand, we get speed, but sometimes it gives us a loss of accuracy, right? You can start thinking about, well, how is it going to know the right answer if I shove a giant Excel file into there that's thousands of rows and hundreds of columns? Like if it's chunked up, how does it actually have context for everything? Great question. And you are just starting to get into the deep waters that is RAG and some of the intricacies with it. But for today, we're just going to stick with the basics, which is just like Google Docs and PDFs and putting information into a database and then having AI retrieve it, right? Once you get your hands on that, then you can start trying to do some high level stuff with like large Excel files and putting in SQL, right? It goes kind of deep. But I say all that just to let you understand what's kind of going on under the hood, right? We're going to have some documents that we want our AI to know about. We need to put them into a database. And so we need some sort of ingestion system. Once the documents are inside the database, then we just need to add some sort of tool to call on it. And that's what you see here in the Supabase vector store, right? It's now going to be, we now just give it a tool that says, hey, go call on that database whenever I ask you a question about X, Y, or Z, right? And that's what it's going to do. And then we might even go into some re-ranker stuff as well. We probably will. We'll see how we're doing on time. But that's what we're going to be doing in a nutshell. We're going to be building an ingestion system for RAG, and then we're actually going to have our AI agent call on that RAG to answer questions. And this is super important, right? It should be kind of obvious as to why you should care about this, right? You can now essentially take ChatGPT, you can take your AI agent, you can plug it into your business, into your project, into your life, And it's going to be able to do things that aren't just limited to its training data, right? It's going to know about your documents, going to know about your project, and going to actually act as a member of your team and drive a ton of value that way. And if you're someone who wants to sell these sorts of things, almost everybody wants some sort of RAG element inside of their AI agent, right? So you really need to like understand how this works and know how to implement it. And that's what we're going to do today. Okay, so here we are with our orchestrator, and we are going to be adding a RAG system to it, both the ingestion and the ability to actually answer questions based on the documents inside. Now, there's two big third-party applications that you will see people use for RAG in the context of n8n. It's going to be Supabase and Pinecone. The last example you saw Supabase, and today's we're going to do Pinecone because I think it's a little more beginner-friendly and easier to understand, but the fundamentals between the two of them remain the same. And for the ingestion system, we are going to be using Google Drive. So we are going to be putting files into a special RAG folder inside of Google Drive, which is going to go into our Pinecone database, which our AI agent will then be able to query. So that's what we're going to do today. So first things first, we are going to go to Pinecone and create an account. So you're going to go to pinecone.io. You are going to sign up. Go ahead, continue with Google or whatever you want. And you should see a page that looks like this. If you don't see it, go to the left, go to databases and go to indexes. And so we are going to create an index. So create index, call it whatever you want. I'm just going to call mine, we'll call mine part 5. For the configuration, you know, we have all these different configurations. What you're going to do is you're going to do text embedding 3 small. Just click that. We're going to scroll down. You can keep it serverless. AWS is fine. For region, we'll just stick with US East 2. And then we're just going to create our index. And yeah, you should be on the starter plan, which is just the free trial or the free tier. Hit create. And just like that, we've created the bones of our vector database inside of Pinecone. Now we're going to have to actually connect it inside of n8n. So I want you to go to the left where it says API keys. Click on that. We're going to create a new API key. I'll call mine part 5. I'll call mine part 5 demo, create our key, copy it, and let's go back inside of n8n. So we're going to go ahead and just add the tool right now so we can connect our account. Search for Pinecone. You'll see Pinecone Vector Store. Select credential, create new credential, pop that key in there, hit save. We're now connected to Pinecone. Easy. Now, we'll come back here a little bit later, so you don't need to worry about this yet, but we have our account set up, which is nice. Okay, next we're going to do the ingestion system so we can actually get documents from Google Drive into Pinecone. So how are we going to do that? Well, let's search for Google Drive. And what we are going to want is we're going to want a trigger. So on the bottom left, we're going to do on changes involving a specific folder, because we're going to create a folder inside of Google Drive. That's going to be our little RAG folder. So now that we have this up, let's go inside of Google Drive. And once you're inside Google Drive, we are going to go to new on the top left. We're going to do new folder. I'm going to call mine part 5 demo. I'm going to create this. So this part 5 demo is the folder that we are going to dump all of our RAG documentation in. So we're not going to put it in yet. I'll kind of tell you why in a second, but we just wanted this to be created. So next, let's go back into n8n, a lot of back and forth today. And we just want to select that folder. So folder from list, call mine demo and part 5 demo. And what we want to watch for, we want to watch when a file is created inside of the folder, right? That's what we want. Okay, once you create your Google Drive trigger, what you're going to do is we're going to hop into our demo, our little demo folder we created for RAG. And then I want you to just put in one file at first. I don't want you to put in more than one. We're just going to drag in one, right? And once you do that, hop back into n8n, click into the trigger, and hit fetch test event. And you'll see it grab that one file we put in there. I want you to pin this data, so come up to the right, you're going to pin that. And that way we can use this for the rest of our ingestion workflow. So what happens is once the trigger occurs, we now need to download the file. So search for Google Drive, and you're going to go to download a file. Once inside here, the file you're going to download is going to be by ID, and the ID is going to be here on the left. So as you scroll down, it's going to be underneath kind, and it's going to say ID. So I'll say kind ID, the name. So this ID, drag into there. So it should be json.id. We're then going to execute step. And you should see it populate over here on the right. You should see should be called data. You should see the file name, file extension, all this stuff. Cool. So now I've downloaded that file. Now you have to imagine when this is on active, it'll do it for all the things you do, right? Not just one item. It'll do it for 2, 3, 4, 5, as many documents as you put in there, but we're just testing it with one to start. Next up, we're going to add Pinecone Vector Store. And we're going to do add documents to vector store. So this is where we actually put it in to our vector database. So we're going to be inserting documents. Which one are we doing? We're going to do it from a list. So we're going to pick the one we created. So we're going to be inserting documents. The index is going to be the one we just created. So for me, it's called part 5. Embedding batch size, you can keep it at 200 for now. That's how many documents it can take in there max. We're just doing 1, so we're totally good. Then we're also going to do Pinecone namespace. So a namespace is, think of it as if the vector database is a house inside of Pinecone, right? The database is a house. The namespaces are different rooms. And each room, you can give them a special namespace. So you can have one for, in my example, will be meeting notes, because everything I'm putting in there today is going to be meeting notes. You could have it be called anything else you want. It just makes it a little bit easier for the AI to be able to like go through the maze that is the RAG system and the RAG database and find where your documents are. So if you ask it a question about meeting notes, it's gonna be like, oh, cool, let me go check the meeting notes namespace. So we're gonna call it meeting notes, and then we're gonna execute step. And we did not do an embedding subnode. Love that. So we're gonna come over here to the left one, embedding, click that. You're gonna go to embeddings OpenAI, and we're gonna do text embedding 3 small, which is the same setting we had when we created Pinecone. Okay, then we need to go to document loaders. We're going to do default data loader. And then for type of data, we're going to do binary. And then we're going to do load all input data, automatically detect the MIME type, and text splitting will keep it simple. Now let's go into Pinecone Vector Store. And so it should be Pinecone Index Part 5, insert documents, 200 meeting notes. Let's execute. Okay, looks like we got some sort of error here. You might have gotten the same thing where it says vector dimension 1536 does not match the dimension of 512. That's okay. There's an easy fix for that. I think Pinecone did a recent update because it used to, I think, automatically default to the same dimensions. All that means is we had a problem here in our embeddings. So we're going to go to embeddings, and we're going to go to dimensions, and we're going to switch this to 512. So that's all that's going to happen. We're just going to match this dimensions with what it's telling us is going on inside of Pinecone. If we go into Pinecone real quick, where's Pinecone? We see right here, see where it says dimensions, 512. We just have to make sure that matches with our embeddings, and it didn't match at that point. So that's okay, easy fix. Come back in here. Once you set that to 512, just go ahead and run it one more time. So there we go, it was successful. Now, if we go back inside of Pinecone, this is what we should see, right? We should see records. We should now see a namespace that says meeting notes, and we should see 2 hits, right? Because it divided our document, our PDF, into 2 different chunks, right? Remember how we talked about chunking before? So this is what you should see. If you don't see it right away, just give it a second to refresh the page. But we now have a document inside of our RAG system. So now let's go back to n8n. And what we have now is we've successfully set up our ingestion system. Once we set it to active, it's going to automatically grab everything. But now what we want to do is we want to set up the actual tool. So click into here. And now we're just going to say, give it a description, probably something to do with the notes you have. So description, grab meeting note data from Pinecone database. What index do we want? We want part 5. Next, we have limit, and that's you saying, well, how many snippets of data, how many chunks do you want it to grab every time we ask it a question, right? So obviously you don't want too little, but you also don't want too much. So we'll stick with 4 for now. That'll be good. For re-rank, we'll leave that blank for now. And for options, we can actually add the namespace. So I called mine meeting notes. So if you had some sort of AI agent that you only want it dealing with a specific namespace inside of your vector database, this is where you would put it. So right now we're just only working with meeting notes. So I'm just going to put meeting notes. Then for embedding, same one as before. So we're going to do not Lovable, we're going to do OpenAI. We're going to do text embedding 3 small, and then make sure those dimensions match, which for us is 512. So what I want you to do now is we just can save it. And let's just update our system prompt. Again, every time we add a new tool, we're going to add a new prompt. So we're going to say Pinecone vector store. Use this tool to query the Pinecone vector database to answer questions about meeting notes. So, ingestion system done, tool added, system prompt updated. Now what do? Now we test. Now, again, this has all been very, very basic. We've added one item. We gave it a very specific namespace. So we've really set ourselves up for success here. So what I want you to do is ask it a specific question about whatever document you gave it and see what sort of answer it gives you. Because remember, it's now looking at documents. It's not looking at its trading data or anything else. So we're going to open the chat and let me remember see which one I put in there. I put in Q1 product launch. What's even in this document? So let's ask, what's our Q1 marketing and sales strategy? Here, what is our Q1 marketing and sales strategy? And let's see if it works on the first attempt. Boom, orchestrator hits the model. Perfect. It hit the Pinecone vector store. So we know it went inside of that vector database and actually try to find some answers. So let's pull this up. Q1 marketing sales, Chloe Davis, KPI will be unit user acquisition cost, all this sorts of stuff, even goes into action items. Now, does that match? Yep, sure looks like it. So great. First try, it totally worked. You know, didn't run into any errors whatsoever. I'm sure you didn't either. So yeah, that's RAG in action. So let's try to like beef this up a little bit. Let's now run it with all the documents, right? We're going to put all the documents in there now. So come to this Google Drive trigger, get rid of this pin. I want you to save this. I want you to set it to active. So now that trigger is just waiting. It's waiting to see if we add any documents. So we're going to come inside here. I now want you to take your other documents that you have, whether that's 10 documents, whatever, and we're going to put it in here, right? Dump them all in at once. And now what should happen as these uploads occur, if we go inside our workflow, if we go to executions, we should see here on the left, there we go, right? It running. So it noticed, hey, it just added some stuff. So we're going to be able to see if it actually grabbed all the documents that we added. And how many documents did I add? I added 3 items. And what do we see down here? 3 added them. If we go into Pinecone, we have to wait a little bit for it to update. So let's refresh this guy. Pinecone can be a little slow sometimes. But here we go. See, we see a lot more has been added. Good. So what did we just prove? We just proved that our ingestion system is working as advertised, even when it's set to active. So anytime we throw something in there, it's going to do what it needs to do. Now, it worked just fine when we did one document, right? What happens if we add more documents like we just did and more documents? What if I had 1,000 documents in there? How accurate is it going to be? Depends, right? This is a very, very simple implementation of RAG. Right? When I showed you earlier this one, obviously you can see there's a lot going on in our ingestion system, and that's to make it more accurate. We're adding metadata. We're tagging what article it's coming from. We're making sure all the chunks point back to the same document. We even link the document when we answer questions, right? That's the level we're eventually going to get to. And you can check out the videos if you want to see that in action. But what you will notice is the more documents you get, sometimes it becomes less accurate, right? And that's just a function of that chunking system. But one way we can get around that is with re-ranking. What is re-ranking? Well, we're going to click this. We're going to click re-rank results. We're going to come here to the re-ranker. We're going to click that button. We're going to do re-ranker cohere. We are going to use re-ranker cohere now. We're going to go to cohere.com. We're going to do that right now. And you're going to sign up. You are going to need to give it some sort of billing. The amount it's going to cost you every single time you run this, it's a pay-as-you-go, is 1/5 of 1 cent. That's how much it's going to cost you. So scrounge up whatever change you have, you know, call in some favors, but you're going to need to do this. And you're going to go to dashboard. So go to dashboard.cohere.com. Should look like this. You come to the left, you're going to go to API keys, create some sort of production key that you need. So I'll create a new one, call it part 5 demo, and I'll explain exactly what Cohere does in a second. But you're going to create a production key. You're going to copy it. We're going to go back into n8n. We're going to create a new credential inside of Cohere, right? Just paste the API key in. Done. Easy, easy. Now, what did we just do? I just ran you through that really fast. We added re-ranker Cohere to our Pinecone system. What does that actually mean in reality? So let's go back to executions real quick. And I want you to go back to where we answered our first question, right? Remember when I asked that question about the single document we had? Should look something like this. If you click into Pinecone Vector Store, right, we can see the logs, right? And we can see what it grabbed. So we just had one document in there, right? So it grabbed the 2 chunks it had and it was easy for it to do it. But if we had 1,000 documents in there, it would have grabbed 4 total chunks based on our limit. And it's going to grab those not at random. It's doing the best it can with what it has, but it just grabs the 4 chunks it thinks are good, and then it just goes with it. Its speed and its cost are what it prioritizes, right? It wants to be fast and it wants to be cheap. What re-ranker does is we're still going to grab a certain amount of snippets. We're actually going to increase the amount that we grab, right? We'll actually increase that to like 10. Well, in this case, I only have 8 in there, so I'll increase mine to 8. But it takes those snippets, and then before just sending off an answer, it then ranks them. It ranks them based on how relevant it thinks each snippet is, each chunk is to our answer. And right, you might think, well, why doesn't RAG do that in the beginning? Well, remember what I said, it's prioritizing speed and cost, and re-ranker adds a little bit of time to it and adds a little bit of cost. They're both small, but at scale, imagine these things add up. But we want to be accurate, so we're adding re-ranker Cohere. So that's what we've done. So now that we have that in our pocket, once you go to Pinecone Vector Store, we're going to increase this limit. For me, it's going to be 8, so that should grab pretty much everything. And now I want you to ask it, you can even ask it the same question if you want, or whatever you want to do. Ask it some question about something. I'm going to ask, what is our Q1 strategy? Now, this one's kind of vague too, because am I asking about the Q1 meeting notes, or am I asking about Q4 meeting notes talking about the next quarter, right? So we'll see how it does with sort of this vague prompt. So it gave me some key points. Hey, back to Chloe Davis, so it has that, user feedback. But what I care about right now, this was actually a correct answer. What we care about is, let's look into here and let's kind of see what these responses look like. So once I'm in here, if I go to logs and I go to re-ranker Cohere, you can kind of see what's happening here. So the input is the input are the initial snippets, the initial chunks that it grabbed, right? These are the first 8 chunks, or however many chunks it grabbed. I think it grabbed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so it grabbed 8. So grab the 8 that it thinks is relevant. And then Cohere, what it does is it takes those 8 and it gives it a relevant score. So you see that right here, right? Relevant score 0.67, relevant score 0.7, right? So it grabbed the top 2 that it thought were relevant to the actual answer. And lo and behold, they're ones that actually talk about Q1 stuff, right? So I actually got 3 of them. So 0.67, 0.7, 0.7. So re-ranker just allows us to take the best of what we grab, which gives us more accurate answers, which is why you should always be adding re-ranker Cohere to your RAG systems. And also know that re-ranker Cohere is a relatively new addition to n8n just in the last month. So if you're using it, consider yourself ahead of the curve. So we're going to save this. And this is where I'm going to leave you at the end of part 5 with us setting up vector databases, setting up RAG. Again, we did a very simple implementation. We just asked it a couple questions. But in the next lesson, we're going to tie this all together, right? We've done some content stuff. We've done some RAG stuff. Well, guess what we're going to do next? We're going to smash those together. We're going to add some documents to our RAG database that we want to create content on. So that's what I want you to think about. What would you, in reality, want to create content on? Right? We'll do some LinkedIn posts again, but what do you want it to be about, right? Maybe it's something about your business, maybe about something you actually care about. Think about that and then go add them to your database. Go add them to your RAG system, right? Start getting this up and ready to go. We'll go through it in part 6, but that's where we're headed, right? We're headed to not just knowing what RAG does in a vacuum, which is kind of what we did here. We're actually going to integrate it into the system we've been building on. So that's going to be part 6. I hope you guys like part 5. As always, let me know what you thought about it in the comments. And you can get tons of resources on my Skool if you haven't already checked that out already. And I'll see you around. Hello, and welcome to part 6 of my n8n Masterclass series, where I take you, somebody who has no idea what n8n is or how AI agents even work, and turn you into somebody who can make sophisticated AI workflows and even sell them. In part 5 of this series, we finally started diving into some more complex topics, namely RAG. We created our own vector database inside of Pinecone. We set up an entire data ingestion pipeline using Google Drive. And then we connected it all together and had our AI agent answer questions about whatever documents we put inside of it. Now in part 6, we're going to continue ramping up the complexity of our AI agent ecosystem by showing you how to take whatever you build inside of n8n and put it somewhere else. Namely, in today's video, we're going to be using Lovable. So I'm going to show you how to create your own web page using Lovable and then hook up your n8n AI agent to it. Now, why are we doing this? Why does it matter? Well, you don't want to be inside of n8n interacting with your AI agent all the time. Imagine some extremely complex AI agent you've made that has all these different tools associated with it. Do you want to have to go inside n8n every single time, open up this chat message and talk to it that way? No, of course not. You're going to want to be able to add it to any number of external integrations, whether that's Telegram, Slack, a web page, right? Your CRM. There's a million different places you are going to want to be able to put your AI agent and have either you or your team interact with it. And to do that, you need to learn how to connect it with external stuff like Lovable, which is what we're going to do today. And so we aren't just going to learn how to create web pages using Lovable. We're going to dive into things like webhooks, how they work, what they're actually doing, and what we need to edit inside of our AI agents every single time we add some sort of external integration. And so while the end game of today's lesson is relatively simple, which is essentially change the interface in which we interact with our AI agent, it's actually really, really important to internalize this, because no matter what you build, you're going to want to put it somewhere else. And the lessons you learn here are going to remain the same. How you set up the webhooks, how you test out the data, and what you need to change inside of here to get it working wherever you want. So without further ado, let's actually jump into it and head over to Lovable. Now, if you've never used Lovable before, it's actually a really cool web app that essentially is like ChatGPT for creating your own web apps and web pages. You just prompt it, it does what you want to do. It actually has like a lot of depth to it. So if you want to kind of, dive down that rabbit hole, I have longer videos on it, like the ability to hook it up to Supabase, do authentication, do Stripe integration, tons of stuff. I really, really love Lovable. And you get free, I believe it's 5 free messages back and forth. So you should be able to do what we're doing today, which is the 5 messages. If not, it resets every 24 hours. So we'll see what we can get out of it. But honestly, I would suggest getting a membership. They don't pay me. I wish they did. But what we're going to do for a prompt is we're just going to say, hey, I want you to build a super cool web page that I can interact with my AI agent. So that's what I'm going to do now. So what did I write? I said, I want you to create a stunning web page that acts as a front end to my n8n AI agent. I want to be able to send text to the agent and receive back answers. The get webhook is blank. Now, what is the webhook? Well, the webhook is what is going to allow us to send data to Lovable and get data back, right? Think of a webhook as an API. Remember APIs? We talked about that in one of the first lessons. It's just a way for two programs to exchange information. So we're going to search for webhook. And you're going to see this test URL, production, HTTP method, path, blah, 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 blah. Here's what we care about. Respond. You're going to do using respond to webhook node. You want to click production URL. Click that, copy it, go into Lovable, paste that in there. So it's going to say the get webhook is blah, 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 blah. That webhook is essentially like the link to the door to get inside of n8n and send a data. So have that start creating. We're going to go back into n8n and we're going to talk about webhooks for a second. So webhook, we're getting rid of chat message. Add that guy, hit plus here, search for webhook again. And you're going to do respond to webhook this time. Keep this all the same. And it should look something like this. Webhook, agent, webhook. Like I talked about before, this webhook is what's taking the data from Lovable and sending it to our agent. So whatever I say to Lovable over here on our web page, it's going to get sent to here. The AI agent's going to act just like it normally does. And then it's going to send data back over here. And so from Lovable to the agent, back to Lovable, right? Imagine this chat message is Lovable, right? You got this little circle of data flowing back and forth. Now, this webhook could be anything, right? Like I said before, this could be a Slack trigger. This could be a Telegram trigger, whatever. What's important is anytime you change the trigger or where data is coming from, like what data is kickstarting your AI agent, there's two things you always need to think about because they're probably going to need to be edited. One is going to be inside here, inside the AI agent, and one is going to be inside the memory. So inside the AI agent, you have the source for prompt. Now, for our last 5 lessons, these have always been the chat trigger node, but that's going to change now because it's obviously not coming from the chat trigger. It's going to be defined below, and it's going to have to be something that goes in here. Now, what is that something going to be? I'll show you later. You can switch it back to chat for now. Same thing with memory. We need to give it a new session key. So the session key is like a tag for every conversation you have with it. So it kind of remembers what conversation was what. Normally it's automatically done via the chat trigger node. But again, we're going to have to do define below and give it a key, right? What that key will be depends. We'll dive into that in a second. Again, you can put it back to chat trigger for now. And that noise, I'm not sure if it came through, was Lovable telling us, hey, we're done. Boom. Okay, here it is. Here's our little AI assistant. This is, think of the chat window we had before in n8n. It's now on this web page, right? This is a very simplistic version. This could be, we could really spruce this up, but we're just keeping it simple for now. So what's going to happen? I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. We're going to send in a message and an error is going to occur. And then we're going to go through some troubleshooting steps and show you where the data should be going. Now, the first thing you want to do with Lovable, because it always screws this up every time, go to production URL, copy this again, and tell it, hey, make sure the data is going to Lovable through this webhook. So I said, hey, make sure the messages I send are going through this get webhook, because it never does it right the first time. You always have to double check. It'll do a post webhook instead. It always has to be get. So, okay, it says it's implemented. Now what's going to happen is I'm going to give it a message. And in a perfect world, that message would go to our n8n backend. It would process it like normal, and then it would send us a response. But we're going to get an error, and it's expected. So I said hello. We got an error. And what we want to do is we want to go back into n8n. We want to go to executions, and we want to see an error here. Good. No, this is an older one. What are we looking for? We're looking for an error, and I'm not seeing an error. Now, why is that? Okay, so the actual problem was I hadn't saved my workflow, so make sure you save your workflow after you do that webhook. Go into Lovable, send another message, go back into n8n, go to executions, and you're going to see this. You're going to see an error on your last message. Now, why is that? Well, if we go to debug and editor, we see that the webhook got information, but if I click on here, right, remember that? We had an issue with our source for the prompt. So we need to change that to define below. And what the prompt should be is the prompt should be the message. And if I come down here on the left under query, you'll see message. It says hi. I'm going to put that in there. That means the prompt is always going to be whatever the message is from Lovable. So I'm saying, hey, whatever this is, whatever message I send, this needs to be the prompt. Easy. Now, same thing with simple memory. We're going to go to define below, come over here to mapping, go to webhook. And now we need to figure out what we want to put as a key. Remember, the key needs to be some sort of unique identifier for every conversation. You could have Lovable send like a unique ID for every message. But for this, we're just going to use the real IP. So just drag over this IP over here. You just need something that's unique, and this works just fine. So now I'm going to save this. I'm going to execute the step, and we should see it run normally. And if I scroll down here to the right, you'll see on the bottom, the output, hello, how can I assist you today? So it got the message from Lovable, and we know it actually gave us a response inside of n8n. So half the battle has already been won. Now what we need to do is we need to figure out, hey, how do we push this data from n8n back to Lovable? And the way we do that is going to be through this webhook. But similar to our first troubleshooting steps, we're probably going to see an issue here as well. So what we're going to do is we're going to try to preempt this, right? We're going to go to output. I want you to copy this. And we're going to tell Lovable, hey, you're going to get responses from n8n that look like this. So I said, hey, n8n is going to give you responses in JSON that look like this, and I copied and pasted the output. This is us just telling Lovable, hey, make sure the web page is ready to take the n8n responses and parse it properly, right? Because it might not have done it automatically. So this is just us preempting it. And once it does its edits, we're going to send the message. So it said it updated it. So I come inside here and go to respond to webhook, and I hit execute step, it's probably not going to show it yet. And that's okay. So let's go back, make sure this is saved, go to Lovable, and let's test it one more time and say hello. I received your message but couldn't generate a response. Back to executions. Let's see the latest one. Now, this whole back and forth was troubleshooting and executions. Get used to this. This is what it's like when you are connecting your AI agent to some sort of external source, whether that's Lovable, which tends to be the most finicky, or even something like Slack or Telegram, right? This kind of like initial battle where you're trying to see like where data is going, where it's getting stuck, what needs to be changed. This is just part of the process. And it's one you need to get comfortable with and understand if you really want to like start using these for real in production, because you're never just going to have these things sit in n8n. You're always going to push it to something external. So just make peace with this sort of like process, right? But this is really what you want, right? Because right here, green check marks, green check marks. I know it's working inside of n8n. Like that's, if you know your agent's working on the back end, that's the most important part. Now we're just like, hey, how can you display what you need to display properly? So I'm going to go to copy to editor again one more time. Unpin is fine. Go into the webhook, and I'm just going to copy this one more time and say, same thing I said to Lovable before. Hey, this is what the data is looking like coming out. Like you need to get ready for it. So, so I said, it says there was an error, but it's working on the n8n backend. The n8n output looks like this, and I copy pasted it, right? Similar to our previous message. We're just really trying to get Lovable to fix what it needs to fix. All right, so it says it added some logging. So we're just going to try testing it one more time. So it's still saying it can't receive the response. So I'm just putting that into Lovable and having it debug. I'm not too worried about this, right? Because I know it's working on the back end, and that's all that really matters. It's just a Lovable problem. But this is how you do it, right? You're just going to keep going back and forth. You're going to identify what the exact issue is. And if you know it's all green in the back, you know you're on the right path. So it says, hey, I see the issue. The format's different than expected. You know, it really shouldn't be different than expected because I gave it to him. But that's okay. So it says it fixed it. So let's try it one last time. Say hello. Boom. Now we got it working. Hi, I'm there. I'm here to help. What do you need with assistance today? Hey, can you tell me what happened in Q4? Can't type. So I'm asking, hey, can you tell me what happened in the Q4 meeting notes? Let's see if the whole RAG functionality is still working. Cool. And then, hey, it gave me the meeting notes. So, hey, we got this working now. So I'm going to go back inside of here. I'm going to go to the editor. I'm going to save this. So let's talk about what we did real quick. We took our n8n AI agent and we now just gave it an entire website. If you're on Lovable, you can actually go ahead and publish this or put it to GitHub and actually talk to it online and have someone else do it too. But that was just a quick tutorial of how to set this up on an external web page. And that process is pretty much mirrored in any setup where you're putting it somewhere else, right? You're going to change the trigger. Some things will be different for each trigger, right? If I do Slack, for example, right, it'll be like, hey, do you want it to trigger on like an instant message, or do you want it to trigger if it's on a channel, whatever. But the idea that I'm going to have to go in here and change the prompt, and then I'm going to have to go in here and change the memory, those are the two biggest things that trip up everybody. And the general flow of like, hey, I set it up the first time, I'm going to send data, see what the data looks like, then map it, then push the data back to wherever that is, in this case, Lovable, and troubleshoot there. That kind of cyclic troubleshooting process, that's just how it goes, right? Again, you got to kind of fall in love with it a little bit. But as you can see now, we have a web page with our AI agent. We're talking to it outside of n8n, and that's a huge step forward. And so that is where I'm going to leave you at the end of part 6. As you're starting to see, we're just layering more and more functionalities on this. This one might have seemed rather simple, right? We're just talking to it somewhere else, but it's actually really, really important because the whole idea of turning these workflows into essentially web apps and SaaS projects is huge in the AI agency space in terms of selling these to people. So this is actually really, really important, even if it seemed rather simple. So as always, let me know what you thought of this in the comments. Check out the Skool if you want more resources, and get ready for part 7 because we have a lot more coming down the pipe as we continue to make these more and more complex. Hello, and welcome to part 7 of my n8n Masterclass series, where I take you, somebody who has no idea what AI agents are or what n8n even is, and turn you into somebody who can actually make sophisticated AI workflows and even sell them to people. Now, it's pretty wild to think we've already knocked out 6 parts of this Masterclass series, and now we're at the point where we need to start wrapping things up. And as I was creating this lesson, I thought, well, which path do I want to go down, right? Because there's a million different automations or AI agents that I could show you how to build, right? We could go into personal assistance, we could go into lead generation, but what's really the point of this masterclass? Is it to show you a bunch of random examples and have you kind of like pick up some n8n foundational truths along the way? Or is it to give you the baseline skills and eventually the frameworks to build whatever it is you want? And the answer is the latter, right? The point of this masterclass series is to give you the skills and the frameworks to use AI, to use automation to solve whatever your particular use case is. And I'm never going to know what that is. Only you are. And so what we've actually been doing these last 6 lessons is giving you the base skills you need to create anything you want, right? There's a certain level of competence you need to create agents and automations, and that's what we've covered so far. And what you're looking at right now is a list of those things we've covered, right? We've done everything from the n8n interface itself to APIs, to RAG, to external triggers, and everything in between. And while we could go through literally hundreds of different automations and agent examples from this point forward, the fact is 99% of them are essentially just a combination of these 12 things. And through the first 6 parts of this n8n masterclass, you've actually learned how to do all of those. So now the question is no longer, do you have the foundational skills to build agents, but do you have the large, high-level frameworks to actually do it from scratch? And up until now, the answer to that has been no. But in this lesson, part number 7, that is what we're going to cover. We're going to go through my 4-step process to creating any AI workflow you want from scratch. It's the same thing I use when I build these things for clients. So then you can take the skills that we've been building on these last 6 lessons and actually apply them to your life. And so even though this lesson will be a little less hands-on in terms of actually creating anything inside of n8n, I would argue it's the most important one that you really need to internalize, because this cycle, this 4-step process that I'm going to give you is something you're going to apply to every single workflow you build here on out. So let's go through this 4-step cycle one by one. And I use the term cycle on purpose because this is something that's happening constantly as you build out your workflows. It's not just step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, we're done. Every single part of the workflow, you're going to be going through this loop. And so step 1 of this cycle is define success, which to me is creating a PRD, a product requirements document. So why is step 1 create a product requirements document? I thought we were trying to create an AI workflow. Well, what a PRD is going to do for us is it's going to allow us to put thoughts on paper that specifically describe what we are trying to build and what those features are. So let's use this AI lead generation automation as our example for today's lesson. Now, what this automation does is it finds leads, it enriches leads, creates custom messaging for the lead, and then dumps it all into Instantly AI, which is a platform that is used for cold email outreach. Now, when I first created this automation, when it became time for me to build this from scratch, do you think I knew all the features that I needed right away? Do you think I knew that, oh yeah, I was going to specifically run Appify, I needed to parse the lead data afterwards, I needed to do company research in this manner? No, of course not. And neither are you. Off the bat, all you're going to know is, yeah, I need to do a lead generation automation and probably enrich it. Like, that's where you're going to start, and that's okay. But you need to flesh that out, because if you just go into a blank canvas, right, and that's all you're starting with, you're going to struggle, and really you're just going to take up a ton of time, and we want to eliminate that. And so that's where the PRD comes in, and this is where you also lean very heavily on AI. You're going to go to Claude, Gemini, ChatGPT, and you're going to have it create this PRD for you. And the way that works is you're just going to tell it what you're trying to build, that it's inside of n8n, and you need help kind of fleshing out the features. And what you're going to get is something like this. Now, the actual document itself doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter how it's formatted or anything. What you just need is you need success defined. I'm trying to create this, right? This automation, and it needs features A, B, and C. And so back to our cold outreach, what was that? The PRD was what I want to create in lead generation AI automation machine. But what are the features it needs? It needs some way to scrape data. That's what you see here, feature A. And then what's feature B? I need some way to enrich that data. That's what you see here. Feature C, I need to generate custom outreach messaging. And then feature D, I need a way to actually put it somewhere where I can do cold email outreach, right? And by breaking it down into individual features, you've now broken down your task into bite-sized chunks that you can actually handle, right? If I tell you to do all that at once, especially when you're new, you're going to get overwhelmed, you're going to get confused, and your workflow is going to fail. So the PRD becomes essential for you keeping your project organized and manageable. And so the more detailed your PRD is, the easier it's going to be for you to be able to solve the problems that you need to get through to actually create the workflow you want. And so that's step 1, define success. What are we trying to build? Put the thoughts on paper, break it down into features, and those become your clear steps to success. All right, cool, Chase. We define success. That's neat. Everything's on paper, but I actually need to build at some point. So like, what's step 2? Well, step 2 is, can we steal it, right? And that's kind of tongue in cheek, but is what you're trying to solve that unique and has it been done before? So are we really trying to steal someone's template? No, but what you are trying to do is you are going to go online and you're going to do some searching to see how other people have tried to solve your problem. So for our lead generation automation example, what I would do is I would go to Perplexity, that's my personal favorite, and I would just put in lead generation automation n8n. And what's going to come back? It's going to come back with Reddit posts. It's going to come back with actual links to n8n and probably some YouTube videos. Now, your use case is probably a little more unique than just a generic lead generation automation, and you won't find something that's a one-to-one fit. That's okay, because guess what? You are never going to find a one-on-one fit for your exact situation. What we're trying to find is just something that can get us to like 50%. If we have a 50% solution out there, that's way better than starting from scratch. And so I just go to Perplexity and I just start clicking on some links, right? Like, so here's one, automated lead management. Now, is this what I wanted? Did I want HubSpot? No, but I would continue going down this rabbit hole and trying to see what other people have done, right? Because if nothing else, it's going to give me inspiration. Because when you're new as well, you haven't seen all the different ways you can kind of like play with data or all the different, modules out there that may be able to help you in your specific issues. Because I can guarantee you someone has tried to do something within your realm of automation, right? And so like, don't try to reinvent the wheel if you don't have to. When I created this one, I was able to find like a 40-50% solution. It gave me this Apollo URL generator idea. It didn't have the parse lead data. It didn't have the company research. It didn't have the instantly, but it had the Apollo URL generator. And I hadn't even thought of doing that before. And it ended up working great for me. And so that's step number 2. Can we steal it? Is there something online that we can use for inspo? So we've done step 1. We created our PRD. We've done step 2. We've tried to see if anyone else has anything similar out there online that we can use. And then step 3, it's time to finally put pen to proverbial paper and begin iterating. Now, at this point, we are going to go back to our PRD, right? Remember all those features that we talked about? Well, now we're going to go feature by feature and begin executing, right? You see right here in this one, data extraction, Apollo via Appify. Well, that would be our first feature. And that's kind of what you see here in this example. The first part of all of this is just getting data from Apollo via Appify. And if you have no idea what any of those words mean, all I'm trying to do is get data on leads, right? Names, emails, all that stuff, right? Something to start with. That's the first feature I need to accomplish. I can't be worried about doing enriching or instantly or anything else yet. I'm hyper focused on step 1 because it also allows me to just test step 1. We have to take it one step at a time. And this probably seems super obvious to you, right? Wow, take it one step at a time. But I'm telling you, I could have a whole video of people who like come to me with their issues, with their workflows, because they're trying to create something that's 10 times more complicated than this. They have no experience inside of n8n, and they just try to do too much at once. Like, you have to keep it simple, right? Simple is always better. And so we're just going to begin iterating. We're going to begin testing. We're going to begin building, which brings us into step number 4, which is the most important step, and that's troubleshooting. Now, let's talk about troubleshooting, because troubleshooting goes hand in hand with a popular term you've probably heard lately, and that's context engineering. Now, I'm about to give you the keys to the kingdom here when it comes to troubleshooting, because most people have no clue what they're doing with troubleshooting, and they don't do it enough, right? You should have a constant running conversation with AI when you're trying to do things. Like, I'm going to go over here and try to find like a recent thing I worked on, right? Like, I could keep scrolling here for probably like 30 minutes. Like, this was a recent build I did for a client. It was a RAG agent and it wasn't even particularly complicated, but I am constantly having back and forth with AI when I'm trying to do these builds. Any issue I run into, I'm bringing it to AI. I'm troubleshooting, right? It is your partner. It is your co-pilot. And that's how you have to treat it, right? Again, this is how much I'm doing it for one agent, for one build. I do this for a living. I've done this way more than you. Yours should look just like this. Constant back and forth. Now, how does that back and forth go? How do I give it context? How do I troubleshoot? Here's how you do it, right? So we're working on this. And let's say we get an error. Let's say I had an error with the Apollo URL generator, okay? Here's what's going to happen. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my AI choice, which is Gemini for me. And then I am going to give it all of the code for that workflow. Now, the way you do that is you come up here at the top right, you see these 3 dots, you're going to hit download. And then you're going to get a .json file inside of your downloads folder. Then I'm going to go to Gemini for me, and I'm going to dunk that code in there, right? It's called skeleton. It's a different one. just as an example. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to give it big picture context. What's big picture context? That's me telling the AI, this is the workflow. This is what I'm trying to do with it. Guess what you could also give it? You could give it your PRD, right? That's all the context it really needs. You just gave it everything, right? So here's the code. Here's what I'm trying to solve. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to give it tactical context. So small picture. Where is my error and what does it look like? So if my error was here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a screenshot of this picture, right, of the module itself. I'm then going to put that into AI, and then I'm going to give it context as well. Here's what the error looks like. Here's what the error is saying. And here's when I'm seeing it, right? So now it knows what I'm trying to do big picture. It knows what the error is small picture. And what it's going to give me back is some sort of troubleshooting steps. And if you're lucky, the first steps it's going to give you are going to work just fine and your problem will be solved and you're on your way. If not, you're just going to repeat the process. Now, once you give it big picture context once, you don't need to continue doing that, but continue going into whatever module is giving you issues, giving it a screenshot, updating the context, telling it, hey, the last troubleshooting step that you gave me didn't work, and here's why. And that is how you troubleshoot. And I guarantee you, if you run that cycle enough times, and it won't be that many, you're going to be able to solve your problem. And once you've solved your problem for feature number one, guess what time it is? It's time to repeat the whole cycle for feature number two. So what are you going to do? You're going to define success. You already did that with the PRD. Can you steal it? Has anyone tried to do what you're doing in feature number two before? Go on Perplexity, see if someone has. Iterate, begin building. 4, troubleshoot till it works. Repeat, repeat, repeat. You just repeat this cycle over and over, right? This is all you're doing the whole time. And it doesn't stop. You just keep doing this till you have solved your problem. And if this seems relatively simple, it's because it is, right? There's nothing magic about creating these AI systems from scratch, truly. But you do need some sort of framework to keep you honest and keep you on track so you don't get lost in the weeds and have to start all over because your thing's so busted. And so if you're disciplined enough to stick with that framework, I guarantee you, you can create any sort of AI workflow you want with the skills you already have, because there's nothing out there that you really don't have the skills to already create, right? APIs, HTTP requests, proper system prompts, tool usage, RAG, vector databases, all that. We've covered it. You know how to do it. You just don't know how to apply it yet. And this framework is going to give you sort of your left and right limits to create whatever you need to. And so I would tell you, take a screenshot of this, commit this to memory, practice it, because this is your golden ticket to creating any AI workflow you want. And it's why I think this lesson is the most important one in this entire masterclass, right? Because we've learned the tools, we've learned the baseline foundations, and now you have a way to apply it. So that's where I'm going to leave you at the end of part 7. And I've been saying it over and over again in this lesson, and I truly mean it. You really do have the skills now to build any sort of AI workflow you want. You just now need the practice. Now, we still have one more part in this masterclass series, and that's going to be part 8. And that's where I'm going to kind of go into the business side of this, right? What are your options for sourcing clients? How do we do pricing? How do we implement these things, right? A lot of the stuff that everyone kind of gloss over, doesn't tell you at all. We're going to cover that in lesson 8. So lastly, make sure you check out my Skool. There's links to that below if you want to get more guides and resources of like how to build and use these AI agents. And I'll see you in part 8. Hello, and welcome to part 8, the final video of our n8n Masterclass series. Now, I'm really excited for this episode because we're finally going to dive into how you can actually make money with all these AI agents and automations, right? How do you sell these things? Who do you sell them to? Where do you find clients? How do you price? How do you implement? All these questions we are going to go over today in what's going to be essentially a 20 to 30 minute AI agency crash course for you. Now, I know exactly what you're thinking. Chase, I just struggled through 7 videos of how to build basic AI automations and agents. How could I possibly know enough to actually start selling these things now? Well, first, you know more than you think. Second, what you need now, if you actually want to start making money with this, is you need to start working on sourcing clients, and you need to spend less time on actually building random AI agents and automations, right? You need to step away from YouTube tutorial hell. You don't need to spend the next 100 hours learning how to build random AI agents. You just need to focus on the ones that actually drive value and people actually want to buy. And in this video, I'm going to tell you exactly what those AI agents and automations are, right? There's really only a handful that you need to master and learn how to build. And in many cases, people make entire careers off of just building one of them, right? So you need to go deeper on the ones that matter and not get distracted on the edges, like watching random YouTube videos on random automations that no one cares about, wants to buy, right? So I'm going to tell you what you need to focus on in this video. I'm going to tell you how you can find clients. And as I show you these automations and agents, I think you'll start to see that, well, we've actually touched on a lot of these things. And even the ones we haven't explicitly talked to, you've already dove into the different building blocks that, once assembled, look just like these AI agents and automations. So you're farther along than you think. And if you want to actually make money in this space, I think this lesson is for you. So here's what we're going to talk about today. We're going to talk about what agents to sell, how you get clients, how to price these AI agents and automations. And then lastly, how do you actually implement it, right? If you find someone who wants to buy from you, how do you actually give this to them? Because it's not as intuitive as you think. So let's get started and jump right away into what you need to sell. So here are the 4 types of AI solutions you need to master if you want to be able to make money, right? So the 4 are RAG agents, lead generation automations, voice agents, and content creation automations. Now, I'm going to show you examples of all 4 of these. I'm going to link you to videos of all 4 of these. And I have templates for all of these in my Skool. So obviously just go down below and click the link to get them. So RAG agents. First of all, you remember RAG. We've already dived into it a little bit with Pinecone. Now, what will that look like in terms of actual client level RAG? Well, it's going to look something like this. Now, this obviously looks a little more complex than what we were working with before, right? We have Supabase instead of Pinecone, but long story short, this is essentially the same thing, right? We have our AI agent that's able to talk to our RAG vector database. All you see here in the red, that's just a more robust data ingestion system, right? Remember we had Google Drive that went into Pinecone? Well, this is the same thing, except it's Google Drive that goes into Supabase. And the only other thing that's happening along the way is we're just giving it some metadata. Like we're tagging the data. We're saying like, hey, you were part of this document and I put you in here at this date and this is your version, right? Just to make it a little bit easier for looking things up. And we look at both PDF and text files. And lastly, we get rid of any like duplicates, right? So it looks scary at first, but really not too much extra going on. And then below here, all we have is just a system that makes sure that, hey, if I delete a file inside of my Google Drive, is it being deleted over there in the vector database? Well, this makes sure that is what is happening. So just a little bit of like data cleanup. That's the only difference. And again, looks scary at first, right? There's a lot going on. There's a lot of colored boxes, but really you've already done 80% of this. And this is the most popular AI agent. Why? Well, the reason it's the most popular is because you're taking essentially ChatGPT and you're shoving it into somebody's business, right? It's now ChatGPT that's been trained on their files. It's part of their team. It knows what's going on in their project. And now it can actually do things on their behalf. So the way you sell it and the way you pitch it is a RAG agent is ChatGPT plugged into your business, and it can now act as a member of your team, right? It's trained on your stuff. It knows what's going on inside of your company, and it can do things, right? And that's a pretty powerful tool when you think of it like that. So RAG agents, they always sell well. They're very flexible, and you can kind of put them wherever you want to, right? We did it inside of a chat window, but you could throw it inside of Slack. You could do something where it's on a web app, sort of web page like we did with Lovable. Very, very flexible. You can do a million things with it. Next, lead generation automations. Now, why is lead generation automations such a good seller? Well, because it's easy to show the ROI, right? If I have an automation that says, I'm going to bring in more clients for you and clients equals money, well, then it's kind of obvious that this is probably worth the price of admission, right? I'm getting you more clients, which leads you more money. Therefore, give me some money, right? Like that's kind of the pitch. That's almost what all the pitches really break down to. If you go really reductionist, is that these things will give them money. Therefore, they should give you a little bit less money than what they will bring in. And lead generation agents do that very, very well. Now, we haven't talked specifically to lead generation, but let's kind of like run through this at a high level. All we're doing is we're grabbing data from somewhere, right? We're getting some sort of lead generation, some sort of lead data, whether that's from scraping LinkedIn or getting it from a website like Apollo. But really, this front part, this is just essentially like an HTTP request, right? Or an API, right here. You're using an API, you're doing an HTTP request, asking for data from some outside source. That's all that is happening, and we've done that. From there, we then take that data that we got from the HTTP request, right? We're doing some filtering, we're throwing it inside of Google Sheets, but what we're really doing is we're just doing some more research with it, right? We're giving it to AI. That's what happens down here. So you get some information about a particular lead, right? An actual human being. Now it does research about that person's company, right? That's what's happening with Tavly. We used Tavly before, so you've done research, modules before. That's all that's happening. From there, we then combine all that information, right? The company information and the individual lead, and we generate a custom outreach message. Again, you're just giving it to AI with a special system prompt. You've done all this before. From there, we then take all the data, we put it inside of a Google Sheet, and then we upload it to Instantly AI. Again, just an HTTP request with an API. And Instantly AI is where all the actual cold outreach happens. So when we look at it at first, it looks scary. It looks like something completely different than what we've touched on before. But in reality, it's just HTTP request, HTTP request, and then we're just doing some sort of data analysis with AI. And you've done all of this. So between RAG and lead generation, that's probably like 60% of what I do, 70%, right? So that's just two. You could literally make a living just off of getting really, really good at RAG, 100%. So number three are voice agents. Now, voice agents can, again, take a ton of forms. You could have voice agents that are also RAG agents, right? That's the cool thing about RAG is it can essentially be a foundational piece of all these things. But voice agents, we're talking like 11 labs. We're talking like AI that is either a sales rep, so it's doing outbound calls, or it's like a receptionist. It's taking inbound calls and taking appointments and stuff. I just recently put out a video on the outbound piece if you want to dive into that. But we're able to do a lot on the n8n backend as well, right? And allow these agents that are making calls on the phone to then use n8n to do tool calls and do a bunch of different stuff, kind of what you see here. And you're able to upload it into the CRM. Now, this again doesn't look like something we've touched on 1 through 7 on those videos. But when you break it down, all that's happening is it's webhooks. And we've touched on webhooks when it came with Lovable, right? And just API calls, right? That's all that's really happening when you break it down. Now, is it going to be a little complicated at first as you deal with new, webhooks and new API calls? Yes, of course, of course. But the building blocks that create these sort of agents and automations that provide value, again, you know them. You aren't 100 more YouTube tutorials away from learning them. You kind of just have to commit to the process that you've already started and deep dive on these important agents that people actually buy. So, voice agents, right? Voice agents, easy to pitch them because the value is rather obvious. I'm giving you an AI voice, I'm giving you an AI sales rep or an AI receptionist or something in between that works at all hours of the day. It's tied into your CRM and you pay it a small percentage of what you would pay a normal human. That's the pitch. Lastly, content automations, right? Every company wants to do some sort of social media content creation, right? Whether that's LinkedIn or short form videos or carousels, right? This is part of their essentially marketing budget, but people don't want to put in the work for it because it is a lot of work to have a person doing all of your content. And for a lot of people, they're cool with just some sort of automated stuff that hits like LinkedIn or blog post or whatever, right? And that's where you come in. And you can very easily create content machines like this, right? This is something that's essentially just taking a niche that's given to it by the user. It does some research about it via Tavly. It adds an image that it creates with ChatGPT, and then it posts it, right? That's all that's happening, right? You're just doing a little research. You're doing some sort of system prompt that's like, hey, this is what the company wants to sound like. You can add an AI created image if you want. Oftentimes they don't even want one. And then you just post it. It's honestly extremely basic and easy. And everyone knows they need to be out there doing some sort of content play, right? But a lot of businesses just don't have the time or the bandwidth to do it. And again, that's where you come in. And so that's what you have to learn, and that's what you sell, right? It's these four. It's some combination of these four. I know people who make a ton of money just doing voice agents, for example. So you don't even have to really have all four in your back pocket. But the more you have, the better, the more flexible you are. And I will say these four encompass 90% of what I do. So dive into these, kind of have some blinders on, master these foundational things. And as you saw, none of these are wildly complicated. They're really not, right? Just stick with the basics because the basics provide value and they solve problems. Now let's talk about arguably the most important thing, and that's sourcing clients, right? How do I actually find people who will pay me for these stuff, right? Because could have the greatest automation, the greatest AI agent in the world, but if nobody knows about it, you're not going to get paid. So this is really, really important, right? What are the different sales funnels? What are the different pathways I have to get people? Now, there's really four of them, right? Your warm network, that's like people you know, friends, family, coworkers who actually care about you, hopefully. Two is freelancing websites. Three is cold outreach. And four is social media. All of these require kind of slightly different plays, and they all pay off at different times, and they're all going to have different reach, and they all require a little bit of different amount of work. So at the beginning, you're not going to know which one you're good at either. And you're not going to know like where gold lies for you, because there's a lot of people who eventually just kind of stick to one of these, right? There's people who make their whole living off freelancing websites. I'm talking like Freelancer, Upwork. There's other people who are just like cold email machines. This is where they get all of their leads. Other people exclusively do social media, right? Like, but you don't know which one you're going to be good at, and you don't know which one's going to make sense and bring in the most amount of money. So at the beginning, what you have to do is you have to cast a very wide net, do a lot of volume, and hit all four of these funnels. And then over time, see what works, what doesn't, what you like, right? What makes you not completely want to just like quit and then double down on that. So let's kind of talk about them one at a time. Warm network. That's your friends and family. This is your coworkers. This is where you reach out to them, and it is not a pushy play. You're just telling them, hey, my name is Chase. You know who I am, right? Like, I just started an AI agency, really excited. I've been thinking about this for a while. I'm not asking to do anything for you, but I was wondering if you knew anybody who might need my work. Would love to be put in touch with them. Like, that's it. Like, super low threat, very, very non-pushy, non-sales. Like, you're just telling people, hey, I just started an AI agency. Do you know anyone who might need some help? Now, they're going to be able to read between the lines and be like, oh, if I need help, I'll ask him. But you're not even pushing that on them at all, right? But this is scary for a lot of people because this is very outside their comfort zone. But you need to let people make the decision for themselves. Let your friends, let your family say no. Don't say no for them, right? So put yourself out there. And this is going to be the easiest way to get clients. It's going to be the easiest and fastest way to get clients off the bat, because people will go out on limb for you if they don't totally hate you. So you have to do this. This is the first play you do right away. Now, second way, freelancing websites. I'm talking about things like Freelancer and Upwork, right? This is where you actually make a profile, and this is where you actually bid on jobs. Now, these sometimes get a bad rap because a lot of these websites also take a cut, and you're competing against people, and it doesn't always feel great. Get over it. Honestly, you kind of have to just get over it, right? You don't have any clients, and you are not in a place where you can turn your nose up at different funnels that can actually bring you money. And these are a great place for it. Now, why are these places awesome for it? Well, because the leads are right there, right? These are websites that have people who are willing to pay, and they know what they want. And that's like 90% of your problem right now, is you finding people who need your work and are willing to pay. Well, they're right here. They're just waiting for you, right? You just have to go and get them, and you have to apply at scale. I'm talking your first month of doing this, you should probably be putting out 50 to 100 applications. So that's multiple applications a day, and your applications can't suck. And so when it comes to these websites, big thing, you need to flesh out your profile. You need to have a profile picture, and you probably need to be doing like very personalized applications for each and every job. My suggestion, do video applications. People, again, will hate that. But guess what? You need to learn how to be able to articulate who you are, why they should care, and what your solution is going to be on camera. Because guess what you're going to do when you get on a call? You're going to need to articulate who you are, why people should care, and why they should use your product on camera. And this is a great way to do that, right? This is a great way to get reps, because you're going to suck really, really bad at first until you don't. Lastly, cold outreach. This is email, right? And again, guess what we have here? We have lead generation automations that we are already selling people that we can also use ourselves, right? So you need to figure out what your cold outreach program is going to be. My suggestion, use Instantly, right? It's a really good program. It's just Instantly.ai. Everyone who's in my school gets 20% off because they hooked it up. But Instantly is awesome. Basically, you're going to just use something like this that grabs people's names, emails, etc. You're going to give them a custom message, and then you're going to blast out 1,000 to 2,000 emails every single month. Now, there are entire courses built on how to properly do cold email. I'm not going to go super deep into it now. I do in the school, but just know that's what you need to be doing, right? You need to be doing cold email outreach at scale, because you just need to put your name out there, because nobody knows you exist. And until they know you exist, you're not going to get paid. Now, lastly, social media. I'm not saying you need to get on camera and show your face right away and start pretending you're any of your favorite creators, but you do need to lean into it, because out of all these, social media has the greatest ROI, but it's the longest burn. So compared to Warm Network right away has the smallest reach, but it's going to give you the most instantaneous results. Social media is the exact opposite. It's going to be months until you probably get any inbound leads because of it. But once you do get that network, once you do get that brand, it's going to pay off immensely. Now, obviously, I'm biased in this respect, but you cannot sleep on social media. And you don't have to go in right away super, super hard, right? Like make it very low threat at first. Just post on like different websites and niches that you kind of want to reach out to, right? Even if that's on places like Reddit or Facebook, like slowly start engaging with these communities and then eventually take it a step up and start posting on LinkedIn. And then once you kind of get your feet under there, start doing more short form, right? You don't have to put your face out there, but you do need to figure out your social media strategy because in the long run, this is going to pay off more than any of the others, or at least have the potential to. So that's how you find clients. Warm network, freelancing, cold outreach, social media, each have different payoffs. I don't care if you don't want to do one of them, do it at the beginning. You need a wide net and you need to figure out what you're good at because you don't know yet. All right, let's say you defeat the odds and you somehow actually get someone to talk to you, right? And they're willing to buy, believe it or not. You found a client, they want to buy. How the heck do you price them? So what you're going to hear in a lot of places is what's kind of known as value pricing. So it's like, hey, I'm talking with a client, I have an automation for them, and they said this automation is going to save them $10,000. Well, that's great. So how about we just do some sort of like percentage? I'll take 30%, you pay me 3K, you walk away with 7, we're both happy. And a lot of people will preach that. This is how you do your pricing. It varies based on consumer, it's value-based, right? But everyone's happy with it. Sounds great, doesn't work. I have yet to get a client that could actually articulate a monetary value for the problem they're facing with any amount of accuracy, let alone do it for things that are rather nebulous. And also, are they telling you the truth? It's a real question. So value-based pricing is just this la la land nonsense that I have never seen. And maybe I just have bad clients, and maybe people have these awesome clients that can actually articulate it and put a dollar amount on it that's accurate. I haven't. Also, enjoy that conversation when you talk about the value pricing deal of it and they tell you it's not saving them that much at all. And then all of a sudden you've been backed into a corner right off the bat where you can't even like really have a conversation about a price that makes sense for you. I just don't think value pricing works. I've never seen it in practice. Try it out. Maybe it will work for you. I don't think so. So then we just get into this even worse area. And the answer is it depends. Pricing is very much, it depends. There is no playbook on the stuff in the AI agency space, right? There's no Kelly Blue Book for AI agents and AI automations. So what you price is what you can get away with. And that means price as high as you possibly can. Let the market decide when enough is enough, right? Never charge the same thing for the same automation twice. You should always charge more the second time and just keep doing that until you hit a wall. And once you hit a wall, that is the market telling you, hey, you're charging way too much and no one wants to buy it. So that also is a great in theory. What does that actually mean in practical terms, Chase? Like, can you actually put a dollar amount on that? Well, I think it's going to depend on your situation. If you are dying and you need money now, right? You have no clients and you're struggling. What I would suggest you charge for each of these automations, right, would be somewhere in the 25, anywhere between like the 2 to 5K range, 2 to 5K. Like you're struggling, you need clients. The other bucket is like, I'm doing okay. I have a little money coming in. I don't like need this or I can't eat. I would do 35 to 7K. That's your range. And then if you're doing well, you can push away clients 5 to 10K a pop for each of these. Right. And that range is rather large because it's also going to depend on, hey, not all RAG agents are the same. They're going to want different integrations. Basically, how much of a pain in the butt is it going to be for you, right? How much time do you think it's going to take you to actually complete this? How much of a pain in the butt is the client going to be, right? Off these first couple conversations, price that in, right? So that range is kind of like your quality of life. And so that's how you should kind of bucket pricing, right? And why the ranges are what they are. Now, in terms of the pricing structure, 50% upfront, 50% upon completion. That's pretty standard. In terms of retainers, I offer a retainer, I would say, of 10% of the total cost per month. And the pitch is, I'm here for troubleshooting and I'm here for minor changes. Now, you're going to give them a product no matter what that works when you leave and you get that final 50% payment. But if they want you around for troubleshooting and all these little things, like they got to pay extra per month. So that's how that works. So that's how you price it. It's nebulous. It depends. It doesn't feel good. It is what it is. Price as much as you can. Get as much money as you can. So that brings us to our fourth and final step, which is how do you implement this? Right? All right. So you somehow managed to get a client. They actually agreed to your price. They signed on the dotted line. Now, how do you actually give them this product? How do you actually build it? Well, what you need to do is you need to go on an onboarding call right away, right after they sign it, get them on a call. And what you're going to do is you're going to walk them through building everything, right? So you're going to have them go on to n8n. They're going to create an account, whether that's through self-hosting or otherwise, and they're going to put their name on it. They're going to put all their billing under their name, and then they're going to give you the login credentials because you do need the login credentials because you are going to build these things on their instances. What you cannot do is create your own n8n instance like this own rag thing I have and then sell access to that to somebody else. That is a violation of n8n's fair use policy. So you can't do that unless you're paying for the enterprise program, which you probably aren't. So you need to build it on their instance. So, hey, what about security? They shouldn't be giving me their password, is what it is. That's how you have to do it. And then from there, you're just going to go through and you're going to do the same thing for everything. So if this was a RAG agent, we would then go on to Supabase, right? We go to supabase.com. He would sign up. He would put his billing on there. He would give me their credentials, right? Same thing with OpenAI. Now, there's certain things you could do, like Google. Perhaps they aren't comfortable giving you their Google credentials, and they probably shouldn't be. Well, what you'll do is you'll just go onto the n8n instance you created with them, add some modules like the Google ones, and you're just going to go through the credential process with them and have them connect it right then and there, right? This is a pain in the butt. It's going to take 20 to 30 minutes, but it's going to save you a huge headache at the end because the ideal is that once I'm finished with this, I am one message away from being like, hey, it's done. Here you go. Right? You don't want to deal with all this stuff on the back end. You want to get it done upfront right away because it's also a good thing for the client, right? It gives them some security because you can't just take your ball and go home at any point in time, right? They own everything. It's in their name. So this is good for both of you and just get it done right off the bat. So onboarding call, all the billing goes in their name, all APIs, everything is their name. Push it to them, right? Nothing should be in your name. And then the credential handover, like I talked about, it just makes it super easy once everything is complete. And so that's how you actually implement these solutions for the client. And that's how the whole process goes from beginning to end. And so that was your 20-minute or so AI agency crash course. What did we just cover? Told you what to sell, right? RAG, content creation. We're doing voice agents and we're doing lead gen. How to source clients, warm network, cold outreach, freelancing websites and social media. How to price as much as you can. How to implement everything in their name, easy handover. That's pretty much 80% of it. Now, we could deep dive this way, way more, and as you should, because there's a whole lot that we didn't cover. There's a whole lot in between the lines, and there's a whole lot of like, okay, that's what I'm supposed to do. How? Right? How do I write that cold email? How do I do my proposal? How? What are the practical steps? Well, here's my quick pitch for Chase AI, the Chase AI Plus community. I dive into all this, right? I have a 90-day essentially set of lessons that go day by day, which take you from step 0 all the way to landing your first client. And landing the first client is actually the guarantee on the Chase AI Plus community, right? If you don't get your client within 90 days, full refund. So that's the pitch. And pretty much we cover everything I just covered in here, but in great, great detail. So check it out if this is something you actually want to do. If not, hey, hopefully this was enough to get you started, right? And this concludes the masterclass. And again, you might still feel very overwhelmed, and that's totally normal, but I promise you, you actually know way more than you think now. Way more than you think, right? You really are on the verge of being able to turn around and sell this stuff to people because the actual money-making part of this has a lot less to do with AI and a whole of a hell lot more to do with the actual business fundamentals and sales fundamentals that we just covered. But in terms of the AI stuff, you actually are farther along than you think. So yeah, let me know what you think in the comments. Good luck. Check out the community if you want to dive more into the AI agency bit of this, and I'll see you around. Voice AI agents are one of the hottest selling AI solutions in the world right now, and for good reason. They're able to do inbound calls and outbound calls, mimic sales reps and receptionists, and do all this at scale for pretty cheap. And that sort of value add has caused the AI voice agency niche to balloon to over $1 billion industry in a really short amount of time. But up until now, creating sophisticated AI voice agents that are actually good, that work, that had some personalization was kind of tricky. You had to manage a huge tech stack that didn't always want to play nice with each other. And on top of that, some of the voice quality just wasn't there yet. But with some upgrades to a few of the premier voice applications like 11 Labs, that's begun to change. We've been able to shrink the tech stack while creating very effective voice agents. And you can do all this with virtually no code. And that creation process is what I'm going to show you today. I'm going to show you how to create sophisticated AI voice agents from start to finish, tie them inside an actual CRM ecosystem so you can turn around and actually sell these to people. And I'm going to show you how to set up this entire voice agent from start to finish. We're going to give it a phone number through Twilio. We're going to go inside 11 Labs and actually set up our voice agent. We're going to build our n8n infrastructure on the back end like you see here. And then I'm going to show you where CRM fits into all this. Because if you want to actually sell these for real, this data needs to go somewhere. And every business is going to have a different CRM. So we can't go through every possible iteration of what this will look like. But for our case, we're going to go through Airtable. And Airtable is nice because you can take all this data and you can make nice little dashboards. And guess what sells well? Dashboards. Everybody loves dashboards. So we're going to show you pretty much the beginning to end how we can package this all nicely so you can present the value it provides to anybody. So here's how I'm going to run this video. First, I'm going to take you through a high-level overview of the tech stack and how this all works, both from an inbound call side and an outbound call side, because those two things differ. Then once you understand how this all works conceptually, then we're going to go through everything one step at a time. We're going to go to Twilio. We're going to get that phone number. We're then going to set up our sort of CRM flow because our use case for today is going to be creating essentially an outbound sales rep, right? You run a company, you have some sort of inbound lead who fills out some sort of form, and this voice AI agent is going to get to work calling that lead, getting their information, sending it back to you, and even setting up a one-on-one meeting. And with that use case in mind, we're going to build out the 11 Labs and n8n infrastructure, all while keeping in mind various CRM tie-ins. But first, let's go through a demo. Okay, for this demo, we're pretending we are some sort of lead that's filling out some sort of form for your company. In this case, I'm saying, I'm Chase Hannigan, here's my email, here's my phone number, and I'm requesting more information about some sort of service, right? I want this company to build me a voice AI agent. So when this lead submits the form, that form is then going to populate inside of Airtable. Remember, Airtable is basically like Google Sheets. And then that's going to trigger the 11 Labs voice agent to call me and get some more information and actually qualify me. So I'm going to hit submit. And then in real time, we're going to wait for the phone call to actually happen. I'm going to show you my phone, and then we'll listen to my conversation. So we hit submit. We can go to view data. We can see what the data actually looks like. And let's wait for that call. Okay, here's the phone call. And I'll put it on speaker.
Hi, Chase. This is Sarah from Chase AI. I'm reaching out to follow up on your interest in our voice AI agent service.
Hey, Sarah, how's it going?
Great, thank you. To make sure we fully understand your vision, I just have 3 quick questions. First, could you tell me a little more about the core problem you're hoping to solve with this AI agent? What does a successful outcome look like for your business?
Yeah, I'd like a voice AI agent that can essentially qualify leads for me. So it'll take in some sort of intake form and then call them and qualify them and set up a meeting.
That sounds like a perfect use case for our custom AI agents. Second, to help us scope the project correctly, do you have a rough budget range in mind? It's perfectly fine if it's just an estimate.
Yeah, my budget's $20,000.
And finally, what is your ideal timeline for getting a solution like this implemented?
As soon as possible.
Thank you. That's all incredibly helpful. Based on what you've described, this is definitely the kind of project our team excels at. The next step would be a complimentary discovery session with one of our lead AI strategists. Would you be open to scheduling that?
Yeah, you can go ahead and schedule that for me.
Perfect. I'll send a calendar link to your email so you can pick a time that works best. We're looking forward to digging into this with you.
All right, sounds great. Thanks. Okay, that was a call. Usually the call actually happens a little faster, but even though it was a little delayed, at least from what I've seen before, it took about 15 seconds or so from the time we filled out the form to where it actually executed it. And you might have just saw right there on the left, we actually had some more executions happening on the backside. So Let's see if it actually sent me an email too, like kind of following up and wanting to actually set up that meeting. Here it is. Here's the email. Hi, Chase. Below is the Calendly link. And then obviously this is a fake Calendly link. But what you saw right there was from form submission to lead qualification to meeting set up, all automated in basically a minute. Now, you might quibble about, hey, I don't like how the voice agent sounded, or I didn't like the voice, or I'd like it to do something differently. Well, that's all customizable, right? But what we saw here is like the system in place that you are able to tweak to get it to be whatever you want. But like that was a pretty lean and pretty quick outbound calling voice agent that actually got a lot done, right? Qualify the lead, talk to them right away. Like it's a huge thing in sales to like when someone submits a form like that to get back to them, the longer you wait, the harder it is to actually make them a customer. And we did all that instantly. So let's take a little deeper dive of what sort of data we collected, right? We had the call, and you see up here that some of the information came from the form, right? First name, last name, email, phone number, service requested. But what else did we get here? Well, we got a call summary. So it gave us a quick little blurb about, hey, what was actually talked about on this call. We get the actual lead status. We consider a lead to be qualified if they want to have a meeting. Gave us sort of a budget range, timeline. We also have the full transcript, right? Agent, user, all of that. We then have a voice opener section. So this is the personalized opening line from the agent where it says their first name and then it follows up about the service they did. And this is AI generated inside of Airtable. And we'll get into that a little bit later. And then just someone created and last modified stuff. So that's what's happening. That's what we're pulling from the call, right? So we have all that data in one place. We can then turn that into some sort of dashboard when we have more data, and then it followed up with the actual email. So now let's jump into kind of a high level overview of what you just saw and what's happening behind the scenes, because I think it's really important to internalize this because there is actually a lot going on. And even though the tech stack has shrunk lately, we're still looking at, kind of 4 different services all working in harmony. And from the outbound voice agent, this kind of just takes us through one step at a time of everything that happened, right? And as we go from outbound voice agent to inbound voice agent and how personalization occurs, and also when you start thinking about, well, like what happens when I'm using a different CRM than Airtable, it is vital that you understand how it's working, right? You can't just be, a YouTube tutorial monkey who's copying me step by step without really figuring out, okay, like how is this working and why? So let's understand before we build. Now, first things first, what is the tech stack we'll be using? Well, there's 4 things that you actually saw in action there in that demo. Twilio, 11 Labs, and n8n. So Twilio is a service we are going to be using to give it a phone number, right? It needs to call me. It needs a telephone number. And also, if you're doing inbound, it needs a phone number for you to call as well, right? So we're going to be using Twilio for that. We set up an account. We're going to give it somewhere between like probably $20, $5 to $20 of credit. And then we actually have to buy a phone number. Buying a phone number costs like $1 a month. So it's not going to break the bank. Then we have AI voice. So the program doing the heavy lifting with the voice is 11 Labs, right? They have a number of subscriptions. You can start with $5 a month, which will be fine as you're doing testing, and then you can slowly ramp up. Then we have n8n, which is kind of the back end. You saw that with kind of this. This is all the back end stuff that's happening, and we'll dive into this a little bit into more detail in a second. And whoops. And then we have Airtable, right? And remember, Airtable for this video is just a stand-in for any sort of CRM. If you are building these for clients, they probably won't be using Airtable. They might be using Google Sheets. They might be using HubSpot, whatever. You are going to have to figure out a way how to integrate the data that you pull in from your calls into that CRM. But the nice thing about Airtable is you're able to kind of build out these dashboards like I mentioned before, and you can pretty much sell this as also like a custom CRM system, right? Because it sort of is like you're immediately ingesting customers, you're getting their data, you're displaying it on a dashboard, plus you're doing all those voice AI agent things. So you actually have the ability when you show up with kind of Airtable in your back pocket and this whole thing of being like, hey, I'm giving you a voice agent and a CRM. So I'm going to charge you a little more. And people will pay for that. And luckily for you, I'm giving you all of this, right? Remember, I'm giving you the templates for n8n. I'm going to give you the system prompt for 11 Labs, and I'm going to give you links for all the Airtable templates. So you can just turn around and use this yourself. All right, now let's talk about the outbound voice agent and sort of like what we just went through. So, and the tools involved. So the lead fills out the form, right? That's all CRM. From there, the data gets sent to the CRM, in this case, Airtable. Now, the big difference between the outbound voice agent and the inbound voice agent is kind of like what kicks this all off naturally. So that CRM upload from the form is going to trigger that voice call, and actually gets a little more detailed than that. If we look at this, the actual trigger is going to be this voice opener being created. So this voice opener inside of Airtable is actually using AI. So it takes in that form submission of like name and what they want, and it creates, using AI, this sort of opener for us, right? So it's always going to be dynamic and it's always going to be personalized. Once this voice opener is created, it then triggers the call. And that trigger is technically based on this last modified thing, which only populates when this does. So that kind of confused you, just know when this form gets filled out, the call occurs right away. And that call involves Airtable, right? The CRM doing the trigger. It involves 11 Labs and it involves n8n. Now let's dive into this, because this portion is actually important and can become rather confusing if we don't really understand this before we build, right? Because it took me a little while to get my head wrapped around it. So the trigger, right here, this outbound call, that's the trigger, right? This is Airtable saying, hey, this form got filled out, execute the call. And this sends an API call to 11 Labs. So it triggers it, tells 11 Labs, hey, go make the phone call, right? Make the phone call. If we dive into here, you'll see what we're passing, right? We're doing agent ID, agent phone number, and we'll talk about this in more detail, but it's passing the actual phone number from that form for it to execute the call. Now, what's important to understand is this fetch initiation client data. Now, what the heck is going on here? What does that mean? If we want this voice agent to be effective, it needs to be personalized, right? It needs to be able to grab data about the client as the call happens, and it needs to be fast. So let's remember that call that happened not too long ago, right? When it called me, what happened was when it called me, between the time it sent the call and the time I picked up, basically instantly, this occurred, this fetch client data. And what happened is it went into Airtable, right? And it grabbed all the information about the person it was calling. And once it grabbed all the information about that person, it then sent it back to the voice agent so it could use it on the call. So fetch initiation client data happens at the beginning of every call, and it allows the voice agent to go inside our CRM, grab all the important information, all the personal information about that particular person, right, based on their phone number, so it can then personalize the call. And that's really, really important, right? For this sales agent, it's pretty basic, name and what they want. But think about it on the inbound call side, right? Imagine you have some repeat customer that's calling in, and right away your voice agent grabs all the information about how long have they been with us? What was their last pain point? How valuable are they as a customer, right? You can have all of this ingested by the voice agent instantly at the beginning of every single call. And it's done using this. So the CRM upload triggers the voice call. We grab all that personal information, all that personalized data. We send it to our voice agent, and then the call happens, right? In this case, the lead is qualified on the call. That's pretty basic. That's just going to be a function of the system prompt inside of 11 Labs, where we tell the voice agent, hey, here's how I want you to conduct the call. Here's what information I want you to grab, etc. And then we have some post-call stuff, right? We're going to take the transcript. We're going to parse it for data. We're going to upload it to the CRM, and then we have our follow-on actions. And those follow-on actions you saw were, hey, let's send an email to them and get them set up with some sort of calendar link. So that's what's happening here in the red and the post-call data plus scheduling. So this is a webhook that triggers whenever the call ends. So the call instantly ends, and we'll be able to see some of the data that's passed. There's a ton of data that's passed. Essentially, the entire conversation is passed, right? From here, we have the one bit of code we use, which is just a simple block of code that goes through here and pulls out the transcript in its entirety and just formats it nicely, right? All this information here is in here on the left. We just want to format it so it looks pretty inside of our CRM. Next, we send it to a large language model, which actually analyzes the call. So in this case, right, for Chase AI, we want to pull out certain things like the timeline and the budget, and that's all specified here. So we feed the AI the full transcript and we say, hey, get me the pertinent information and I want you to break it out into certain items so then I can go ahead and map it to my CRM. So then we update it. And then over here, we check, hey, did we qualify the lead? If so, grab their email, send them that email with a calendar link. That's what's happening on the backside. And so that is the general outbound flow. I know we spent a lot of time with that, and you're probably like, I've already been in this video for like 15 minutes. I haven't built a damn thing. it's important to get this at the front end, right? The more we understand this, the easier the build will be, and the easier it'll be for you to customize this and actually use it for real. And so back to the tech stack for a second, where does it all fall? Just understand n8n is pretty much the glue, right? Everything kind of flows through n8n. We have information from the CRM that we want to push to the 11 Labs voice agent. We have information we get on the call from the voice agent that we want to send to our CRM. And n8n is sort of that middleman that makes it all kind of flow, right? It's the glue. Now, today's video is going to be focused on outbound voice agents, but I just want to talk about inbound voice agents real quick and kind of some of the differences, just so you understand. We will have follow-on videos that dive into inbound stuff, but in case you're kind of wondering, hey, what's the difference? Let's talk about it very briefly. Right, it's a little bit simpler because the trigger is from the outside, right? Someone just calls in, which is going to trigger the 11 Labs to take the call. The voice agent conducts the call. Now, this is one part that can be a little more complicated than the inbound, because what you're doing on that call when it's inbound may be somewhat sophisticated, right? You may be, imagine you're a receptionist, so I need to pull in perhaps, a lot more data about that customer, right? Like, what was sort of items are they talking about? Are they talking about warranties? Are they doing returns? Are they doing appointments? There might be a lot of tools I need to call on that call, and you might see something like this sort of infrastructure being used, right, for the inbound calls. But after that, it's pretty much the same. You're going to parse the data, you're going to upload it to CRM, and there'll be follow-on actions, whatever that may be. So let's finally start diving into building. We now understand the stack we need to attack. We understand how everything's going to be working. And so what we're going to do now is we're going to go to Twilio and we're going to go get our phone number. All right, so you're going to go to twilio.com. You're going to create an account, and then you're going to go to your dashboard. Your dashboard is then going to look something like this. You are going to need to upgrade your account. Like I said, just throw it like 20 bucks. Then you're going to go into phone numbers. You're going to go to manage, and then you're going to go to active numbers. And here you'll see a list of your numbers. You are going to go to buy a number on the top right. Then you're going to pick your number to buy. You're going to have to do some sort of ID verification, really just ask for like your name and your address. It's pretty simple. And once you do that, you're pretty much done. Just go back here to active numbers and just have that number handy, because you'll have to be feeding it into 11 Labs. All right, so that part was pretty easy. So now let's go ahead and build our voice agent. So you're going to log in the top right or create an account. You're going to see some page like this. You're going to go to the left where it says agents, and this is where we are going to build out our AI agent. But first thing I want you to do is let's actually hook up our telephone number. So go to the bottom left, go to phone numbers under telephony. You're going to go to import number. Now, if you're using Twilio, it's super easy. You're just going to do from Twilio. If you're using some other phone provider to add a number, they're going to have some sort of SIP trunk documentation for doing that. So if you aren't using Twilio, just go to your phone provider of choice and look up their documentation to adding numbers to an external party with the SIP trunk functionality. But for this, we're using Twilio. And here, just call it whatever you want. You're going to give it a phone number, and then you're going to give it your Twilio account SID. Now, to find that, just go back to Twilio, go to your dashboard, and you can find your account SID and your auth token right here. So just copy and paste those into this section of 11 Labs once you import it. All right, next we're going to go to agents, and we're going to create a new agent. So you're just coming to the top right, hit new agent. We can just call it business agent. Now it's going to give you a bunch of options, and this makes you feel nice, like, oh my gosh, I already have a pre-built one. Not really. Honestly, it just changes a few default settings, and we're going to edit them all anyway. So just choose whatever you want. We can do retail and commerce, and we'll do outbound sales. So we can call this whatever we want. We'll call this guy, it hates it, honestly, when you are in dark mode, so you're not going to be able to see my text. But yeah, that's what's happening. So we're going to do create agent, and this is now our interface for editing our agent, right? We have the ability to choose the languages, add additional languages, do messages. But what we care about at the beginning is going to be this system prompt. Now, 11 Labs actually has their own prompting guide. And that prompting guide looks like this. If you just Google 11 Labs prompting guide, best practices, it'll give you this. And they kind of go through the 6 building blocks of what makes a good guide. Now, we are going to be doing an outbound agent. You might be doing something slightly different. So what I want you to do is I want you to copy this page. You're then going to go to your AI of choice. You're going to paste all that documentation into it, and then you're going to say, hey, here's the documentation for the 11 Labs system prompt. I'm trying to build a system prompt that does this. And then it's going to spit it out for you, and that's what you're going to use. And so what you see here for mine is I just tell it, hey, you're Sarah. You're an AI assistant from Chase AI. Your goal is to gather project details. It goes into like how to talk, how to qualify, detail gathering, the close, blah, 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 blah. I will have this linked inside the Skool. So you can just copy and paste this if you want to follow along exactly. But this is just where you put what you want it to do and how you want the call to go. Pretty simple. We'll dive into dynamic variables in a bit. Large language model, this is where you give it an actual large language model. Now you might be thinking, isn't this hooked up to n8n, which in some cases also has a whole large language model infrastructure? Yes. As an aside, the 11 Labs and n8n like integration, understand that 11 Labs also has its own AI working, right? But you can also connect n8n, and n8n becomes essentially like a tool call of 11 Labs. So your voice agent almost has like two brains that it can use, a different one each time. Normally, it's going to use its own native brain, right? And that makes it faster. When 11 Labs is working on its own AI, it's quicker, less latency. But sometimes we need the power of n8n in the background to do things, right? Sophisticated tool calls, like really diving into databases. That is extremely powerful, and you oftentimes need it. Just understand that adds a bit of latency every time we're going another layer deep. So it kind of has two brains. If that's confusing, kind of think of it that way. But choose whatever LLM you want. It gives you the prices. I just use 2.5 flashlight. It's good enough. Temperature, that's basically how creative you want it to be. If you're using something like an assistant or something like this, you probably want it to be fairly deterministic, right? I don't want it to go off the rails. Agent knowledge base. So you can add an actual like documents to this, essentially like a mini RAG system, right? You can actually give it a website URL too. So for me, I just put in the website URL of my company. So that becomes part of its knowledge base. If anyone asks questions about Chase AI itself, it can reference that. Then we have different tools down here, right? You can give it the ability to end the call, right? You can click that if you want. It can detect the language and use multiple languages. And then you'll see down here, it has the ability to like transfer to agent and transfer to number. So we could set up multiple agents, right? Perhaps you had an agent that's a little more specialized for a certain situation. Well, we could give this main AI agent the ability to pass a call to them, right? And that's what would happen here. Same thing with transfer to a number to actually a human, right? You could have some sort of thing in the system prompt that says, hey, tell the person at the beginning of the call if they ever want to be transferred to a human to just say, I want to talk with a human. And that could be a trigger to transfer to a different phone number, right? And that sort of tool call is built in here as well. Then we have some other stuff. We're not going to touch that today. Next, you have the voice. So you can go ahead in here and you can test all the different voices you want. There's literally thousands. You can do custom voices. You can clone your own voice, right? That's also a nice little upsell for clients saying, hey, you want this voice to be just like you? Well, I'll set it up. Just, throw me some extra money, right? Flash, blah, blah, blah. These are just some more like technical stuff, right? You can play around with that as you wish. Analysis, we don't need to worry about. Security, we do care about because we are going to be diving into a few things, right? And the biggest one's going to be the fetch initiation client data webhook and the post call webhook, right? This is really important. These webhooks correspond to these webhooks, right? The fetch initiation client data and the post call data plus scheduling. So we are going to set those up in a minute. And then they also have enable bursting. This allows you to go over your limits if you must. Add that as you wish. All right, now what I want you to do is make sure you saved any changes you made. Real quick, go to phone numbers. I want you to click on the phone number that you've added in, and I want you to assign it to the correct agent, right? In this case, it's support agent for me. Make sure you do that and save, then go back to your agent. So now is the part where we are going to start building out the n8n backend. And so what you need to do now is I want you to go to the Skool, the link's down below, download the template, upload it. So you should get something like this because we're going to build out the same exact thing for you. And it's much quicker when you have everything ready to go. The Skool and the template also give you links to the Airtable templates. So set that up as well. If you've never used Airtable before, you can use a free account, but you will essentially have an entire template set up. Just like me, it will be blank, but you also have the form stuff. So you can essentially follow along with the exact same infrastructure I'm using from this point forward. So we're going to start just by demoing some outbound calls to your phone number. So right now, those outbound calls are conducted via the Airtable trigger, but let's keep it really simple first. And we're just going to have it do it manual so I can show you what it's like having this AI just call you, which is kind of super weird at first, right? So just do a manual trigger, put this in here. I want you then to click on the outbound call, and yours is going to look like this, right? Post URL. It's going to show the outbound call API in there from the template. Now, what you are going to have to do is you need to set up your authentication first with 11 Labs if you've never done that before. So you're going to go to authentication up here. You're going to go to generic credential type, click that. For generic auth type, go to header auth, and then you're going to create a new credential and you're going to put in the information for 11 Labs. Now, how do you find that information? Go back to 11 Labs, come down to the left, go to settings. Sorry, go down to the bottom left to where your name is. You're going to go click on that arrow, go to API keys, and then you're going to create a new API key. So just going to, yeah, sure. You don't need to restrict the key. So we're going to create, and then you're going to see this. So you're going to copy this. You're going to go inside of here. You're going to put that as the value. You're going to paste that in for the value. And then for the name, you're going to put this. It's going to be xi-API key dash. So xi-API key. So xi-API key. And then down here, you just paste in your API key, hit save, and you'll be connected. Now, I suggest you rename it to something. So every time you want to connect to 11 Labs, you can just use that one. So I already have an 11 Labs, so I'll be using mine, but that's how you connect your account. All right, once you've connected your account, we then need to fill out the JSON body we're sending because we need to tell it the ID of the agent we're using. We need to tell it the phone number we're using, and then we need to give it a number to actually call. So let me show you where to find all that. So for the agent ID, go back to 11 Labs. We're going to go to agents. So if you got lost there, you're going to go up to the top, hit conversational AI, then go to agents on the left, find your agent that you're using, and then up here, just click on that. That's the agent ID. If you click it, it automatically copies it. So then you just come into here, paste that in there. For the agent phone number, it's the same sort of deal. We're going to go down to the left of phone numbers. You're going to find your phone number. You're going to copy that ID, come back into here, paste it in there. Now the to number, right? We had this mapped to our Airtable trigger, but for this, right, we're just doing a test to kind of demo how this all works. I want you to put in your own phone number. So that requires you to also do the area code. So if you don't know what that is, just look up your country code. If you're in the US, it's going to be +1 and then your phone number. And then what I want you to do is go back to 11 Labs real quick. Let's make sure we have everything set up. So I'm with my agents, I'm at my support agent, go to security, come down here. We're going to have this unclicked for now. So don't have this clicked. And then the one other thing I want you to change is we'll go to agent. And right now for the first message, mine says voice opener. So that's a variable, but we aren't passing the variable right now. So I'm just gonna have it say, hello, how's it going? Now that the first message is set up, let's actually go back to security. I know I have us bouncing around a little bit, and we're going to set up the post call webhook as well. So what we're going to demo is manually calling us, and then we're going to see all that data sent to this webhook so we can do some, data manipulation on the transcript. Now, to get that webhook set up, we're going to go back to our 11 Labs. Remember, you should have the template ready to go now. And you're going to go to the post call data and scheduling. So we're going to click on this webhook. So once you're inside here, I want you to go to production URL. I want you to copy that. This should be set to post, path will remain the same, authentication, none, respond will be immediately. You don't have to have it to raw body. I was messing with some stuff. Then I want you to go back to 11 Labs. So once inside here, you'll go to select webhook. You'll go to create webhook. You're going to put in your webhook that you just copy pasted. You can call it whatever. And it's going to be set to HMAC, and then you're going to do create, right? It's going to give you a webhook secret. You can ignore that for now. But you should now have a webhook in there that matches this production one, all right? So save it, come back to here, back out of here. Make sure you have this set, make sure you have this saved and set to active. And we're just going to go ahead and we're going to sever this for now, because this is just to show you what the call kind of looks like, right? We're manually doing the call, and we just want to look at sort of the transcription data. So sever that connection, save this. Now we can actually have it call us. So I want you to go back into here to the 11 Labs outbound call. So everything should be set like we talked about. It's got the correct URL. We've been authenticated, and we've passed the correct information, the agent ID, the agent phone number ID, and our actual to number. And so now let's actually have it call us. So just hit execute step. Here's the phone call. Slide to answer.
Oh, how's it going?
Hey, what's up?
Great, thank you. To make sure we fully understand your vision, I just have three.
All right. Call completed. Very cool. But let's take a look at what happened over here with the webhook. Now, to see that, we're just kind of going to go to executions. So here we are inside of executions. We can see the two green check marks right here. So let's actually see what happened. So if I click inside the webhook and I go to JSON, we see, hey, it passed us a bunch of data, right? We have the message, the actual transcript. And if we go down to the bottom, there's a lot of interesting variables that we care about here, right? Like the IDs, the caller ID, the number, the date, the time, all that stuff. And then the actual code block, properly transcribed everything, right? Agent, how's it going? Hey, what's up? Great, thank you. Cool. So with that, what you've seen in action now is the outbound call API and the post call data API, right? So we're able to make calls, we're able to get information about the calls. All right, now that we have demoed that our AI agent is able to make outbound calls, it's able to have a conversation with us where it sticks to its script we give it in the system prompt, and we're able to have the webhook properly trigger where we can get all the transcript information, it becomes time to begin threading in all that CRM information so we can personalize the outbound calls and so we can take all the data we gather at the end and push it to that same CRM infrastructure. So if you haven't done it already, I want you to go inside of Airtable and I want you to set up the template I gave you. And this is what it should look like. First name, last name, email, phone number, etc., etc. I want you to now go to forms. It should look like this. You're gonna come up to the top right, you'll go to open, and we are going to go through this together and fill it out. So I want you to just do your first name, your last name, the email, do the phone number. Now add that area code. If you were doing this for real with a real form, you would kind of have that built in, and then do your service requested, right? Submit it, go back to your data, and now you should have some of the basic data filled out, right, for your CRM. Now let's go back to n8n and let's start pushing some of this data through. So first, let's make sure this Airtable trigger works. So I'm gonna unpin this data. You need to connect your Airtable account. So you're gonna go credential to connect with, go to create new credential. If you've never done an Airtable setup before, just go to Open Docs right here and follow the instructions for doing it. You're gonna do the using personal access token. Just go through this step by step. It takes 2 minutes. Once you do that, you'll save it. For the poll times, you're gonna do every minute, and then you're gonna give it your base URL and your table URL. So the base URL is you are just gonna copy, paste everything to here. So it will say airtable.com/app, and then a bunch of numbers and letters. That is the base. And then the table URL is gonna be everything else up to the question mark. So if you have like a question mark at the end that says like blocks equals hide, like mine does for whatever reason, ignore that. It's going to be everything else, right? So that's the table URL. Copy that, paste it into here. Trigger field is going to be last modified, and that's going to be it. Now, real quickly about Airtable. Like I said, we filled out first name, last name, email, phone number, voice agent, so service requested. Over here on the right, you have it created a last modified in the voice opener. The voice opener itself, this is an AI block. So if I click in here and go to edit field, you will see that we actually have it hooked up to 4.1 mini with custom instructions, right? And the way this works is when those first few fields are populated, we have it set with this set of instructions, this prompt to create this. When this is created, it then populates this last modified field, because if we go to the last modified field, we will see it's only looking at specific fields. The voice, I'll move this. This last modified field is looking at specific fields, the voice opener. And if we go inside of n8n, we have the trigger field as the last modified field. It's an Airtable thing where the trigger field has to be either a created field or a last modified time field. But once you have that set, I want you to fetch test event. And you should get everything populated, right? First name, last name, all that stuff. I want you to pin that data once it populates. I want you to connect this You can get rid of this manual trigger. I want you to go to inside the outbound call. I want you to scroll down to the to number, and I want you to map the phone number to here, right? By doing so, you have now set up your entire outbound trigger infrastructure. Every time that form field gets created because some new person put in a lead, it's going to dynamically figure out what that phone number is and initiate the call, right? So we're not going to initiate it right now, but if you just went through that form thing again, it would call you, right? Which is great and all, but we're going to do a little bit more first. So that's that. Next, let's set up the fetch initiation client data piece. So to do that, let's go back inside of 11 Labs. We are going to go to security again. You're going to go to fetch initiation client data from webhook. You're going to click this, right? I'll delete this one for now. We're going to go to add webhook. And same thing as before, we're going to put in that webhook data. So back to n8n, click on this webhook. I'll unpin this data. Go to production, copy, come in here, paste it. This needs to be set to post. This needs to set to post, but make sure this is using respond to webhook node, okay? You're going to add the webhook and make sure this is selected. You're going to save it. We're then going to go to agent. We're going to get rid of this first message. I want you to do double curly brackets, voice opener. It's going to look like this. Double curly brackets, voice, and then opener. That's going to mean the first message the outbound agent sends is going to be a variable. And that variable is the custom message. And right, that's different for every person. That's why it's a variable. Next, I want you to scroll down. You can save this. Dynamic variables, this is going to pop up. It's not going to let you save it. For voice opener, just put a placeholder value. Just say, hi, hey, what's up? This just means if you were doing test AI agent, that's what it would use. This should be selected as well. And I want you to save. Next, I want you to go to the Airtable sections here and connect those accounts. And you shouldn't have to edit anything here. The only thing you are going to need to edit here is make sure your base and your table match. So the base is, for me, is voice agents and inbound leads, right? Voice agent is the base and the table is the inbound leads. So make sure that matches for you. Make sure it says return all and it's record searching your connected to your account. Same thing down here, right? Voice agent, inbound leads, etc. Now, why do we have one for outbound and inbound calls? If we care about if this is supposed to be an outbound voice agent, this is just here in case you do get an inbound call for whatever reason. If you don't have it set up like this, it would just instantly fail. Now, the outbound call webhook should look something like this. Now, let's talk about what this is. This just means, this is just what we're passing back to 11 Labs, right? So if I blow this up, all we're saying is, hey, you wanted your custom initiation client data? Well, we're giving that to you, but what we're really giving you is this voice opener. This custom voice opener is what we're passing them, right? And this link right here, Twilio personalization, this kind of gives you a deep dive of the documentation in terms of what's really happening under the hood with this whole webhook infrastructure, right? Because we're passing it custom dynamic variables. And that custom dynamic variable in this case is that voice opener. Notice how this voice opener right here exactly matches our first message, right? Voice opener, voice opener. And what is voice opener? It's this variable that's inside of here, right? And I understand all of what I said is probably super confusing because it was super confusing to me at first too. Just understand what's happening here again. Remember we talked about it at this beginning. It calls you on the phone. The instant it calls you, between the time it calls you and you pick up, you want it to have certain personalized information. And that personalized information we're sending it in this case is this custom message. But we could send it a bunch of other information if we wanted to as well. And if we wanted to send it more information or whatever custom information, we would set it as a variable inside of here, right? So I could do another variable that's called like, variable 2, right? And I map it to Airtable as well. Like it's some sort of information. I'll show that in a second. But that's what's happening again. I know it's confusing, but that's what's happening here. But once you've connected your Airtable accounts and you hooked up this webhook inside of 11 Labs, we can now test this all again. So make sure we're set to active. Hello. Make sure we're we save it. And now what I want you to do, right? We already have this. We don't need to do the whole form thing again, right? Because you went inside your Airtable trigger and you pinned it. I want you to come here and we're just going to execute the step again and you should get a phone call. So execute step. Here's the agent calling.
Hi, Chase. This is Sarah from Chase AI. I'm reaching out to follow up on your interest in our AI voice agent service.
Hey, thanks. All right, what did you notice there that was different from when we manually did it? It was the custom opening line, right? Hey, Chase, I know you were interested in voice AI agents. When we did it manually, there was none of that. It was just saying, hey, what's up? So we know that's working. We know the initiation client data is working. And let's see if the post-call data is working as well. So we'll go to executions just to confirm everything worked. I come inside here, green check mark, awesome. This is great. This means outbound is working. This means personalization is working. This means post-data call analysis is working. Perfect. Your AI agent is pretty much set up, ready to go, even if it seems like it hasn't done anything, because the meat and potatoes of it actually is working. Triggers working, calls working, system prompt is doing what we want. We're getting data at the end. Now comes the easy part. It's just pulling that data out of the transcript and analyzing it and sending it back to Airtable. So let's do that. On this, go to copy to editor. And well, actually, first I want to show something. Let's go back to executions and go to the one that shows the fetch initiation client data working, because I wanted to kind of show you this with real data. So let's click on this webhook and you'll see, hey, this is just some webhook information about who called and whatever. What we care about is this stuff. So it makes the call, it searches the record, it gets all the information from Airtable. And then this is the important part. We pass whatever data we wanted. In this case, like you see here, we passed that voice opener data. But if there was more data inside that Airtable, right? Let's say we had they gave us the budget, right? And we wanted our voice agent to know about that. We could set another variable down here that we called budget, and we just map the data. But back to this part, come to the latest one where we see the transcript and all that. I want you to go to copy to editor, unpin. And now we're going to dive into some of the call analysis. So we have this transcript information here, right? Now we can connect it to the call analysis. Here you will have to have set up your OpenAI account, which you probably have done by now. And you'll see how this works. What's the prompt? The prompt is the transcript. So we just dump the transcript inside of here. We have the system prompt, which goes into what we want it to analyze, as well as how we want the JSON to look like. Now, this JSON piece is important because we want all these items to eventually go inside of our Airtable, right? We're going to have a column for call summary. We're going to have a column for lead status, a column for budget, right? So we want that all put out there. So once you do that, execute the step, and we'll see over here on the right that it gives us everything we want. Call summary, lead status, project details, timeline not mentioned, budget not mentioned. That's fine. Then it goes down two paths, right? You should just connect your Airtable right now. Same thing as usual. Make sure all this stuff lines up, but you'll see all this should already be filled out for you. So what are we sending back to Airtable? Well, first of all, we're matching based on phone number, right? So it actually puts it in the right row, but we're sending back the call summary, the lead status, all that stuff. So I just went call summary, dragged it in there. Lead status, dragged it in there. Budget, dragged it in there, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So if I hit execute step, if we go back in here, look at that. Filled out all the stuff for us right away. And this will happen automatically when we have the automation finished. Now, it wasn't qualified, so it just does nothing. But if it was, it would search the records based on their phone number. So it takes the phone number that was used in that call and will grab all their information. And then it passes it to an email, right, that it grabs from Airtable and says, hey, how's it going? First name, here's the Calendly link, right? So that's how the follow-up works. And again, that follow-up could be anything you want. So now that's all connected, I want you to save it. And now what we're going to do one final time, we're going to run it right from the top and have it do everything for us automatically. So go back to Airtable, delete this row, right? We're just going to start fresh. Go to forms, go to the form we have, go to open, fill it out, and let's run it. So Chase, and again, Chase AI, give it the correct phone number with the area code, and then voice AI agent. Submit it, go back to your data, and wait for that call. Like I said, I think it's been taking us anywhere from 10 to 15 seconds, which isn't too bad. And we can even bring up the executions tab if we want and kind of wait for this to work. All right, here's our call.
Hi, Chase. This is Sarah from Chase AI. I'm reaching out to follow up on your interest in our voice AI agent service.
Hey, yeah, I need a voice agent.
Great, thank you. To make sure we fully understand your vision, I just have 3 quick questions. First, could you tell me a little?
Okay, we're not going to go through the whole thing yet again, but let's take a look at what happened. So it's running right now. So we can see in the executions outbound worked. We can also see the client data initialization worked. And did our post call work? Yes, right? Analyzed the call, uploaded it to Airtable, didn't send the message. But if we go into Airtable, we'll see, hey, everything was set up. Now, let's talk about creating dashboards. Creating dashboards inside of Airtable is pretty easy. Honestly, if you just click this little AI guy on the left-hand side, you just prompt it like you would ChatGPT and tell it to create a dashboard, right? Like the first thing it says is create a dashboard for inboard leads to track status, and it'll create it for you. And obviously, if you have more data, you can actually tell it, hey, provide fake data for 20 rows. And you can continue to play with the interface. And this is how you create your quote unquote dashboard that you can then turn around to clients and say, hey, this is what it would look like when you're running this at scale, which is really, really powerful and people love to see. So that's how the dashboard thing looks, right? Here it is just for, I'll move over here. This is just for one guy, right? And we could tweak this, right? Key metrics, all this stuff. Like you show someone this, oh my God, wow, that's amazing. I'll pay you an extra $2,000. That's like only slightly tongue in cheek, but that's how you do the interface piece of all this. That was a lesson. That was a video. We did a lot. I'm sure you are thoroughly confused, but I did my best to try to start this at a high level, break it down piece by piece, and then eventually have it all work as one coherent thing. Again, let's just recap what we've done here. We've gone to Twilio. You now have the ability to create phone numbers for your AI agents. That wasn't too bad. 2, we went inside of 11 Labs and created a voice agent, and you kind of saw how we do that. You saw how we can give it different voices. You saw how we can deal with system prompts. We dived into the security piece, namely, how do we do this fetch initiation client data? How do we do post-call webhooks, right? We dove into that. We went and do n8n infrastructure on the back end, right? How do we set up this like CRM trigger thing for voice agents, right? How do we combine CRM with voice, with AI, right? Because that's super important. That's what clients want. It's not enough for us to go inside of 11 Labs and have this voice agent that works in a vacuum. That's not enough. It needs to be able to integrate with external systems. So we figured out how to do triggers with outbound calls. We figured out how to fetch personalized data and pushed dynamic variables based on that data every single time we make a call. And we went through how can we take that data from the call at the end, parse it and push it places, and then actually do follow-up actions with it. In this case, send an email, right? We've actually covered quite a bit, and there's still a lot to learn, right? Because we didn't even really touch inbound agents. We didn't touch using n8n as essentially like a tool hub that you see down here. But we did cover a lot. And frankly, the inbound stuff I think is a little bit easier. So as always, templates down below, Skool, there's more guides. We're gonna continue doing more and more voice stuff. So I hope you're ready for that. And let me know what issues you run into. I'm sure you'll run into a bunch. It's something you're just gonna have to struggle through and get working. But I promise you the bones of a very sophisticated voice AI agent service are here, right? You just need to customize it for your own use case. So let me know what you think. Good luck, and I'll see you around. Hello, in today's video, I'm gonna be taking you through a RAG AI agent that I just sold to a client for $5,000. And I'm not just gonna go through how this AI agent works and how to set it up for yourself. I'm actually gonna talk a little bit about the business side of it. How did I figure out the pricing? How did I set this up for the client? How did I actually give this AI agent to the client at the end of the project? We'll talk through all that at the end because I think it's something people often skip over, and it's really important if you wanna actually build and sell these things. And I think this video is really important, not just to like show off and say, hey, I sold this for X thousands of dollars, but because RAG AI agents are actually a really important tool in your toolkit if you're someone who's trying to build their own AI agency and you don't know which workflows to really focus on. Because for someone who's actually been in the AI agency game for a little bit now, I would say RAG AI agents are by far the most popular AI agent and AI automation that I sell. And why is that? Well, let's think about it. What is RAG again? It's a retrieval augmented generation AI agent, which means it's an AI agent that has information about the business, about the project, about your team. So essentially, it's like ChatGPT has been plugged into your system because all those documents that you want AI to know about is now sitting inside a vector database, which the AI agent has access to and can now answer questions about whatever is in there. And that's super valuable to any business. And it's also industry agnostic, right? Everyone wants AI that can kind of act like an actual human, an actual member of their team. And RAG is a really good way to do that. And so if you're wondering, hey, what sort of AI agents do I actually need to care about and learn how to build? RAG should be number one on your list. And I think this one that we're going to go through today is a great foundation for you to kind of learn all the big parts of it. And so with that, let's actually jump into it, starting with the AI agent. We'll do kind of a high-level overview of how it works, and then I'll go through it and show you how you would set it up yourself. Okay, so we kind of talked a little bit already about the data piece, right? We're taking data from somewhere inside the business, and then it's going inside like a vector database, whatever that is. Like, what is all that? Well, it's probably the most important part of this whole thing, and that's what's going on here in the red. Long story short, we're doing data ingestion, right? We're taking documentation from the business and we're putting it inside this database for AI. And so where this client had all of his stuff living was inside a Google Drive. He had hundreds and hundreds of Google Docs and PDFs, and he wanted it to go inside the database. And that's what's happening here, right? We have a series of triggers set up that are ready to go anytime a file gets edited or added to this folder. And then from there, we're extracting all the information from that file. We're adding some metadata information like what's the title of the document it came from, what's the actual URL of that document so we can reference it later. And then we're extracting the text and sending it to our vector database. Now, I'm not going to go super deep into what vector databases are. There's a lot of really good in-depth videos in there. All you need to know is essentially it's a high dimensional database, which means everything that's going in there is essentially being turned into a series of numbers, and then it gets put somewhere on a graph where everything's kind of similar. And if that only confused you even more, that's totally okay. All you need to know, it's a database and the AI can find stuff in there. And the one other thing you need to know is what happens to the files as it goes inside that database. So what happens is it starts chunking the documents. So what is chunking? Well, imagine I had a document that was 100 pages long. We don't just take that 100-page document and shove it into the database. Instead, we chunk it, and it gets chunked based on a almost arbitrary amount of characters. Usually it's about 750 to 1,000. So think every 1,000 words, that becomes a segment, and then another segment, and then another segment. And we throw all those segments into the database. Why do we do that? Because it just makes it easier for large language models and AI to find what it needs when it's chunked up that way. It's quicker. And so that whole process of taking information from place A, in this case, Google Drive, tagging it, chunking it, shoving it into the vector database, that's all happening here in the red. And in my client's case, it was several hundred documents. You could do this with thousands and thousands of documents. And so once it's all sitting nice and pretty in our vector database, then we come up here and we can actually interact with it. In my client's case, we actually had it hooked up to chat. We're just using a chat message here just to demo, but he had a Slack chatbot. So this agent lived inside of Slack. You could just like at it and it would actually respond to your questions. And the two things you'll see here is just the Supabase vector store and the chat memory. So we are able to save all the chats that go to this AI agent. They're also living in that same kind of vector database ecosystem, which is Supabase, and we'll go into that in a little more detail later. And then we have the vector store. So anytime someone asks a question that should be able to be found inside the vector database, it's going to call on this vector store tool. And this vector store tool is what allows our AI agent to go inside the database and then try to find the knowledge it wants. Now, something that might be new to you, even if you've done RAG in the past, is this re-ranker co here. Now, the re-ranker subtool, I guess you want to call it, is actually rather new to n8n. It really came on the scene in the last month or so, but it's an awesome tool that makes our RAG way more accurate. So now let's talk about the re-ranker and how it actually works. So I ask my AI agent a question. It then goes in the vector database and grabs a certain amount of chunks, let's say 20, that it thinks are relevant to answering my question. Once it does that, the re-ranker comes in. It's then going to take those 20 chunks and rank them in order of relevancy, and it'll give it a score out of like, I think it's several thousand, but basically think, all right, this first one's a 9 out of 10, the second one's an 8.5, this one's a 7. And then it's actually going to take an answer based on the best ones. And that whole process is being done by Cohere. We're actually going to go inside Cohere soon, which is over here. It's an actual third-party app. It requires an API key. So there is a cost associated with it, but it's very, very small. Each question you ask, we're talking like 1/5 of a penny. But it makes our stuff way, way more accurate. Even if it's just slightly slower, you're not going to notice too much of a difference, and slightly more expensive. Now, your first question probably is, well, shouldn't RAG be doing that already? You're telling me it doesn't re-rank them? No, it doesn't, because it actually over-indexes is an opinion, kind of over-indexes on speed and cost. But with the re-ranker, we're saying, hey, just slow down a minute. I'll pay a little money. I want my answers to be accurate. And that's what the re-ranker does. So that's the agent in action. That's the tooling. That's the ingestion system. Last part, what's going on down here? What's this whole RAG cleanup thing about? So now let's talk about this RAG cleanup down here. What's going on here? Well, remember how we said we had this folder inside a Google Drive that has all the files that we want to go inside our vector database, right? Well, they all go inside the vector database. Everything's working great. What happens if I delete a file inside that Google folder? Like, I don't want it to be a part of the database anymore. What do we do then? Is it going to be automatically deleted inside a Supabase? No, it's not. And that's why this comes in. And it actually is a huge help, because I'll kind of show you later what it looks like inside a Supabase. But remember how it's chunked up? Well, you could have one file, could be hundreds of chunks. Do you want to go through all those and delete them one by one and make sure you don't delete anything else that's wrong? No, you don't. And this takes care of it for us. And you can have this on a schedule, run it every day, every 7 days, whatever. This just makes sure our Supabase and our Google Drive are always aligned. And so that's how this is all working. Now, remember, this template you can get down below in the description, and it's going to be set up just like this. What we're going to do now is I'm going to kind of go module by module, explain what they do in a little more granular detail, and also explain how you can hook up your Supabase account, how we deal with Postgres, how we do tables, all that kind of like more technical stuff. So let's dive into that now. All right, first things first, let's take a look at our RAG agent. What do we got here? Now, remember, we are just using the chat trigger here. So if you were to use a Slack bot or anything else, remember, you'd have to change that to define below. Now for the system message. So here's our system prompt. The big thing we care about here is behavior 2, and that's us essentially giving it step-by-step instructions of how to answer questions that have to do with information inside of the database. And really what we're saying is you need to strictly adhere to the context. Don't be making stuff up. Here's what I want you to do if you can't really find an answer. And then also, I want you to always cite your source, right? What's really nice is we can have it not only answer questions based on the source documentation, but it can link it as well. So someone can be like, okay, I want to know a little more. Show me the actual document. We can give them that. So that's it for this guy. All right. For OpenAI, we're just using 4.1 mini. Don't need too much power. Now, Postgres chat memory. Now, for this, we're just connected to the chat trigger node. Remember, if you don't use a chat trigger node, you're going to have to change this key to something else. It's going to depend on what you're using. You'll see a table name here, n8n chat histories. That's going to be by default, and same with context window length number 5. Of note, the table, when you use this for the first time, it's automatically going to create a table inside a Supabase, and that'll make a little more sense later. Just understand you don't need to you don't have to create your own chat table. It does it for you all automatically. Next, we have our Supabase vector store. All right, use this tool to search the database. Very, very simple. Over here, the limit. So 20, remember how I talked about with the Cohere re-ranking that it could do like 20 chunks? This could be up to 100 chunks. That's how many chunks it's going to go grab and rank and figure out to answer your question. Anywhere between 10 and 20 I found is fine, but you can change it. Definitely include metadata and definitely include the re-rank results. Now, for connecting our account, let's kind of just jump into credentials right now. So if I want to create a new credential, we need your host and you need your service role secret. So what we're going to do, I'm going to show you where to find those. You're going to go to supabase.com. You're going to create an account. You can do the free trial. The free tier is very, very generous. And then you're going to go ahead and create a new project. Call it whatever you want. Give it whatever password you want, but make sure you remember it. And you're eventually going to get on a page that looks like this, that will say Chase. We'll say whatever you called the project. And once the project is ready to go, you'll see project status. You'll see a green dot. Once you're here, you're ready to continue. Now, to find our host URL, what you're going to need to do is you're going to go to project settings on the left. We are then going to go to data API on the left under configuration. And this URL you see right here, that URL is what you're going to put for host. So make sure you put that in there. And then we need our service key. So you're going to go to API keys right here. Service role, you're going to click on reveal. You're going to copy that and you're going to stick that in there. And that's going to connect you to Supabase. Now let's do Cohere. So you're going to do your re-ranker Cohere. You're going to click on this guy. We're going to do model 3.5, but again, we need to create an account. So you'll do create new credential. All we need is our API key. So you are going to go to cohere.com, sign in. You're then going to go to the left where it says API keys. And then you're going to go and hit create production key. You're going to have to put in billing. Remember, this is pennies, fractions of a penny. So you'll be okay. So once you do that, you create your account, you go to the left, you hit API keys, you'll find that. And again, the website, if you ever get confused, just go to dashboard.cohere.com, dashboard.cohere.com if you get lost. So create your key, copy it, come back here, paste it in there, connect it, and then you're going to do model 3.5. And you're now set up with Cohere. Now we're not done here. You probably noticed also this one is Postgres memory chat. And when you do Postgres, we'll click in here and I want to create a new credential. Oh my gosh, there's like 10 million things. What am I supposed to do? All right, let's go back inside Supabase. Now on the top, let me drag this down a little bit so you can actually see. On the top, what do we got here? We have connect. So you're going to hit connect. And then all these scary things, we're going to do transaction pooler. Transaction pooler. Now you're just going to start copying and pasting stuff over. So you can do host, copy that. That's going to go to host. Database stays the same. User, copy that. Put it in here. Password, remember the password you put for your project. That goes here. And then you just need to change the port. So port should be 6543. So copy that over. Copy that over. And that's how you connect to Postgres. Again, if you get confused, transaction pooler, not session pooler, transaction pooler. Okay, and with that, we have connected our Postgres, our Supabase, our Cohere. I hope by now you've been able to connect your OpenAI. And always remember, you can check the documents if you ever get confused. So now we can start looking at the RAG ingestion system. But before we do that, since I like having to go back and forth so much, we're actually going to go back inside of Supabase. Okay, so we're hopping into Supabase real quick because we need to create the tables where all those embeddings are going to live, right? All those chunks in this vector database, we need to create those first. So to do that, we're going to come over to the left-hand side and we're going to go to SQL Editor. You will probably see a blank page that looks like this, but what you are going to do is you're going to go into the Skool and you're going to copy the SQL code I have in there because we're going to use that code to create the tables we need. Now that code's going to look exactly like this. So just copy and paste it into your SQL editor, hit run on the right-hand side. And what you are going to see is success, no rows returned. Now, once you see success, no rows returned, that means our tables have now been created. And we can check that by actually just going to the database on the left. And then you should see your two tables represented visually right here, documents and documents metadata. And then real quickly, documents are where all the embeddings are eventually going to go, right? All those chunks are going to live in the documents table. And then the document metadata table almost acts like a table of contents. And it's going to list all the separate files that live in there. Instead of the 10,000 chunks, it would just show the 100 files that they came from. And so now that we made our tables, we can hop back inside n8n. Okay, now let's talk about the RAG ingestion piece, right? How are we getting these documents from Google Drive into Supabase? Well, we have three triggers right here. So this trigger up here for file created and file updated, those are deactivated right now. Those come into effect when you already have this in production. You already set up some sort of RAG folder inside of Google Drive. And now when it's up and running, anytime someone edits a file inside that folder, or they create a brand new file inside the folder, this will trigger the automation to run and put all that information inside the database. This one right here, the search file and folders, this is more for when you first set this up for a client, because chances are you're going to talk to a client and they're already going to have some sort of folder with all the documents that they want the AI agent to work with. Just like this, right? I have these 4 fake documents in here. They might have hundreds. And the way you get that all ingested into RAG off the bat is going to be through a search files and folders module, right? And so what this one does is it's going to go and look inside a specific folder and get all the information about the files in it. And from there, we can then do that initial batch where it all goes into Supabase. So that's what this one is for. And these two are really for production once you're up and running. And so if we look inside here, you're going to have to do search files and folders. You're going to have to do an advanced search, and you're going to have to use a query string. So this is kind of important, and I'll kind of bring this up. You're going to see here this long list of numbers. So that is the folder ID. Where do you find your folder ID? Well, you find it in the URL. So right here, it might be kind of hard to see, but if you have your drive up, you're going to see drive.google.com/drive/folders. And then after the folder slash, there's going to be a really long string of numbers and letters up to a question mark. Those numbers between the slash and the question mark, that is your file ID. So you need to copy that. And then you need to go inside of n8n and you need to replace what's there. So it should look like that. Also make sure you have the apostrophes up there, little single commas. It should look like that. Also, you want it to return all, I assume. Also, you need to add these 4 options. You need the web view link, the ID, the name, and the MIME type. So it needs to look exactly like this. So that's that. And then for the file created and file updated, it's a little easier. Just actually map it like folder and all that. And so when I run this, we will see here on the right, it got all the information of there's 4 files: the ID, the name, the MIME type, and the web view link. The ID is the actual like numerical value assigned to every single file. The name is obviously the name of the file. MIME type is the type of document it is. So in this case, it's a Google Doc. It'd be different if it was a PDF document or Excel. And then of course the web view link. Now, as an aside, this particular RAG one I'm showing you, this one is built for PDF and Google Docs. If you're dealing with a RAG system that is also trying to deal with like large Excel files, that's kind of a whole nother ball game. I do have videos of that in the Skool. Check out kind of like the RAG plus voice lessons. They dive into that because you're actually going to be working a lot more with SQL. Again, just an aside, you'll find that most of your clients are usually operating with PDF and document text, and that tends to give you the best bang for your buck. But stuff is out there. I have content on the Excel stuff. So from there, it's going to loop over items, and then we're going to do things like set file ID. So then we do like set file ID, and we'll actually execute this step, and you can see, hey, we're just assigning variables to these things: ID, type, title, URL, and this will make more sense when you see how we do metadata. We have a delete old rows doc, so this makes sure that we don't have like duplicates. So we can run that. Right, same thing. Down here, this file string metadata, right? It's just checking to see, hey, are there any file IDs that match? Then we're inserting the document metadata. Remember how we have that second table? This is where it's coming into play. So we execute the step. Then we're actually downloading the file, and this is what it should look like. File download. We're doing it by ID. Remember, we have to literally download this file to push it to Supabase. And then we're also doing these Google file conversions. So we execute the step, and it should look just like that. Next, we have this switch. So whether it's a PDF or an actual text document, it's going to go 1 of 2 paths, and then it's going to go inside the actual database. So let's just run it through here. We should see it hit the switch, goes inside the vector store. So what's happening here? Operation mode will be insert documents, table name will be documents, and query name will be match documents. This should all default to this. And then we're going to do embeddings. Will just be text embedding 3 small. Default data loader. This is what it should look like. This is where we're actually putting that metadata in there. And the metadata is important because this helps the AI actually figure out what file it needs to look for. So file ID, file type, and URL. Next, we have our character text splitter. And again, chunk sizes, we're doing 750 with a 200 chunk overlap. So again, remember that 100-page document, every 750 characters, we're chunking it up, and then we're overlapping each one. So the AI has a better idea of like where each page starts and ends and where it is in the grand scheme of the document itself. Then from there, it just goes back and it continues that loop over and over and over and over. And what we'll do here is I'm actually just going to run this real quick and get all 4 documents in there. Okay, cool. All 4 just got in there, and that went pretty quick. So let's actually go inside of Supabase and take a look. Okay, so here we are back inside of Supabase, and let's take a look at our actual table. So come up to the left, go to Table Editor, and we can see inside of Document Metadata and Documents, we actually have content, we actually have embeddings from our documentation. So if you look at it, it has it by ID, it has the actual content that it took. So this is the actual chunks. And then you can take a look at the metadata as well, which includes things like the URL, the file ID, and the file type. And then over here on the embedding, that's kind of like all the math behind it, where it is in the graph. We also have document metadata. And again, this is essentially acting as our table of contents. We just have our 4 documents versus, the 14 embeddings. So that's what it looks like inside of the tables, inside of Supabase. And that is how we get documents from the Google Drive into the database. Now, really quick, let's go over the cleanup. As you can guess, this is for the documents table, and this is for the documents metadata table. So when I click inside the file IDs, what do we need to change? Well, what we need to change is here the query string, and same thing as before, it's just going to be that folder ID. So just copy paste that in there. And what we're looking for is the IDs, because what it's going to do is it's going to get all the file IDs inside of Google Drive. Then it's going to get all the file IDs inside of Supabase. It merges them. It goes through this code node. And what happens with this code is it says, hey, is there anything inside of Supabase? Are there any file IDs that occur inside of Supabase that don't occur inside of Drive? If yes, delete them. Same thing for document metadata. So when you run this, obviously you won't get an output because there won't be any mismatch, but just make sure you have the correct file ID in there. And so once you do that, you're actually ready to go. So let's actually test it. And then, so we'll just open the chat message received, and then we'll actually pop inside Supabase and we'll see how it populated that n8n chat histories table. All right, so let's actually test this guy out. So let's take a look at Q1 and see if we can ask it a specific question. There are some action items here. So let's ask it what Ben Carter's Q1 action items were. So what were Ben's Q1 action items? So we hit that, hits memory, hits the Supabase vector, does the re-ranking, and then it says, hey, Ben's Q1 action items, finalize the technical specs and deploy day 1 patch. So we see it actually gave us Q1 and Q4. That's actually not too surprising because Q1 action items can kind of mean a couple different things. Was I talking about the Q1 meeting notes, or was I talking about, hey, we're in Q4 meeting, what are you doing for next quarter? So it actually gives us both, right? Technical specs, Athena for Teams, all right, day 1 voice patch, day 1 voice patch. So it actually did a pretty good job, even though it was kind of like a fuzzy query. Here's what I will say. When you test this, obviously your documents could be different than mine. These were just fake ones. And when I was testing for my client, he obviously had a huge batch as well. Don't be afraid to come in here inside of the system prompt and really edit this out. So it is very detailed as to what you want. This is pretty generic, what I have here. And we talked about it before. Customize, customize, customize. Be very specific about what sort of data it's trying to be finding, because if you're testing this out and you're like, hey, like I have the documents in there, it's just not giving me the answers I want, well, play with the system prompt first before you kind of throw your hands up in the air. And so after all that, I hope you have a pretty good understanding of A, how a RAG agent works, and then B, how to actually set it up and what it would sort of look like when you're doing it for the client. Now, speaking of clients, I know at the beginning of this video, I said I would kind of run you through the pricing structure and how I actually created this and handed it off to the client. So first things first, pricing. How did I come up with $5,000? Well, if you've been in the space for any amount of time, you've probably heard people talk about how they do pricing. And usually they frame it as, all right, we're doing it value-based. So this thing is going to save my client, $20,000 a month. And then so I'm going to take, a 30 or 40% cut of that. And then everyone walks away happy. I will tell you, maybe I just don't have the best clients ever. I think I have pretty good ones, but I've never run into a client who can really accurately say how much an automation is either saving him in terms of money or how much money it's actually making him, right? Like I don't think most businesses have it on such a granular level that they are going to save this much time every single month and that translates to this many dollars. It just doesn't happen, at least in my experience. And because of that, the whole like value play for doing pricing kind of goes out the window right off the bat. So then the question becomes, well, then how'd you come to $5,000? And frankly, it's kind of one part, that's how much I value my time. And I know how much time it's going to take me. And also another part of that $5,000 to $10,000 is what I have found to be kind of the sweet spot when you're trying to sell these AI agents and automations to businesses. Because remember, what are you trying to sell to? You're not trying to sell to mom and pop shops that have no money. You want to be selling to like medium-ish size companies that are like 1 to 10 million ARR that aren't just going to balk immediately at something in the 5 to 10K range, right? It's not going to ruin their lives if this project absolutely fell apart. It's not going to, but they don't come into it like, oh my gosh, this is my last $5,000. This has to work. And so because of that, I know I can usually sell between 5 to 10, like 7 to 8 is kind of the sweet spot, and 5 for something that's kind of just like boilerplate. Like I've done this a bunch of times. I know I can get done quickly. 5 just kind of makes sense. All that to say, it's kind of vibes. It's kind of what you can get away with. Are you brand new and you just need customers? You're probably gonna have to price it a little bit more favorably for the client, maybe 3K, maybe 4K. I personally would never suggest you go under 2 to 3K. Like you don't want to be bottom of the barrel. You don't want to do a race to the bottom because they could always go overseas and have someone build this for them for $10 an hour, right? But you're giving them a white glove approach from beginning to end. And speaking of the white glove approach, that includes actually setting it up on their servers and getting the server done. So when I first sign a client, I actually get them on a call and I run them through everything that I need them to do to self-host. So for me, I love using Hostinger. Super easy to set up n8n on this. There's tons of videos online of how to do it. Takes less than 5 minutes. So I get them on a call and I'm literally like, sign up for Hostinger. I'm on the call with you and let's set up n8n on your self-hosted server. So I run them through that. Then I take them to Supabase. I have them create a Supabase account. I get their login and I get their password. I also get their login and password for their n8n server so I can actually go on it. We then go to OpenAI. I have them do billing. I don't need their OpenAI password, but what we do is we go inside of n8n and I have them set up their credentials. Same thing with Google. Google, as everyone knows, is a pain in the butt, but I walk them through going into Google Workspace. We set up all the APIs. I don't need their Google password, but what I do is I make sure we create a Google Docs and a Google Drive module, and we go inside there and we painstakingly get the credentials set up. So if you're paying attention, I get on a call, we set up self-hosted n8n being Hostinger, they put in their billing. We go to OpenAI, we do the billing. I get that actually done inside of n8n. Same thing with Supabase. We don't need to do billing, but I do need their login and password. We went to Cohere for this. So I actually went to Cohere like I showed you before, did their billing. I got their login and password. Actually, for that, I didn't need their login and password, but I did need them to actually connect it. And Google, and that was it. And then Slack, right? And so while that's annoying at the beginning, you have to remember what you're selling. You're selling a white glove. I am solving your problem from beginning to end. You're setting, and they might not want to set it up, but understand like they own it. It's their n8n workspace. It's their APIs. It's their workflow. So this is really saving their butt, right? Because everything is under their umbrella. You can't just walk away and steal it and say, hey, it's mine, it's my password. I own this stuff. A, you really can't do that with the n8n Fair license. But B, it should give them kind of a warm and fuzzy feeling knowing that they own everything you create. And lastly, once it's fully created, it's a super easy handoff because they already have everything, right? There's no weirdness going on like, okay, now let's do passwords and stuff. It's like, no, project's done. I showed you it worked. Here it is. Have at it. So that's kind of my little spiel about, actually getting it set up and giving it to the client. Hopefully that makes a little bit of sense. That was pretty quick. But again, yeah, biggest thing here was RAG. Make sure you understand RAG. This should definitely be a tool in your toolkit. The template is down below. And as always, let me know if you have any questions and good luck. If you're looking for a way to generate leads, enrich leads, and conduct cold outreach campaigns, then this is the n8n workflow for you. What this workflow does is it does LinkedIn scraping via Apollo on our leads. We do some research on their company via Tavily, and then we generate customized cold outreach messaging by combining that information alongside our personal call to action. We then use Instantly AI to conduct a full-blown cold outreach campaign with all the information we've gathered here. Now, what you see here is all that data we collect, and I have it sitting inside of Google Sheets, but you could put this in an Airtable as well. I changed some of the names and emails for their privacy, but you're getting their names, their personal email, their work email, their LinkedIn URL, their work URL. Then we're summarizing it all with AI. And then when it comes to their company, we're doing background, key offerings, any recent news. And we're even looking at stuff like customer sentiment, right? Like what are people saying about these companies on places like Reddit? Then lastly, we have that outreach messaging that I talked about before. And then, like I alluded to before, the actual email campaign will be conducted inside of instantly.ai, right? It now has the emails, it has the names, and it has the custom messaging that we want. And this is the place that becomes your command center for actually executing these email campaigns. Now, if you watch my previous videos, you've seen this LinkedIn scraper and cold outreach machine. Now, while this was effective and it worked, there were some limitations, which is why I created this. And you see them right away, right? The first thing is the simplicity. This thing was kind of an unwieldy beast, right? And just looking at, we had what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 code nodes, something like 9 Google Sheets nodes. And while we were essentially doing the same thing, right, which is like get linked information and do company research, this one was also missing some sort of cold outreach mechanism to actually conduct a large scale campaign. It was kind of up to you to take all the information that eventually show up in the Google Sheets and do something like, instantly AI on your own, or something like Resend, or any of the number of cold outreach programs out there. And what this one does instead is it kind of consolidates all that, right? It's much leaner. We lean a lot more on Apollo versus using something like Google search engine to get our URLs. And then we also have the built-in instantly AI functionality, which we see right down here at the bottom, which is sending all that information to instantly for us to then conduct the campaigns. So we're going to start big picture top to bottom so you get a good idea of how this works. And then we'll actually go into it module by module so you understand what you need to edit. So it starts with a form submission. Now, the form submission, this is just us describing what sort of leads do we want. We do stuff like the titles, the location, how many people in the company, and it then goes to an Apollo URL generator. Now, we talked about LinkedIn scraping, we talked about Apollo, we talked about Apify. How do all these things actually connect? Because it can be kind of confusing. So starting from the top, Apollo. Apollo is this program that you pay $60 a month for, or more if you want more stuff, to get information about leads, right? The same thing that we're generating in our workflow is stuff that Apollo generates, right? Names, LinkedIn URLs, emails, phone numbers, all that stuff can be found in Apollo. The thing with Apollo, like I mentioned before, it costs $60 a month, and I probably don't want to pay $60 a month for Apollo. So we instead use Apify to gain the information. Now, where does LinkedIn play in all this? Well, Apollo and Apify, they're getting their information from LinkedIn. They're scraping LinkedIn themselves. So you have these guys that are scraping information from LinkedIn. It's on their platform, and we want to access it. Well, I don't want to scrape LinkedIn myself because we're worried about terms of service on our own account. So I need to go through a third party, which is Apollo. I don't want to pay the full price for Apollo. I just need to essentially like have a little slice of that Apollo pie. And that's where Apify comes in. So Apify is a marketplace for web scrapers. You pay a certain amount a month, in this case, $40, and that essentially gives you $40 of credit to use on these different scrapers. For example, you'll see up here on the top, Apollo scraper, scrape up to 50,000 leads. You pay $1.20 for every 1,000 leads that this actor, they call it Apify actors, gives you. So $40 a month for Apify, $1.20 of that 40 goes to this actor every 1,000 leads it generates. So all that to say is that there's a lot of layers you have to go through to get someone's linked information due to just how LinkedIn works. And this is the way we do it. And it's not just because $40 is less than 60, it's because Apify gives us some flexibility, right? What if I don't need to use all $40 on Apollo? Well, there's tons of other web scrapers on Apify, things like Instagram scrapers, TikTok scrapers, etc., right? I can kind of just pick and choose. It's sort of a buffet and allows me to be flexible at a lower price point. You might be saying at this point, that's great, Chase, but I still don't understand why there's an Apollo URL generator. What do we care about the URL? Well, every time I change the filter here inside of Apollo, right? If I change the location, I add a location, change titles, the actual URL in your browser changes, right? So what we need to do is we need to generate an Apollo URL that corresponds to the leads you are trying to get and give that to Apify. Because when we look at our Appify scraper here, what it does is it requires us to give it the URL that we want it to scrape, right? So think of Appify as some guy who has an Apollo account and he's willing to give you the information that he gets from Apollo. He just has to know, well, what URL do you want me to search for? What information do you actually need? So the key piece becomes, hey, how do we generate this URL accurately every single time that corresponds to the leads we are trying to get? And so we can look at some of the different runs here, right? In this last one, it had 377 runs, which means we gave it a URL and it came back with 377 hits. And each hit was a person's name, LinkedIn, blah, 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 blah. All that information you saw in the Google Sheet, that's what it came back with. Now, if all that was super confusing, all you need to know is for us to scrape someone's LinkedIn, we're going to use Appify. And what Appify needs from us is an Apollo URL. And this generates the URL we need. So from there, we parse that data, right? This Appify data that you see here, over here on the right, and I'll move myself over a little bit. It's kind of messy. There's a lot going on, but we only want certain information that we care about, right? And that information is emails, names, all that good stuff. And so we have this parse lead data that allows us to do that. This is going to take all the messy stuff on the left and give us some nice information on the right that also includes a summary of all the key points. And once that happens, it will come to an if node. Now, why do we have an if node here? Well, even if we get, in this case, 377 items from the lead data, not all of it's going to be perfect. Sometimes it's going to error out, which is what this if node does, right? We have a JSON error. If it does not exist, it's just going to go to the false branch and we're going to ignore it. That way it doesn't clutter up our Google Sheets stuff. From there, it gets added to the Google Sheets. In this case, I have a limit, so this is running only 10 times because for the demo, I didn't find it necessary to do this 370 times. When you use this and download this in production, you can delete this limit. This limit does not have to exist. Feel free to get rid of it. Or if you don't want to have all 350 items or 400 items or 500 items that you get from your scraping, just change it here. That could be 50 items, 100 items, however you want to limit it. Do so here or get rid of it entirely. And once that happens, we've kind of completed the personal background, the LinkedIn scraping for our leads, right? We know about them and their personal stuff, but we want to know about them and their company, right? I'm not just selling to a person, especially if it's a founder. Like you need some information about what they do, what they've done, and what people think about them. And that's what happens down here in the company research and outreach portion in the green. So we get, and this is a loop because we're hitting a couple different things before we want to move to the next item. And so we're going to research their company because we got their email, we got all that stuff, and we're using Tavily to do it. And some of the things we want to know about are company overview, right? What do they do? What are they about? I want to then do some like recent news, like is there anything in the last basically 12 to 18 months that would be relevant? I want to know about their key offerings. I want to know about third-party sentiment. And then I want kind of a comprehensive summary that combines all that in 1 or 2 sentences. And that's what this does. And we use Tavily for that. From there, we then generate the outreach message, right? And this is where you make your money, right? Because we're taking all the personal data from LinkedIn. We're taking all that company data that we just researched. And now we're going to combine it with what you have to sell. What's your call to action? What do you bring to the table? What do you want that actual message to look like? And we'll go into this in a little more detail later, but right, the system message is where you make your money. This is where you put how you want it to sound. And this is just going to be purely the body, the actual title, the header, and also the footer is something you set up inside of Instantly. We then put all that into Google Sheets. And then lastly, we then send stuff to Instantly AI. Now, again, what's Instantly AI? Well, it's a cold outreach platform that allows you to do email at scale, right? It does all the warm up for you. You can add multiple accounts. It's like, again, your little command center for conducting these campaigns. And that wasn't really something we had before here, right? In this one, it was kind of like choose your own adventure or do it super small scale and just send it via Gmail. And that's not effective enough. And so then it just does that as many times as it needs to via the loop. And then at that point, you're kind of done. Once you've done that, you're then set to go into Instantly and then conduct your campaign. In this case, like I said, we had 10 leads, and all I'd have to do now is just hit the resume campaign button, and it would fire those off. And you could take this even further, right? You could actually have it warm up the leads to start. Like Instantly is actually a pretty good platform. I'm not going to turn this into an Instantly lesson. The documentation is pretty good. There's tons of stuff out there, but understand you're basically 10 minutes of setup and one button away from being able to run this every single time and just like shoot off a large amount of emails. And so now how you understand how it works from a very high level, we're now going to go into each module one by one, and I'm going to kind of show you what you need to edit, what you need to change, and what to watch out for. So on the form submission, there isn't really anything you need to change right here that I think. Like I said, it's kind of small, right? Just company size, keywords, location, and the title. But understand you can put multiple keywords inside of this form when you submit it, which essentially add as like additional sections when it's actually looking for leads. Now, for the Instantly campaign ID, we'll dive a little more into Instantly, but just so you understand what it is, when I'm inside Instantly and I come on the left and I go to campaigns and I click on the campaign, up here up top in the URL, that's where you're going to find your campaign ID. So this highlighted section, right after campaign backslash, it's then going to give you a series of numbers and letters up until the next backslash, and that's your ID. You're just going to copy that, and that's what you're going to put under campaign ID for the form submission. Now, if you think you'll never do different campaigns and they're always going to be the same thing, you could hard code it later, but just understand that's where you find it. So next, the Apollo URL generator. So we're passing in the user prompt all that information you fill out, right? Title, size, keywords, all that. And then inside the system prompts, we're saying, hey, this is how the URL should look, right? We give kind of the template, and then we give an example of someone who's looking for VPs of engineering in New York for a certain company size in healthcare AI. And then we just have the example at the bottom. And for all these chat models, these are all we're just using 4.1 mini, right? Sorry, we're using 4.1 for the URL generator. So I did the most powerful one. Honestly, it's probably overkill, but the URL has to be right every single time. If your URL is wrong, it's simply just not going to run. But the rest of these, this is 4.1 mini, 4.1 mini, 4.1 mini. Then we go to Appify. And so it's going to be post, URL is going to be the run sync. Then I'll show you where you get that. And then you're just doing like accept application JSON. You're putting in your API key. Don't worry, I'll delete this afterwards. And then down here in the payload, right? True 500 URL. Now, where did I get this information? How do I do all this Appify stuff? I've never used Appify before. Let me show you. All right, so here I am inside of the Appify actor that we're using, this Apollo scraper. Now on the templates, I believe I actually have a link to it that you can see here. But if you simply go to Appify, it's going to open up with just a search menu, and you're just going to search for Apollo scraper. It's going to be the first one that pops up. The Apollo scraper, scrape up to 50,000 leads. Okay, so once you're inside Apollo, when it comes to figuring out what the JSON payload is, right, what this is, it's just going to be this, right? You're just going to copy this, right? And you're going to paste it down here into the JSON body. Now, I will say when it comes to total records, which it may or may not show, it should default to 500, but 500 is the minimum that you have to put in there. And you can also delete stuff, right? If I don't want the personal emails, you could just like get rid of that. Or if I just want the work emails, you can do that as well. Just understand this is what should be in the JSON body. Get personal emails, get work emails, total records, and then we map the URL that was generated from the Apollo URL generator. Now, how did I know what the URL was supposed to be? Well, the way you find that, and this also goes for essentially all Appify actors, you're just going to come over here to the right, top right, you're going to do API endpoints, and you'll see here a bunch of different stuff that you can put as the URL. Now you have run actors synchronously, and then run actor and get dataset items. The one you want to use is run actor and get dataset items, because it means it's not just going to run on that one module. It's actually going to wait till it gets all the data to actually give you the thumbs up that it's ready. That way you don't have to like do any sort of webhook stuff or pause or do a timer. It just is going to, when it's done, it'll tell you. But the one thing you need to note is that when you copy this, you're not going to put it all in there. You're only going to copy it up to the question mark. So you'll see here it then says question mark token equals blah, 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 blah. Don't put that in there. It's essentially asking for your API key at that point. We put the API key down in the headers. So you'll just take that, copy it, and then put it into here. So it should end with run sync get dataset items. And it's going to run, and then it's going to push out as many items as it can find, right? We asked for 500. It came back with 377. And like we saw before, kind of gross in terms of how much stuff it pushes us. And we don't care about most of it, which is why we have the parse lead data. Now you'll see here up top on the prompt, What am I pushing? Well, I'm just pushing the stuff I care about, which in this case is names, titles, emails, organization stuff. Now, if you want to add more information, then you essentially would just edit this prompt and you'd say like new info. And let's say I wanted their photo URL. I would then drag that into there, and that's what it would parse out. But I just kind of left the things I felt was important. And then the system prompt is just saying, hey, take all this information and turn it into something that has separate items that I can use on the right. And we want it to be pushed into separate items because eventually we're going to be adding these to the Google Sheet. And it's easier if one item is name, one item is first name, right? Et cetera, et cetera. Which is why you have this structured output parser. So if you've never used one of these output parsers before, all you're doing is you're specifying what you want the output to look like. And so once it does that, we do the if node, like we said before. Is there any errors? If there is, get rid of them. If there's not, continue. We then add to a Google Sheet. In the Skool, I have a link to the Google Sheet template. So make sure you download that and then make sure when you're using the template, you actually connect it properly, right? So we're just mapping the stuff, right? Like I said before, in that output parser, we have a specific output just so we can do this, right? So I can very easily drag and drop stuff in the right place. And so we're pushing all that personal information that we care about and all the company info that we care about, right? Websites, URLs, titles, all that good stuff. It then gets sent here to our Google Sheet where we have a one-stop shop to actually view all the data we're scraping. We then have the limit like I talked about before, which goes to the loop, which then goes to the company research. Now we're pushing 3 things to this module, the company website, and the company LinkedIn. And the system message, we're asking for, I believe, 5 things in return. Company overview, company recent company news online, key offerings, third-party sentiment, and then a comprehensive summary of all that. So the rest of this just breaks down how I want the module to use its tools, specifically the Tavily tool, and like what sort of sources do I want it to focus on? What sort of secondary sources? How recent do I want it to be? All that is explained here. Again, all this is on the template, and feel free to edit this because all you really need to put here is what you want it to search for, why, and what you want the output to look like. Just like we saw before, we have a structured output parser again, which breaks out how I want the output to look like. So all 5 of those things, make them separate items. We then have our Tavily tool. Tavily tool is one of those new community nodes that's even on the cloud version. So if you haven't done it yet, you need to upgrade your n8n. You need to enable the community nodes. I've done a video on that before. And then you just have to search for Tavily over here on the right? You just search for Tavily and it will pop up and then you are able to just download it. But inside of here, you just need to connect your Tavily account. So to do that is pretty easy. I'm pretty sure all you need is an API key. And if you haven't used Tavily before, pretty awesome tool. Think of it as Google for large language models. You simply log in. You can do it with whatever. And it's free at the beginning. So every month you get 1,000 credits, which is actually pretty good because each lead, each company we look at is going to cost us 10 credits, but you could bring that down even more. And so just by signing up, you essentially get 100 free company like researches you can do, right? You can research 100 companies for free per email based on that free plan. And then to get the API key, you just come in here and you just copy it. You then connect to your account. We're going to do research search query. The query is going to be defined by the model. So it's just going to be smart about it. And then for the options, search depth, we're putting it advanced, max results 5, and with the time range to be a year. Now, if you want to be able to squeeze some more companies, like I said, we can do 100 companies for free. If you want to double that or do more, for search depth, you'll go to basic, and then for max results, do like 2 or 3, right? The search won't be as good, it won't be as deep, but it's going to be cheaper. And so with that, it gives us all the company research, and then we do our outreach message. And so what do we pass? We pass the name of our lead, their personal background summary, their company name, and their company background. And the system message is basically saying, hey, this is what I want the body of those emails to sound like. And this is where you really need to edit and customize it, right? So I have it to be 100 to 150 words. Could be more, could be less. I have tons of references here to Chase AI's consulting services. If you're not Chase AI, You may or may not be an AI consultancy, in which case you need to change all this, the company, the offering, and how you also want it to write. This talks about hooks. This talks about how I want it to do, what it needs to do, but like change this, customize this. You have your own writing style. You have your own way that you think will actually turn into people opening your emails and responding to them. And this is where you put it. So definitely put an example output an email you've done before or multiple, right? The more, the better. So after that, we push it to Google Sheets, and then we go to Instantly AI. So let's take a look at this node and what we're doing. So it's an HTTP node. If you are on the community version, so you're self-hosting, there is an Instantly AI custom node that you can use, right? So it'll be a little easier for you to set up. I'm going to show you how you do it on the n8n cloud version, because if you can do it on the cloud, it's super easy to translate to the self-host. In fact, it'll probably be way easier, but the HTTP node works no matter what. So the URL we're going to be doing is api-instantly.ai/api/v2/leads. You're going to put in your API key here. Again, I'm going to delete mine after this video. And then we have the body. So here's what we're passing, right? Campaign, email, last name, first name, company name, and custom variables. So campaign, it needs to know because all these leads are going to be under a campaign umbrella, right? So you have to know the ID. And then we're just saying, here's the names, here's what the company is, and here's the actual body. Actually, pretty simple, nothing crazy going on there. But let's now hop into Instantly so you can kind of understand what's going on here. So Instantly, on the left side, there's a few things you're gonna have to set up. The first thing you're gonna need to set up is your actual email. You can add tons of different domains. And when you add a new email, it walks you through how to do it. You can actually buy pre-warmed accounts every few weeks. They show you how to do a Gmail, right? Microsoft, it actually takes you through step by step. It takes 3 minutes. They even have pretty good YouTube videos that show you how to set it up. But you need to set up the account. Next, you're gonna come on the left and you're gonna go to campaigns. And this is where you're gonna set up your new campaign. So you're just gonna do add new, and we'll just call this demo 2. And you'll see we now have a few things in here. We have leads and we have sequences. These are the two we care about. So the leads are gonna be auto-populated via our workflow. Like right we saw before on the other demo, and it's gonna have their names, their emails, all that good stuff. Sequences are, again, sequences are email sequences. So step 1 is when I run this campaign, that's the first email that's going to get sent to them. I can add multiple steps, right? Based on, hey, they respond, they don't respond, how many days do I want it to wait? Again, this isn't a deep dive on Instantly, but that's how it works. And so here's what an example email would look like. You'll see here a lot of variables, and variables are those things with the 2 squiggly brackets. So it says hi blank custom body. Now, is it going to send custom body? No, what it's going to send is the custom body we put down here, right? So it passed this custom body variable, which is this entire write-up we had, to Instantly. So now it knows, hey, when I'm sending this email to this lead, I'm going to use that customized email. And so if I preview it, you can actually see the full write-up. Now, how did I know that was the variable to use? Well, if I go here, right, you'll notice I don't have a name. If I come down to the bottom where it says variables and I click on it, then can see all the variables that are available to me. If I want to do first name, I just click first name. And when I preview it, we now see hi Kelly. And so that's what it looks like from here in n8n, where we pass the variables, to here inside of Instantly, where you can actually use them to generate the custom outreach. And again, there's a ton you can do on here in terms of scheduling, in terms of setting up signatures and emails and making it look pretty. Again, I won't deep dive that here, but that's how the n8n to Instantly connection works. And again, for Instantly, in terms of cost, there is a 2-week free trial. You can send up to 30 emails with the free trial. You can do all the API stuff. But if you want to do this for like big time, it's going to cost you $37 a month for 5,000 emails, which is pretty on par for cold outreach programs out there. Okay, so before we wrap this all up, let's quickly talk about the APIs you need and the costs for this whole thing. We've talked about it a little bit, but let's go through it thoroughly. So we need 4 API keys for this: Apify, OpenAI, Instantly, and Tavily. Tavily gone through, very easy to get. OpenAI, the documentation's pretty clear if you go through the n8n docs if you've never done it before. As for Appify, once you have an account and they have a free trial, but you can't use the API if you're on the free trial. So to do this, you will need the $39 a month version. You're just going to come to the bottom left and go to settings, go to APIs and integrations, and you can find and create your API tokens here. For instantly, you're going to go to the bottom left, click on your profile, then do settings. You're going to go to integrations, API keys, and here's your API key. Now let's talk about costs. So touched on it before, instantly, $38 a month, but they do have that free trial. Tavily free for the first 100 leads, for the first 100 companies. And again, that's with the current search setup. Like I showed you before, we could double that pretty quickly just by changing some of the settings. And then after that, you're looking at about 8 cents a lead. You can get it down even more depending how you do it. You also have the option of just every 100 leads switching emails, right? You could kind of abuse the free trial system if you wanted to. Appify, 39 bucks. Apollo, $1.20 of that 39. And then for the actual GPT tokens, we're looking at per 100 leads under 10 cents. So pretty cheap in that regard. And like it sounds like those things add up, but truth be told, to create essentially an entire cold outreach, customized cold outreach email campaign from scratch, not bad, right? I don't think it's too bad. So, as always, let me know what you think of it. Let me know if you run into any issues. I really like this workflow. I think it's really lean, but very, very efficient, right? Especially when we compare it to what we had before, which was a bit of a behemoth, kind of unwieldy. I really like what we've gotten here. So good luck, and I'll see you guys around. Hey everybody, in today's video, I'm going to be showing you this AI workflow that I built inside of n8n that allows you to automatically make carousel posts inside of TikTok and Instagram. You as the user simply fill out a form to get it started. You tell it the concept or the topic of the post you want, the number of slides, the visual style of the images you want created, and then a general storyline. If you don't give it a general storyline, the AI itself will actually create one for you. You hit submit, and then you get a carousel like this one here that's automatically posted on both Instagram and TikTok, which I think is pretty cool because if you've ever tried to do any sort of n8n automations with carousel posting, you know it's kind of difficult. And oftentimes you have to build automations that have a lot of stuff hard coded and don't allow you to be very dynamic. And what I love about this one is it is dynamic. So it's a singular workflow that allows you to set multiple different types of carousels, right? Whether that's 3 images, 4 images, or 5 images, and I'll show you how to change even that. And it's very dynamic in terms of the amount of content that we're putting in there, right? We set it on the form submission. It can always be different, but just based on the form, it's going to create everything we need. And so taking a look at this example, you can actually see what it does. So the first thing it does is it creates a base image, and then it obviously does the actual text on top that tells a story. And then for the follow-on images, it takes that base image and edits it, which allows us to have characters that are the same throughout the story, right? We don't get a different robot that looks way different on slide 5 than it does on slide 1. Now, in this case, I would say it gets a little bit more blue at the end, but for all intents and purposes, this is the same robot and the same character that's present throughout our story. So that's what the end game of this build looks like. And now I'm going to take you through it module by module so you can recreate this on your own or grab the template from the Skool. Now, this looks crazy at first, but I promise you it's not too bad. And in fact, a lot of this is taken up by what you see here at the bottom, which is the different ways we post it to Instagram and TikTok. And then the one thing I want to point out right at the beginning is all these places in red. These are the places where if you're using the template, you're actually going to have to go in and edit some things. And by edit some things, I just mean put in your API key for OpenAPI or OpenAI rather, and then also put in your API key for upload post and your username. So upload post is the name of the service we're using to actually make these posts to TikTok and Instagram. So without further ado, let's get started and take a look at this thing. So in general, what's happening? Starting from the top, we put in that form submission, which then goes here to the large language model, which generates the image prompts and the captions for us, right? And by captions, I'm talking about the actual words on the top of the page. And then from there, it has this initialized loop variables and the set API variables. And don't worry, I'll actually go into these soon. But essentially what's going to happen is it's going to create dictionaries. Think of dictionaries as just an empty box. And as we go through this entire workflow, it's going to put images into that box, mainly the base image and then the edited images 2, 3, 4, and 5, So at the end, after it's cycled through all of them, it gets consolidated here in this code block and then sent off in different directions depending on how large we want that carousel to be, whether that's 3 images, 4 images, or 5 images. So a lot of what you see like in terms of complexity here is just managing those images, right? Because we have to have a base image, and then we have to have image 2, which is based off of image 1, and image 3 needs to be based off image 2, right? There's a lot of like referencing prior images, and we need to find a place to actually put them as we mess with the data from all the follow-on images to then create this carousel, right? So there is a lot of complexity with this, but I think this workflow does a good job of kind of breaking it down and making it dynamic enough where you aren't stuck in certain pathways, namely like I can only do 3 images in my carousel, or it can only be, with these certain images, right? So I think this one gives you a lot of flexibility. And as we go through it, I'll show you how to make it even more flexible. Now, let's go into the modules one by one so you can understand what's happening. Just wanted to give a quick plug for my Skool where you can actually find the template for this exact workflow as well as a ton of others. I have guides on here for how to get started in n8n, how to create your first AI agent, RAG agents, marketing agents, stuff specifically for business, self-hosting. All of it can be found here in my Skool. We have a really engaging and growing community, so would love to see you there. So form submission. Let's take a look at this. So there's a few things that it's getting submitted, right? The concept and the topic, right? What are we going to talk about? The number of the slides right now, it's at the 3, 4, or 5, and then a visual style, right? We did Studio Ghibli, like an anime style, but you can do whatever you want. And then lastly, a general storyline, which isn't a required field. If you don't put it in, the AI will figure it out for you. And then we see here, what we did was a cute small robot learning how to create AI agents, 5 slides, Ghibli style, and then we gave it a general storyline. Then from there, that goes into a basic LLM chain where we generate the carousel prompts. And so we feed it everything from that form submission, right? The concept, slide, style, storyline, all that. And then down here, we have our system prompt. Now, this thing is pretty dense. I didn't do this from scratch, right? I personally went to Gemini and told it what I was trying to do and what sort of system prompt I wanted it to create. And this is what it came up with. So it specifies what the user is going to provide, and then it gives it its task, right? You need to generate exactly the requested number of image prompts. I give it the aspect ratio here, so it's 9:16, so it's made for TikTok and Instagram. Incorporate the art style. It goes into stuff about the storyline. And then here it says the output must be a single valid JSON object with a specific JSON structure. So all the image prompts for, whether that's 3, 4, or 5 are all going to be under a prompts array item, and you'll see how we manipulate that going forward in a little bit. And then past here, I just give some examples of what I want the output to look like. And then I also give examples of prompts. We also require a specific output format here. And you'll see right here, we use the structured output parser. And so again, this is just giving it an example, right? I want all the prompts this way in a prompts array. And then beyond that, I want it to also hold on to the topic, the style, and the slides. And so we see that here in this output on the right-hand side. So you'll see we have the prompts array, all 5 of them in one item. And then below that, the topic, the style, and the slide. Next, we come here to, we have a set fields, and we're calling this an initialized loop variables. And we have this mode set to JSON. And so you'll see here in the expression, we have our prompts array, right? Remember, these are all the prompts we're going to be using, all 5 of them in one item. And then you'll also see, which is important, here is the loop index on the right-hand side, generated photo binaries, and then we also have something for current image key for next edit, which is image for edit. Now, what's happening there? Well, let's talk about the loop index first. So we need this loop, right? Backing out real quick. We need this loop you're seeing right here, kind of on the second part, to happen a certain amount of times. And that's going to be determined by how many slides we want in our carousel. And so we start that by essentially starting a counter. And we start that counter at 0, which is what we're doing here on the initialized loop variables module. Next, you'll see generated photo binaries, and we have an empty dictionary. Now, if you don't know what a dictionary is, just think of it as an empty box. And the photo binaries are the images that are created, right? So eventually we're going to have 5 images sitting inside this box that we're going to push to Instagram and TikTok, but this gives us a place to put it. And then this for current image key for next edit, that's going to become important when we're taking images for follow-on slides, right? For like slide 2, slide 3, and actually doing an image edit, right? Because the API call we make to OpenAI is different if you're having it generate an image from scratch versus when you give it an image to edit, right? And so that first base image is going to be from scratch. It has no sort of reference, and all the following images are going to be edits of the previous one, so we can keep the characters in it the same. So that's what that's doing, right? Form submitted, we generate the prompts. Now we're starting a counter and we're giving ourselves boxes to put our images in. Over here, we have the description. Now, this is just doing a description for like TikTok and Instagram, right? And we just have this off to the side. That way, later down the line down here, right before we send it off to Instagram and TikTok, we can then reference that. So that's why it's kind of just off on its own. Next, we have some API variables. So number of images, that's the number of images that's going to be created for each slide. So image 2, we're only doing one image of image 2, right? I don't need 3. I don't want to confuse it. So here we're just doing like images, sizes, all this stuff. You shouldn't have to touch any of this, although we make sure to include other input fields and all, because we want this information to be passed on throughout the workflow. So now is where we start generating images in this workflow. And so on this one, obviously you need to update it with your own API key. We come in here, it's going to be an HTTP request because n8n doesn't have one set up yet for the GPT image gen API. So just do credential type, OpenAI, and then coming down here to the JSON, what we're passing is the model, the prompt, the amount of images, the size, and the output format. So all this stuff is coming from those API variables we set before. In the prompt, you'll see here JSON prompt arrays, JSON.loop index. You see that loop index? That's how it knows which one's to call. Since it's the first one, the loop index is on 0, it's going to grab that first prompt for us. And we see that on the right-hand side. So it generates the image, but we have all this data alongside that's getting passed into here, right? So we want to separate that image out. That's what this thing is doing. So we can just pull out the image that's created. But we need to convert it, right? We need to convert it so we can actually look at it. And that's what the convert to file is doing. And so this way, when I hit view, I can actually see the image that's created. Otherwise, if we don't have this, you'll see it over here on the left-hand side where it says B64_JSON. It's just a series of numbers and letters that goes on for damn near infinity, and you can't do anything with, right? So we need to convert this file so we can actually look at the image. We need to convert it to binary. So that's what's happening up on this first-hand part, right? We're just setting the stage for everything, and we're creating that first base image. Now we feed this to a merge node here because there's no way to keep the data alongside the image once it's converted. So what I'm saying is this file right here, this convert to file 1, all it has is the image, right? But we still want stuff like what loop index are we on? What are the prompts going to be? What's the storyline, etc., right? And all that stuff is over here in the set API variables node. So we merge this so we have all the data from here plus the image to move forward. So this kind of then takes us to phase 2, which is doing all the follow-on edited images. And so we have a code block right here. And so what's happening in this code block are 2 big things. The first thing is it's taking that first image we've created, that binary image, and it's putting it inside of that binary images directory we made earlier, right? Remember this guy, the initialized loop variables, where I said we were creating a box that we're going to put images in? Well, this code block takes the image we hit up here and puts it in the box for us to use later. The other thing it does is it then hits the loop counter. So now we're going from 0 to 1. And you'll kind of see that similar thing repeated here in this loop. So next we hit this if module, which is where we're then going to go into phase 2, where we're doing the edited images. Now, this should look super similar, right? This stuff here on the bottom is basically a carbon copy of the stuff on the top. The difference is, like I mentioned before, we're now using that edit images API, which is referencing an image before we send it to OpenAI to actually create the new one. So that's why it's a little different, but in like high level, it's pretty much the exact same thing. So in this node, we're just setting certain variables, right? Like here's the loop index, here's a different image you're going to use, and here's the prompt that it needs. Then from there it comes here, right? You'd have to update this with your OpenAI account, but similar to before, hey, here's the model, here's the prompt, here's the parameter type, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And we also have here moderation to low. I weirdly a couple times had OpenAI like stop the workflow saying it was like a moderation thing, as if the content was violating some sort of thing, even though this is, as you saw, um, very PG images. Your results may vary. I threw it in there, didn't have any problems, but that's why that's there. And so, hey, it's going to recognize based on the loop counter which prompt to use, rates the image just like before, separate the image out, convert it to binary so we can view the new image. From there, it goes to the merge node, right? Remember, this just has the image, but we still want the data from here, which then goes to this code block, which, remember, just like this code block is doing two things. It's putting that picture, right, that binary file into that dictionary we created up here. So that's one more image in our little image box that's going to go to Instagram or TikTok. And then it's hitting that loop counter again, right? So we're started at 0. Now we're on 1. And then it goes back and it hits this if node again. And what is the if node checking? It's checking that loop index. And so it's making sure that the loop index is always less than the amount of prompts we're giving it. That seems kind of confusing. It's because our loop index starts at 0, doesn't start at 1. But all you need to know is this is essentially checking, do we have as many images created as prompts we were asked for? And if no, we're going to keep looping till we get it. And once we have enough images, we're going to stop this loop and we're going to come down here where we actually post the image. Then we come down to this code block, the consolidate images. So what's it essentially doing here? Well, you can kind of see here on the right, it's grabbing all those images that were in our dictionary before, right? And it's putting them all in one place. So you see we now have 5 photos, right? We can view them all, etc. And then it's grabbing the captions and essentially pulling it into the same space as all these images. Remember those captions that I talked about earlier up top here, right? This is getting referenced all the way down here alongside that whole image dictionary being put all together here in this code block, and then we're pushing it out to Instagram, TikTok, for the actual carousel. Now we hit this switch. And as you can see here, there's 3 places it goes to. Either it's a 3-image carousel, a 4-image carousel, or a 5-image carousel. Unfortunately, there wasn't a super elegant solution that at least I could come up with where this just went to one place and it was able to dynamically figure out whether you wanted 3, 4, 5, 7, 10 images in your carousel. And so it would look nice and neat. So instead, we got kind of this ugly switch system where then it goes to these different places. Now, why is that? Well, if you look into here, here's how it works. So first of all, things you're going to need to change your API key. And we'll look at upload posts here in a second. You also need to change this, your actual username. You also get that from upload post. But as you'll see here, you see how it says photos, photo 1, photos, photo 2, photos, photo 3. Each of these has a different amount, right? So these all have 3 photos, these have 4, these have 5. I couldn't find a way to have that dynamically change inside the module itself, which is why you see this. So say you wanted 6 image carousels, well, you would go to switch right here. You would add a routing rule. You would change this. So you would just copy this. You would do number. If that is equal to 6, right? And then you would come over here. You would copy paste all this. That looks nice. And you would drag this over here into here. And you would edit these. See how it goes to 4. You would add a parameter, take that to 5, take that to 6. So that's how you would edit it yourself to increase the amount of options you have here. But for this template and for this video, we just have it for 3, 4, and 5. But that's why it's built that way. Now let's actually look at these things. So like I said, API key, update, all that. And all this stuff is just going to be referencing like the captions that we created before and the actual photos in the correct order. There's not too much you actually have to do here or touch. And same thing for TikTok. It's virtually the same for this, same exact deal. And then right here, we just have this if thing. So this is kind of just like some error handling. If everything goes well, it's just going to come here to true and nothing happens. You could change it to some sort of like alert, right? This could be an email, this could be Telegram, this could be whatever, where you get some sort of notification that it's posted. Because to go through this entire workflow with 5 images is going to take you like 4 or 5 minutes just because of how long it takes to generate them. The false one here, if you're on the free plan of upload post, 99% of the time it's going to work. Every once in a while, you'll sometimes get an error with Instagram, not as much with TikTok. If that happens, usually if you just try it again, it'll work right away. So this does one more attempt to get it to post if there was some sort of error. So that's what you see here with this false loop. So if it posts successfully, you'll see an output like this where it just says results, Instagram, success. You'll also see down here in the usage, if you're on the free plan, where it says how many times you've used up your credits for the month. So you get 10 free uploads per month. And right now on this particular run, we were at 7 with that account. And now let's take a look at upload post so I can kind of show you where everything is. So here's a look at upload post. In terms of pricing, again, they have a free plan. You get 10 free uploads a month, but they also have this basic, professional, advanced, right? Just depends on how often you're actually posting. Now, to actually hook up your accounts, you're going to go to manage users up top. You're going to find the platform you want to connect, click on the account, and just follow the directions to connect your account. It's pretty simple. And then to get your API key, oh, also, this is your username. So here where it says Chase AI Test, if we're inside of here, this is where you put your username. So make sure you do that. But API keys, just hit API key. You'll find it up here, as well as some usage instructions. So there you have it, guys. That's the carousel for Instagram and TikTok kind of broken down in terms of how you can make this a little bit better. Again, maybe some of you are better than me and can come up with a better solution for this kind of mess, but this is the only thing I was able to figure out. So that would be one place to make it better. Other places to make it better would be figuring a way to improve the prompts, right? Right now, it kind of just as a storyline on its own accord. You could probably add something in here like Tavily web search. And, if you wanted a more like educational bent, like really have some good storylines that are like educational and like research backed. And you could totally do that here, right? Just by adding a Tavily tool and messing with the system prompt a bit. Those are the biggest things, or adding more socials, right? Adding something like LinkedIn would be another good one to do the carousels. So let me know what you think. Again, I was really excited about this one because the carousel stuff is kind of a pain in the butt. And it's hard to find one like this that is dynamic and that you can play with and actually gives you a good product. So let me know how you enjoy it, and I'll see you around.